All right, we're here. Night one of the 2023 NFL Draft, the X52 podcast, is having a little happy hour. It's all the boys. It's me, Jake Luke. It is Taylor Smythe. It is Spencer Nathaniel Schultz. It's Eric Arditi. Brian Black is going to be joining us. He will be gracing us with his presence at some point, as will some other people. But boys, how we feeling? We made it to draft night. Not, I don't want to say we blew our load or anything, but not our first stream of the day. So how are we feeling now?
Excellent. Fantastic. I honestly, to be as corny as possible, like we were just sitting, waiting. We'll call it the green room, like the four of us. I just love our dynamic. I'm excited. I'm excited to be with the boys. 2023 is amazing. We have a great day ahead of us. A great day has already transpired, I should say. Great night ahead of us. We even have a little sexual Titans tension going on in the rumors for our good friend Eric as well. Like Taylor's got to stay on Deonte Banks' call. We're fired up. We're all dialed in right now. I'm excited. I'm pumped.
You're getting all the Banks content tonight if you're watching this. Taylor, what's the dynamic like there, having to track all that?
It's fun. I mean, the draft's one of the best things. I mean, as a kid, I love the draft. Like I used to, when the first round started at like 10 a.m. on a Saturday, I would get a big bag of Doritos and a liter of Pepsi and just watch the entire thing. That's what I did as like a 10-year-old.
Maybe like play a little Call of Duty with some greasy little cheese.
Yeah, like something on the something on the side. So I've always loved the draft. And then as in my employment, being able to live tweet a draft is always really fun when you have someone in the first round because first of all, it's an amazing thing to see those guys achieve their dreams, and it's an incredible moment to kind of capitalize. And Deonte Banks could stay in Baltimore potentially tonight. I know that's in play. He's been mocked there by some people, and he's celebrating in Baltimore tonight, so that'd be really, really cool. Very excited. The draft's the best. I don't know how – we talked about it on the Lamar live show. I don't know how the NFL has done this. I don't know how they've made the selection of new players into this extravaganza that, like, we're not the only
exact word I was about to say. I thought you were going to pause. I was going to say it's extravaganza.
Like, there's so many people just doing draft live streams like this. I don't know how this is a thing, but it's a thing, and I'm very excited. And I do love, as you said, Spenny, I love that there's some Titans buzz because, RDT, there's been, whispers and talk all week about, should he even be on the pod? Does he deserve to be as a non?
I argue that he shouldn't be.
I also think he should be out, but for some reason he stays. And I'm excited for him to talk about his own team, and the Orioles are playing as well, so we get to live talk about that. There's a lot going on. It's going to be very fun.
Eric, Titans getting a lot of buzz about a potential DeAndre Hopkins trade, as the Ravens are. Joey Ortiz getting a hit. Potential buzz about Titans making a move for a quarterback. How are you feeling?
Quarterback, I'd be fine. Obviously, Tannehill is not the answer. Got him to an AFC championship, but about it. I mean, if they trade up for a quarterback, I'll be excited. I'm not excited for this year. Like zero expectations really going into it. We're full on Orioles mode. So again, I don't want to get Archie and Arbutus too fired up, or I don't want to lose any more listeners. So, but now as we have Travis Kelce up here, I'm sure he's just mouthing off. God knows what he's saying because I have it on mute. But
you think about those
I'm sure he's saying that nobody thought we would be here. Nobody thought we could do this, and I think he's still going on with that bit. So thanks, Trav.
Yeah, no, that's a great bit.
It's actually Mr. Killatrav to you, Eric.
Oh, and Eric Stone Street. I didn't know he was a Chiefs fan. That's crazy. He's never wearing Chiefs stuff. That's nuts.
What do you guys think about Roger Goodell? I love him.
I think this is kind of always Raj's. I think this is kind of Raj's moment. I think Raj in the COVID draft was one of the great live TV performances we've ever seen. Just in the his den with the sweater on was at a time where there was nothing going on to watch, was electrifying. I watched, I think, every single minute of the 2020 NFL draft. So no, Raj is a controversial figure. Obviously, there's an idea that Goodell is biased against the Ravens, and that he's really biased against every team. But I kind of enjoy. I mean, Raj is kind of he is who he is.
I don't think any of us need any. Don't have any reason. Like Patriot fans, I get. Like none. Our fan base is Ravens don't have any reason to hate him. Like I don't hate him. He hasn't done anything personally to me.
Tell that to Ravens fans.
Like, yeah, Patriots fans hating him as much as they do makes me like him. Like, it makes me like I love the fact that he's like so in their head, and like he really shouldn't be at this point. Like they've more than gotten their revenge for all that kind of stuff. But that's just how those Boston, gotta earn it in the dirt. Shout out to Keegan Bradley. Got to work harder up in Boston, to find success. So yeah, they're very vehemently anti-Raj, and I'm pretty pro-Raj. And you're right, Taylor. That was a true masterclass that he put on during the 2020 draft. Sitting in the easy chair, he had the relaxed kind of sweaters on, and he was looking a little worse for wear at certain points. I found that to be a very endearing performance by him in 2020 there.
Very, very like Manning brothers-esque. Like I feel like he's like an honorary Manning.
That was the original Manning cast when you really think about it.
Well put. Number 2, I will say, was a big hater. I think the reason I didn't like him is because I hate the idea of football becoming 7-on-7 as a whole. I've talked ad nauseum about how the violence, the man in the arena, the gladiator aspect is why I always love the sport. And in the last 2 years, watching football be cyclical in his regime, amazing. And I'll go even further, specifically to Ravens fans. Tagliabue, number 1 Ravens hater. Like he said, build a museum instead of a stadium. He did not want to team in Baltimore. So Goodell watching football kind of regress to the mean of the vicious cycle, to quote my boy Dane Cook. Vicious circle, I should say. I think. Great, fired up for Raj right now. I feel like him and John Harbaugh have grown together. Also, I'll say I feel like their tenures are similar. They're kind of in that granddad role, and they used to be feisty dads before.
Agreed.
What's everybody drinking?
The old classic, the Natural Light.
Oh, Nooner.
Yeah,
a Nooner and Natty. I have a Michelob Ultra. Wow, 2 light beers and 2 Nooners. I mean, talk about some hardcore drinking going on between these.
Can I talk about the fact that I hate Michelob Ultra and I hate it so much? I don't know what it is. Worst tasting light beer in my mouth.
It's not unbelievable, but it was sitting in our fridge, so that is why
a freezing cold one will do. I think my 2 lowest ranked are Coors and Michelob. Coors is fine when it's cold, but a room temperature Coors. That is some piss water, brother. That is some piss water.
Yeah, you need to have the Blue Mountains. Like that's not just a marketing thing.
Oh, looky what we got here.
Happening, fellas.
You sound great.
I sound like I've had quite a few daiquiris in my day.
You sound like you're underwater.
You sound like you have to go to your.
Well, I'm in my AirPods here.
What we talked about the AirPods.
This thing doesn't fucking work is the issue at hand.
I mean, what an unbelievable start this is.
This thing worked one fucking night, and the thing won't work otherwise.
You sound like when Rico Bosco would call into Barstool Radio back in the day, and he's like underwater and just having a meltdown.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm having a meltdown.
You should. We'll let you continue to work through it as you go here. We'll figure it out. Let's manifest. Let's manifest a good.
We have to do something about it at a certain point, though. Like it doesn't sound good.
You know what? You all sound like you're underwater. So fuck you guys.
No, number 1, no, we don't. Number 2, you sounded way better in the car earlier.
Yeah.
No shit.
Oh Lordy.
Yeah.
Wow, we're already 10 minutes into this Panthers ordeal. Obviously, they're taking Bryce Young, but
they're doing the entire Bryce Young build up here. Do you guys? I like Bryce Young. I think Bryce Young's going to be good.
I think so too.
I think that Bryce Young has really good vision overall, seeing the field, processing. He's going to get hurt very frequently. He does not protect himself well. He is slight. I view him as a more capable Tua, and similarly has no idea how to protect himself against an NFL defensive lineman. The concussion thing is different. That's Tua literally using his head. But Bryce Young, very high on. Especially, it's nice to be able to bank on someone like that went to a program like Alabama, not that many of those even exist, and just did it from day one. Just had the superstar quality, had the golden boy quality, all that stuff. Gives you that piece.
Would you have taken Richardson? Would you have taken Richardson?
If you no, I don't think I would. I think I would take Young. I honestly, it's tough. I just with Richardson, I like him a lot, and he's a my guy for me, meaning he's someone that I'm higher on than the consensus. I'll stand on the table. The worrisome aspect to me is that I've never seen Richardson play in high leverage games, high leverage moments. I've never seen him in a 2-minute drill against, like a game that has a playoff implication or an SEC championship. Yeah. That's the worrisome part. And the fact that he is a 1-year starter, I do think that, and so many people reiterated it, I will pat myself on the back. I was doing this shit in like January and February saying he's not raw. He's just inexperienced, but that still opens up the chamber of secrets of what's going to happen when the pressure's on, when you're in that high leverage situation. But like Richardson was already in the worst situation possible. Pretty much he was the most talented player in his offense by far. Like, I don't know, but Bryce Young to me makes it like people knock the NFL for this, but like you take people. There was a big thing about Will Levis, and apparently there was a team saying they really liked the way that Will Levis calls plays in the huddle, the way he like relays plays, and a bunch of media people were like, "Oh, so he's repeating the words well." But it's like, yes, he is repeating the words well. He's able to put the emphasis on the right syllable and make sure that guys are picking up what they're supposed to, conducting the orchestra. So it's weird. But long story short, long-winded answer, no, I would take Bryce Young. I would probably, depending on who it is, I would probably take Stroud.
Pick is in for Carolina.
They just showed the Carolina draft room that had about 150 people in it. If you're watching on ESPN,
that was decked out. All of them in Joseph A. Banks suits as well.
What do you guys think about these military industrial? Look at that chest there. What do you guys think about these military industrial complex draft rooms that teams are building now? Like I think the Ravens have one.
So the Giants put out a social media post about theirs today. It's 42 screens.
Yeah, I saw. That's what I'm thinking of. What are we doing here? Damn, show me
42 screens on it. I mean, I guess you would build one and then use it as like a player personnel scouting room throughout the rest of the year. So it probably makes sense to like have a room in an NFL facility where there's always a place for people to go and where that breakdown tape of your own team or of college prospects. But I mean, it just shows you how much teams are investing in the draft, except for the Rams, who are doing it every year at like a mansion. They do it at like a $10 million mansion the last like 2 years. Called it the Draft House.
Airbnb. Rams house.
Well, they don't even make any picks.
Yeah, exactly. They're just chill. Like, yeah, Sean McVay is just trying to be as comfortable as possible, and he makes his 4th round pick and his 7th round pick. But yeah, it's interesting.
52 is so awesome. This is awesome. Jake and I did this solo last year, and us talking for so long was honestly a task. Very fired up to have some fellow jibber yammers here.
Yeah, we got guests rolling through too, just like we've always done this. We've got some good names on the old and yes, thank you, Alex. Good call. Some good names rolling through tonight. I think coming up soon we got our first one. I think RDT is kind of our booker for most of them, so I'm sure that's going to go great.
Saban in the pink suit here.
Oh wow, that's almost like you in your tan suit.
He's in the pink of the exactly. He's in the. I should go full pink suit next wedding I go to. He's in the pink. The pink. Jacket, not a suit, not a full suit. He had the khaki pants on under. Very southern.
Where are they going? What are they? They're like, you see where Bryce Young is walking into like a lobby and walking through.
This is in Union Station in Kansas City.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. Like, where is it? I know it's in Kansas City.
It's Union Station. So I think it's a pretty cool venue overall.
It's definitely cool. I'm just trying to figure out like where they're going or like what they're. Yeah, that is cool. I guess they're all inside. Yeah.
Oh, the hat won't stay on the hair. Oh.
Tough luck.
This is electric. Talk about electric radio.
We talk about how terrible draft hats have generally been, but so all right, there it is. I mean, CJ Stroud was minus 350. I think
there was the Josh McCown video of you're gonna look for a house in Carolina or something soon, like talking to him. So it's funny how that works.
Definitely. And now at this point, receiver wise, they're looking at Thielen, which. To me, I'm willing to eat crow. I think that is the number one. Like, he is so ready to fall off a cliff and not be productive. Maybe a change of scenery helps him a little bit, but
he kind of did already.
DJ Shark, Terrace Marshall, he's going to be throwing the football too. See what they can do in this draft, obviously. But interesting.
So my boy Ian Thomas, Digital Harbor Zone. I think they do.
I caught a
That's a lot of
touchdown
people in
against
that
Digital
draft.
Harbor.
That is a lot of people.
That is no less than 4 dozen people in that war room. And that has to be that's ceremonial because they had the pick in ahead of time. Everyone's about to get the fuck out.
I feel like
Definitely.
I'm ahead of you guys, like a good bit here.
I'm watching the Subway player interview right now. So
I'm watching the
I got-
Progressive Insurance Fresh Take player of the game.
Susie
I have
Colbert's
five
suit is amazing.
minutes and 20 left till the Texans pick. So I don't know where that leaves you guys.
I just got to the Subway player interview.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
I'm watching highlights right now. I'm getting all the Drew Brees comparisons, which is great to see, of course.
I'm excited
also
to
getting the
Cordell
Subway
on
player
later.
interview.
Cordell is like the guy.
Yeah, we got
I've
to.
never, like,
Let's start bringing people in. Do we have have we efforted anyone yet, Eric? Or are we?
I sent the link. It has not been seen yet.
Okay. All right, that's fine.
Yeah, let me see. Who else were we talking to? I'm just gonna send the links. Oh shoot, I can't do that from here. Look at Susie's suit. You think she's in that for the Panthers?
Susie looks amazing. I love the suit.
You know what I didn't realize till this year, which I should have. So each year they rotate the odd and even picks to ESPN and NFL Network who gets the first interview. And this year ESPN gets the odd picks and NFL Network gets the even picks, which is probably something that should have been really, really intuitive. But I read that this week. So next year NFL Network will get the number 1 pick interview. And this year ESPN.
I would be wheeling and dealing like positions if I had the chance. I would be trying to
Try
get
to get like specific teams. You're trying to get every quarterback that gets taken.
We were talking about the bong thing earlier. I don't know if you guys remember this, but Dion interviewed Tunsil, and the first thing he said was it your stepfather? Like it was like hard hitting journalism to just like bring that up right there. Like I was like, damn, Dion, like good for you, man.
By the
like,
way, how about Dion interviewed Lamar Jackson 5 years ago and is now the head coach of a Power 5 college football team. He interviewed someone on the draft stage, and that's where he is now. That's wild.
He is. He's just versatile, man. He can do anything.
It's crazy. That's crazy.
I almost just went on Twitter. I need to like turn the comments off. I think
if you're trying not to get tipped, avoid the comments and avoid like you got to know how to time it. Like you can look, but like when they have like 10 minutes on the clock.
I'm being an absolute amateur right now.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing anything like leaking or like any oh no, there it is. Thanks, Albert Breer.
Yeah, Albert Breer is a big offender.
They need a quarterback, so I haven't been tipped, but I would think this is one of the quarterbacks again.
They do. And I'm in I just can't wait to see where Will Anderson goes. I feel like the Cardinals are
Will Anderson
down.
defender? Are you Will Anderson defender in terms of him like getting? Yeah, okay, yeah.
I'm number 1 fan Will Anderson. Like I think he's generational. I think he's Hall of Fame capable. Like I think he's 100 sack guy.
He feels like the guy that got overexposed in the process because he was like the presumed number 1 pick 2 years ago, and so it's
Charles McDonald, who Jake and I have interviewed, who went to McDonough, awesome guy for Yahoo, covers the NFL in general. Interviewed him super briefly with like Old Spice, I think, a day or two ago, and Charles is hilarious, great dude. But he was like, so like you played 4i a lot this past year, like what's different about that to you between 5-tech? And Will Anderson was like, well, I have a guard and a tackle I have to consider every single snap. Like the most sacks anyone's gotten from 4i in the NFL in a single season, I think in the from that alignment in the last, I think 5 years on SIS, I'll double check and maybe dunk on myself. I think it's 7 sacks. Like it is really difficult to get sacks from 4i.
Pretty chalk start so far. We have Young 1, Stroud 2. I like that. I like
Stroud. I like Stroud a lot. Honestly, I could definitely see Stroud having a better outcome 5-7 years from now than Bryce Young. The Jared Goff comp for Stroud has stuck with me, but he just is a better athlete as well. Like the arm talent is there, the touch is there, the 3-level processing is there all over the football field. And I know the Ohio State helmet scouts will come out in force, but I'm still waiting on my Justin Fields QB1 to come to fruition. T-Law did take a jump, but
I was going to say that's not looking amazing as of right now, but
But
it's
like if he's QB2 out of 4, I'm fine.
yeah, no, he's looking good. But yeah, no, I mean, the Texans, man, they haven't had a quarterback since Max Schaub, right? I mean, and Max Schaub fell off a cliff.
NFL record for pick sixes, I think, Matt Schaub.
Yeah, and he continued that with the Ravens in 2015. He threw a pick six.
So all this smoke about the Texans, and they straight up just stuck in puck with CJ Stroud.
Yeah, that's the draft industrial complex at work. Arizona up next. Subject of a lot of
Has
chatter.
has to be a trade out.
A lot of chatter there with that pick.
Ooh, ESPN with a bad Photoshop of CJ Stroud. No, it's just a bad one. That's a lazy Photoshop by ESPN. That's just
ZJ, you know me, brother. Nobody circles the wagons on Will Anderson like me.
Yeah, that's a nobody loves Will Anderson more than me from Spenny right there.
Nobody.
This is our first moment of the draft where we see if Maryland is featured in opposing highlights. Let's see if this happens here. Always one of my favorite things to do when the Big Ten teams get picked.
This is going to be a lot of the Georgia game, I would think.
And I think one of the most interesting conversations that happens so quickly with CJ Stroud is like, he had the best receivers at Ohio State. But it's like, isn't that the goal, to surround him with as much talent as possible regardless? Isn't that the goal to be in a position where he's throwing to an awesome cast anyway? I don't get that prism.
You can emulate that more with like scheming guys open in the NFL too. Like, I mean, there are some offenses that do that. So if you see it as a fit and you can project it, then like, why not go for it? I don't always see that as a weakness.
And sure, of the 4 quarterbacks, I would say him and Levis are the two that when pressure got in early and often started to mess around with them a little bit. But I just think he's just smooth in against zone, smooth against man. That's kind of the difference for me is the talent disparity conversation is like, that is against man. When you know you've got man coverage and you know you've got dogs, it's easier to go put a ball on the DB's, back of their nameplate, knowing that your receiver can come up with the ball. But it's just not the way, like, man coverage is not as predominant in so many situations if you have any modicum of talent around you.
To me, real quick. Sorry, he's your Bryce Young argument though. He got to Ohio State and was immediately the guy when he was given the job and was great. Was great the entire time. Like, never struggled to adjust to the level. Like, his 2021 season was probably better than his 2022 season, and so it's like, that's a guy that has shown you over 25 college games that he was elite at that level. So I really like the quarterbacks in this draft are interesting because they're all, I think you can make arguments for like 4 of them that they're the best in the draft. I just think Stroud's production and he's got all the pedigree in the world to be successful. It's just a question of whether you can go to Houston and do that, because
the thing that strikes me was
been a good organization for a few years.
You're spot on. The thing that gives me, it was the reason the Georgia game was such a breakthrough moment for Stroud was because he refuses to be athletic, move outside the pocket, run, all of these things. And against Georgia, he was just a rambling, gambling man, running, creating space for himself. And that was like, oh my God, it was a eureka moment in the biggest stage possible against the best defense he could possibly show that against. So it's like, you just wish you saw a little bit more of that. That's the thing. If he falls short, it's because he refuses to embrace mobility, embrace movement, to buy himself time to create. And that's what Bryce Young is so good at. Bryce Young is an improviser. So
did you see Rappaport says at 3, the Cardinals are trading the Texans.
They're supposed to trade up for Will Anderson.
Houston's trading up to 3.
Interesting.
That's supposed to be that was
Schefter just said it on ESPN.
So they're going to take Will Anderson now. Fuck yes. Let's fucking go. First fucking defender off the board. I knew it.
You're vindicated.
I knew it.
Vindicated.
I knew it.
That's
So the Colts are
unbelievable.
going to get their guy at 4.
Especially D'Amico Ryans, like it made no sense. Cole, who we're going to have on, Cole was the first one I've seen make the TJ Watt, Will Anderson comparison. How would D'Amico Ryans, who has been utilizing Nick Bosa and understood the impact of someone that can play that way, play through a tackle's face and hold the edge and be an impact run defender, like that is who he is to me. Oh my God, let's go. I love the Texans. I love the Texans now. I'm a Texans supporter.
I'm a big D'Amico Ryans guy.
I know
He was fun. He was a lot of fun to watch when he played.
Yeah,
He was amazing in Madden. He was so good in
Yeah,
Madden.
Oh no,
He was
Sham!
awesome.
How about Shams is trying to jump in on the NFL draft? He says the Cardinals are selecting Anderson, but he's wrong. He got it wrong.
I hate
that.
Oh, Shams.
Tough scene for Shams. Tried to jump in on the party in the NFL.
What's
That
her name?
is
Kay
tough.
Adams. You spit game to Kay Adams one time.
the Riz God.
That is
Yeah,
tough.
nobody talks to my Kay like that.
Ryan, give me a mic check. How are you doing down there?
Yeah,
Can he not hear me
he
too?
smiled.
You're muted.
I didn't mute me, so
They're celebrating in
fine there.
the Houston draft room. The draft is the best.
Uh,
Dude, D'Amico Ryans is
Walking away with
gapping
CJ
people up.
Stroud and Will Anderson, you're walking away with verified, not just Power 5, like you're walking away with super Power 5, meaning the 5 most impactful teams in college football as best players. Like to establish a foundation that way, you feel amazing. Offensive and defensive, new regime, D'Amico Ryans, like Texans fans are fired up. Brett Coleman's probably going
Well,
crazy.
you arguably have picked the best offensive player and defensive player in college football last year. I mean, Stroud wasn't, but he could have been considered going to the year. Like going to the year, those two guys could have been considered the best. That's how I should have phrased it to start. Like that's a high level of elite prospect. to start
We've
rebuilding
got
for
some
this
Maryland
football.
local drama that I'm very much in tune on relative to the draft. So we have some Brian Brzee drama going on, and someone trying to cancel Brian Brzee, saying the locker room at Damascus High School was unsupervised when 4 players allegedly sexually assaulted teammates with a broomstick on October 31st. Montgomery County school officials said Tuesday. Brian Brzee was not on that team. He was on the varsity team. That was a JV team. So if you see that trickling around, I'm seeing it a lot over the Twitter sphere.
I feel like I heard about that when it happened. This was like a while.
I remember
It was
hearing
the,
about
it was
that.
the
too.
JV team. Is not Brian Brzee was. If you think Brian Brzee was ever on JV, you're mistaken.
Who could say? Truly.
Hold on, are we talking about broomsticks right now?
We're broomsticking. We're brooming and grooming.
That was a huge thing in my neck of the woods.
So the Cardinals
Okay.
got 12, 31, a 2024 first, and a 2024 third. Then the Texans got back a third in this draft and the 105th pick.
I see 12 and 33 this year, and then first in 2024, third in 2024.
Exactly what I just said. Exactly what
I thought you
just
said. I thought you said 31. So
Yeah, get owned.
12 and 33, first in next year, a third next year, and the Texans got back a third and 105. Or 3 and 105. That's where I went wrong, I think.
Oh.
So
I don't know,
ZJ,
Texans are-
do the Colts take Levis or Richardson? I mean, they've been linked to
Have a
freaking
pick.
Levis, man. I don't know.
I think it's got to be
Levis
Levis.
is,
That dude
he
has some.
feels like a Colts pick.
Jim Irsay and that guy are going to get along real well.
He puts mayo in his coffee. Like that is an Indianapolis, Indiana type
That's
of
Jim Irsay thing, and he eats the banana peel. He eats the banana peel with the banana.
That's what I was gonna ask. Yeah, I knew he did something with the banana, and I couldn't remember what it was.
Oh, he's probably
And
done a lot. Of
Also, he was. I mean, he's the same guy who couldn't beat out what's his name, Sean Clifford at
Yeah.
Penn State.
Yeah,
correct?
but I mean, like Justin Fields couldn't beat out freaking
Dwayne Haskins.
no
Right?
Georgia at Georgia he couldn't.
Not the
I
old
can't
guy.
think of his name.
Was it the old guy, Bennett? Was it Stetson?
No, it was the quarterback before that. JT Daniels.
Yeah.
He was at USC, then he went to fucking Georgia.
Yeah. That's true. That's true.
Oh God, watching Will Anderson highlights vindicated is just euphoric for me right now.
This is big for you.
It is. And it's
Wow.
like not that big because I feel like anyone with an actual idea of what the fuck is going on in the entire world knows that this was inevitable. But I
think people overthink shit. Like I knew that was going to happen like all along. Like these people like get a little too deep sometimes.
I'm jealous. I'll root for Will Anderson no matter what. I love him.
Will Anderson, no matter what. That's what you're saying.
Yes. He had the second most sacks in Alabama history. He's a true junior. He is an apex top 1% run defender. At 245 pounds, they're sticking him at 3 tech, and he was holding up against double teams. He's a slam dunk Pro Bowl player.
Reminds me of Kayvon Thibodeau last year.
Yes, exactly to a T. Overthinking it, but he is like Kayvon Thibodeau. At least it was like he's kind of sassy and he, has interests or whatever. And it was like, all right, that's stupid, but like, sure. Will Anderson doesn't even have any of that. There's nothing you can look at as a person.
There's not even like the fake concerns. It's like the Anthony Edwards.
Yes.
I like football, so I hate basketball argument. And now he's, going to be an all-star for a decade probably. It's like
He may be a criminal.
So, well,
I had
just
to.
talking about.
Spenny, can you give us a comp like you did with Thibodeau last year, where you said he's a Velociraptor mixed with a fighter jet? Can you give us some of those?
I stole that from a Ringer writer, Danny Kelly. I stole that from him. Will Anderson, I would say, is Captain America driving a decked out F-150 Raptor. Actually, I can't use Raptor again.
Sounds like the Peacemaker.
He's Captain America driving an electric Hummer through a brick wall.
Okay. We need to just have I just want every comp needs to have like one prehistoric animal mixed with like some machine.
It's a dodo bird laying eggs on top of tackles' faces.
Is that
He's a Tasmanian devil, or he's a Tasmanian tiger mixed with like a pterodon.
Is that a starting 5?
By the way, I like this pinstripe suit from Will Anderson.
Comps.
Beautiful,
Looks good.
gorgeous.
He looks good.
I don't know what his pendant
Courtney
is,
Upshaw
but
vibes.
it's like a 2-pound pendant too.
Yeah, that and then he's got the
Colt
little
pick
like,
is in.
I think it's Richardson. I haven't gotten spoiled on a pick yet, but I'm going to go with Richardson. I think they're going to fall in love with the talent there. They need an entire identity flip. He's a guy that can do that. I think they go with him.
I feel like you're making a mistake.
I'm not looking
with
at
Levis. He's too old. He's 23. Take the younger kid. Take the kid.
Yeah,
take the kid that you know is pure upside and manages the fucking pocket.
I'm probably behind on the stream though, so I'm probably going to get spoiled.
So I know who gets picked.
I know.
Benny, you would go younger.
I have Richardson well ahead of Levis. I would.
This
the Colts are freaking me out. They look like they just took Levis. They definitely just took Levis. They're fucking idiots.
Well,
with the draft room here with the magnets on the wall is just so different than so many other ones we've seen. Get some screens in there. I think they're going to take Richardson.
I bet they take Levis. They're idiots. They're morons. They're bozos. Actually, Chris Ballard's a smart guy. All right. Chris Ballard's smart.
What a journey we went on that situation.
Chris Ballard's the only one I have faith in. If this is an Irsay pick, it's Levis. If it's a Ballard pick, it's Richardson.
Who do we think?
Here comes Raj for me.
I not only had this pick spoiled to me, but I'm ahead of you guys.
Let's fucking go.
Yeah, I
took Richardson today. The over-under on DraftKings was +1. It was 7.5 for the pick, +160. I put 150 on it. Let's go.
Show some highlights.
I am so far behind everybody. I need to change my situation here.
What are you on? Are you like YouTube TV or something?
I'm watching on my Xfinity stream on my computer on my second screen, which is normally not that behind. Like normally if I watch on like YouTube TV or Fubo or other things I've watched, they're way behind. Normally Xfinity is like closer to the cable, but it's behind tonight. So
nothing beats cable.
Yeah, cable's always normally I would watch on. I just don't have cable up here where I do this stuff. So
I'm on.
That's Richardson at least be fun.
It's another young quarterback quarterback for the AFC. Now there's 2 of them now.
It's going to be an interesting division.
Yeah. Listen,
I will miss having Matt Ryan and Carson Wentz in back-to-back years in Colts jerseys. That was so much fun. Like when the Titans played them, it's like I knew like we were just good for 2.5 turnovers a game at least.
what an absolute poo-poo platter of quarterbacks that you have had to face, Eric, over the last several years within that division. What a disgrace.
Texans are just the gift that keeps on giving.
Yeah, I mean they literally didn't even try for years at quarterback.
Yeah.
I will
Richard,
say the Florida fans you talk to, and including the diehard Florida fan in my life, cannot believe he's getting taken this high. Because
that's what everyone says. Everyone who watched like live games of Anthony Richardson will swear to God that he should not be drafted in the NFL. And
Like,
I honestly,
they were like couldn't believe he was going to be a first round pick, much less a top 5 pick.
When you cut on his tape, it is unbelievably night and day different. And it's the main thing is watching the way that he manages the pocket. It's like he's in a drill in practice, the way that he manages the pocket and slide steps, shuffle steps, stays throw ready. And honestly, Will Levis is a poor man's Anthony Richardson. Like his array of outcomes are so much lower than Richardson's are. Same floor, same thing. Levis is not leading you on, like you haven't seen Levis be successful, be a winner in those clutch moments as well. And Richardson's like didn't have a supporting cast and didn't have those opportunities. I'm curious now because of Levis, the Raiders were supposed to be like lockdown certified in on Stroud, and I feel like they're desperate at this point.
Wait till you see. Have you seen who made
the trade yet?
Well, the Raiders traded up?
No, someone else traded up.
NFC West.
Can I
The
say
Rams
one
traded
thing
him.
about Will Levis?
No.
One thing about Will Levis, and he could end up being a great quarterback. He couldn't beat out Sean Clifford, and no disrespect to Sean Clifford, but Sean Clifford's going to be nowhere close to like
33 years old.
Mike Luke, a big
an NFL starter.
big Anthony Richardson guy.
Mike, you're exactly right. Mike's exactly right. You can limit if you need him, he can play, but him sitting is going to go far. And being able to be in Indy and take it easy, low stress environment, low expectations. They have a nice supporting cast. They have a nice offensive line. They have a good couple backs. They have Michael Pittman, can do a lot in this draft still. Being able to sit there, pick him, let him chill for a little bit. It's exactly the same thing you see with Fields or Lamar. You can institute that exact same gap exchange offense that puts defenses in a bind while he learns. And if you need to win game, if you find yourself in November looking at a playoff spot, your quarterback play is shit. You put him in, and he's going to be able to rumble. Like he runs 4.4 at 240. He's the running aspect is unbelievable, unbelievable, so good. Carries defensive linemen. And it's like he was doing it in the SEC. My best take of probably all of draft season, I think it was my biggest tweet that I had, was if Anthony Richardson played at North Dakota State, he would be going number 3 overall. And lo and behold, look what happens. He goes number 4. So the NFL got it right. Shout out Chris Ballard. Not an Irsay pick. No way it was.
It's almost like ball. Do you think Seattle is trading up to get a quarterback? Because they obviously signed guy who didn't write back, Gino, but again, he's up there in age. He's not a spring chicken anymore. It'll be interesting to see what they do. Brian, can we get a rundown of your daiquiri experience on the boat?
Delightful as always.
I heard you had some not so good ones. Well, 1 or 2, I think.
Oh, that was where was that?
Before you left.
That
Before
was
you left, it looked like.
That was a joke. I mean, where was that? I mean, that thing
Call
looked
him out.
putrid.
Call him out.
I don't even remember where it was. Do you know? Like, I'm trying to rack my brain.
No. All I know is I messaged Lexi on Instagram and was like, she was like, he says this one is so bad it doesn't count. Like, not and I said,
It was Zona Cosina and BWI.
Oh, it was a BWI play. Oh yeah,
Yeah. Have you been to Zona Cocina? They play some jams. Have you ever sit at the bar?
I have. Not for a long time, but I have.
It's
know
a
what?
hit or miss spot. There's been some hits. That was a miss. Some
I'm-
guy
I'm
found a
flying-
screw. Some guy found a screw in his breakfast burrito.
Do you think it was
Tuna?
coming out of Tiger's foot at the PGA Championship?
No, I don't think Tiger would be caught dead in that place.
No?
Not even if
He is a
I
restaurateur,
won't go down that road.
you know?
Yeah.
I'm,
Waitresses and
I'm-
such. We don't do that though.
I'm
make
flying out of
those jokes.
BWI next week, so maybe I'll stop by and I'll be like, "Hey, I just
Where
wanna
you
let know
going?
your factories are shit.
I
We're
mean,
going
it's an
to-
important question here.
we're going to Scottsdale."
Oh, that's a long flight.
That's a long flight. You could get a little toasty on that one.
Yeah, that's gonna
The
probably gonna have to
I
pop
mean,
an edible
should
before.
should we dive right into the Miami airport stuff, or should we save that for when?
Yeah, let's save
the
that.
Dolphins don't have a pick.
Let's-
That's
yeah,
right.
Gotta guess
let's
top.
let's save that till we get.
Let's
till
save
get
it. We have our first guest. If you want me to let him in the studio, is that all
Yeah.
right?
Let's bring him in.
Boom. The man, the myth, the legend. He's here live from the desk, live from the news desk.
Wow.
Look at this.
Big.
I had to
Legitimate now.
walk out of the newsroom, come in here, a little more quiet in here. I appreciate you guys having me on. It's good to be with you, and it's been a crazy day for everybody, as I'm sure all of you can relate.
Or were you that jacked up about Joey Ortiz getting called up too? That's what you're talking about?
The over-under for the Orioles reference was 35 seconds, so I had the under,
Yeah.
so I hit big tonight.
Well, the over/under on how many times RDT is going to make that same joke is about 105 and a half.
All right,
so-
no, because I know he didn't listen to the first one, so I can use that joke again with him. Don't let me have my fun
There you
here,
go.
okay?
Hey, I knew you guys were sponsored by Jimmy's Seafood, so I had an obligation to at least join in for a little bit.
Yeah, got to
See,
get
and that's why
that.
that's
Gotta
why
get
we
the-
love you. We're also much overdue for having you. We'll have to bring you in for an episode. I think you're a guy that a lot of people want to hear from. So
And we
No,
got
you guys
Eagle.
do great work, man. Seriously, for the local standpoint, you guys kill it. So it's cool to be on here for a little bit. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, and I think we got your Eagles to thank for that contract coming through today a little bit. How did that feel to see Jalen Hurts play the role there?
Yeah, I mean, look, all of you, and I know Banks is too, you guys are very in tune with what's been going on here. I think this Jalen deal just sent everything in the direction it needed for this to happen with Baltimore. You look at the Jalen contract, and the thing to me is the most interesting thing about the Jalen contract, and Howie Roseman with Philadelphia is an absolute cap whiz. And Torrey Smith, who obviously played in Philadelphia, he says it all the time. Just the way that this guy works the cap and the way he does deals, it's unbelievable from a number standpoint. So the more unique thing, or the most unique thing about the Jalen contract is the cap hit per year. Like, yeah, Jalen was the NFL's highest paid player for 2 weeks. He got that guarantee that obviously Lamar just beat out. But his cap hit moving forward for the next 3 years, it's like $7 million for this year. Then it's like $13 million. Then it's like $18 million. Like, he doesn't hit $30 million until he gets to the year 2037. And we talk about it all the time. The cap, it's not real. Like, the cap does not exist. These teams that are smart, and you see Kansas City do it, you've seen Howie Roseman do it now, you just kick the can down the road. So he'll have that big cap hit in 2037 where he goes 30 million plus in that year. But by that time, the cap right now for the Ravens and for the teams is 220. In that year, it's going to be 300 plus. So it doesn't matter. So I'm interested to see when the structure comes out for Lamar here, what is the cap hit this year? What is it next year? How much wiggle room, how much flexibility do they have to bring in some other guys?
Definitely. I think that's go ahead, Eric.
I was just gonna say it's so funny how, like you said, a handful of these teams have just fully grasped the here's what we're gonna do with the cap. Where the Saints do it too. The Saints signed Taysom Hill. What was that monster deal? And then they were like, oh, by the way, only the first year is guaranteed, and everything else is voidable. The voidable years was the word of should have been the dictionary word of the year or whatever a couple years ago. Because again, it's like these people, like you said, Howie does it. You know, the Rams have seemed to do it kind of just we're just going to sign all these guys and we'll figure. It's we'll cross that bridge when we get there. And I think that's a smart thing to do. For the Rams, yeah, were they bad last year? Yes, and yes, they're ripping their team apart. They won a Super Bowl. That's the goal. If you can get a Super Bowl out of it, something like that, then absolutely, just go for it. And again, because if you get a Super Bowl, you can skate by for 3 or 4 or 5 years, just being like, hey, listen, we did it. It doesn't. Who cares about a draft pick? We got you got the Lombardi. So yeah, these teams they're super smart. They get it. And it's interesting that, like you said, only a couple of them have grasped this and really run with it, while the rest of the other teams are just kind of twiddling their thumbs like, oh, how do we navigate this? When some teams they figured it out.
Yeah, 100%. I really want to see again what the structure is and when these numbers come out in more detail with the cat pit. And then just to put that in the context for some people that are maybe listening and they're not aware, like Daniel Jones's cat pit this year is $32 million, I think, for the Giants. So it's insane. And you're exactly right. Kansas City is another team that's been great with it. Mahomes gets that $400 million deal. They're still signing guy after guy every year. And fans are like, how do they do this? How do they keep pulling this off? It's because they get it and they're just kicking the can down the road. The cap's only going to go up every year. There's just so much money at stake.
Yeah, it's interesting because, again, I mean, people have figured it out. But as you see, Devin Witherspoon from Illinois, I didn't see that coming. Number 5. I don't know if you guys have seen that yet or caught up.
Yeah.
Yeah, it said that the Rappaport was saying that they failed to find a trade partner, so they desperately were trying to trade down Levis.
So
Levis could very well plummet at this point. Rick, I'm curious to hear your opinion. Howie Roseman, noted cap genius. Why did he give Carson Wentz so much money then?
Dude, Carson, like, you got to think back to that year. Homeboy was balling out. Like, he was lights out. MVP, literally putting that team on the back. Yeah, they had a couple of big additions that year, but he was killing it. And the passes he was making were unbelievable. The way he was reading, his patience in the pocket, even his running ability then, which he never seemed to get back to after that. And I think some people forget, too, off of that contract that he had, when Carson got to the Colts, and granted, coming off of the injury 2 years later, then he had the concussion, dealing with a slew of injuries over the past couple of years. Carson, after the Colts, I think they started 0-3, maybe 0-4 that year. The next 9 games, I think they went 7. Did they go 7-2? They won 7 of 9. Carson had like 24 TDs and 7 picks. And he was arguably, at that time, the MVP of the league. And the Colts were the hottest team in football. And then he fell off a cliff after that. So Carson, when he was in Philadelphia, the things that he did and just putting the team on his back to get us to that point where we were so close to a Super Bowl, and then Foles obviously took us over the hump. It was like, oh, my God. I mean, look what this guy has done for us that nobody's been able to do since McNabb was in town, who took us to 4 NFC championships in a row. It was kind of looking at what the future is, what it's going to be. We're seeing this now. If he's doing this at such a young age, where's he going to be in 3 years? And I think that was it. But Carson's a mental case. And the confidence after that, and with the injuries and with the city of Philadelphia and the way that we are with players, you knew it was only going down from that point. So it was disappointing the way that it works out. But, hey, guess what? He was able to flip that contract. He was able to move on. And for the Eagles to turn around in such a short amount of time and go from that to where they are right now, and this is coming from somebody who wanted Howie out of town a couple of years ago, it's beyond impressive.
Well, you wouldn't.
Well said for sure. And then the aspect that you got your buddy Frank Reich, who's willing to know that he's going to bite a fake worm in the water and bite onto Carson Wentz there and bail you out. I mean, talk about some bass fishing right there. So this point last year, I was very upset with Howie Roseman as an obvious Ravens fan. Leapfrogs his very good friend, very comparable friend, Eric DeCosta, takes Jordan Davis, meant to be a Raven, but hey, the Ravens were able to go take Kyle Hamilton. So it was only apropos that Howie goes, makes a very no-nonsense deal for Jalen Hurts. I mean, he worked it out in the end. So Philly and the Ravens, man, I mean, I feel like the Ravens are following that blueprint from a year ago, a little tiny bit of what the Eagles were doing, pushing their chips to the middle. We'll see if they do a little DeAndre Hopkins action tonight. But, man, Howie, like you said, Howie has been through roller coasters, peaks, valleys, and summits, and ready to keep on pushing those chips. So fired up to see what the Eagles do coming up here in a little bit.
I mean, this guy, again, cap whiz. And for the Eagles, they're in an interesting position. Look, many fans in Philly are unrealistic. I promise you, and Eric goes this. I am the most
really?
No. I am the most realistic Eagles fan that you will meet. Our defense is suspect. It was kind of suspect in parts of last year. They have lost a lot of key pieces that you're not necessarily going to just make up because we got some young guys on the bench and people think that we're just going to plug them in and be okay. Our safety play is going to be horrible right now if it stays where it's at. Our linebacking depth outside of Nakobe Dean, who will have a second year that will be huge, obviously out of the University of Georgia, played with Jordan Davis there. He'll be a stud, but we are thin at linebacker. We are thin at safety. A guy who you guys almost ended up with, which I was told that deal was literally done. Like, it was done until Howie swooped in, was Darius Slay. Slay's past his prime. Kind of fell off a little bit towards the end of last year. Yeah, we got Bradbury. He's great. But again, there's a lot of holes there. So with that being said, they got the 10 pick. To me, there's not a guy that you're going to pick on the defensive side of the ball unless one of these pass rushers fall, possibly the dude from Texas Tech. I'm not sure if he went yet. That's going to be able to just reshape your defense and get you over all of those losses. So to me, if Bijan is there, I'm taking Bijan at 10, and I'm playing with the rest of the NFL like the way that the Chiefs are and daring other teams to put up 35 points every week, and good luck trying to beat us.
Rick, can I ask you a question? It's a fashion question. I think we got the right guest at the right time here. Are you watching the ESPN or the NFL Network broadcast right now?
I had ESPN on, and then I just walked out here, so I'm away from it. But I got
Sure.
Twitter up on the computer. Who are we talking about?
Have you seen Schefter's tie tonight? It's a very interesting texture. It's almost three-dimensional. You know how like baseball decals have started to become more like 3D? His tie looks like it's got a texture to it. I don't know how to explain it. I just kind of want your take on that, see like what's going on there. He's also got a monster tie knot going on. It's not Merrill Hodge-esque, but
Are
it's
you
up there.
in that vein? Are you a Shefty guy or a Rappaport guy? You got to pick one.
Oh, that's a good question, man. All right, let's start with the tie. I haven't seen it yet, so I'm intrigued to go look. I kind of want to go back in the newsroom to where the TVs are and see what he's wearing. He is a fat tie guy. And like that's the problem with people will even write into me and they'll be like, dude, got to go with the double Windsor knot. What are you doing? Like they don't like this knot. The problem with the double Windsor is that sometimes you end up like Shefty and it gets too fat and it looks sloppy. Like Shefty's on TV all the time. He's got to change that up. Somebody's got to get to him and teach him how to tie a different knot or go slimmer when he ties it because it doesn't look good. Rappy or Shefty, I'm a Rappaport guy. Ooh. It's grown on me since he's gone to the McAfee podcast, and I've just watched him come out of his shell a little bit. Big Rappy guy, not so much Shefty anymore, man. And you're right, you do got to pick one. It's not both. I'm not playing that game.
I saw Rappaport. You remember I saw Rappaport last year at Camden Yards, like randomly, just a random game, and I was like, I literally walked by him and tweeted. I was like, I think I just walked by Adam or like Ian Rappaport at the game, and he was like, yeah, I'm here. I'm like, oh, cool, like. Literally, I forget what game it was. It was a random game in the middle of the summer, and it was just him and his family. Like, if he wasn't with his family, it would have gone up and said something. But so I kind of have a liking to Rappaport for that.
What was the tie? Does he have a tie to Baltimore?
Our editor Kyle.
No, I don't think so. It was just I got to go back and find it. Like I don't remember because he's a Mets fan, but they weren't playing the Mets. I forget who they were playing, but yeah, I was like, that's 100% him. And then he tweeted me. I was like, yeah, I'm here. And I like saw him again later on, but I was just like, I don't. It was very rare. I was like, maybe there was a Ravens thing. I don't know. It may have been like a training camp thing, and he was going around from place to place. But he had his family with him, so I don't know.
So the Cardinals jump back up to take Paris Johnson, and I just want to go back and I never understood the Tyree Wilson rocket ship throughout this draft process. Yeah. And again, going to go back and dunk on Will Anderson, easily clearing him in this process, making me money. But Tyree Wilson, very interesting player. As a Sam backer, someone who can do some things against the run that are unique and definitely appealing. Maybe we see him come off the board in the next couple picks here. But, I mean, he was either odds on or second best odds on defensive player off the board over the last month. So last year we saw Jermaine Johnson. I saw this earlier today. Jermaine Johnson, someone I was super high on, fell a good bit to the Jets last year. Let's see where Tyree Wilson goes. I think that's a super interesting storyline here. A couple teams that could use him. The Falcons upcoming, the Bears upcoming. So very curious to see where he goes. Rick, I mean, Eagles coming up here. Bijan, is that the slam dunk?
It worries me that Skronsky is still there on the board and this DN from Texas A&M because Howie just loves linemen. So I think if either one of them are sitting there, unfortunately, he's going to take one. I think Bijan's the slam dunk pick. Again, just with all the holes in defense, I'd stack up on offense and dare teams to put up 35 every week. The Anthony Richardson pick too. And before I get to that, the Texans, I chimed in a little bit earlier and you guys nailed it. I mean, I don't care what they do the rest of this draft. They crushed it. A cornerstone on the offensive side of the ball and the defensive side of the ball. I mean, with D'Amico Ryans there, that is a hell of a first round for them and a hell of a turnaround that they're going to have with those two guys who are going to be, I think both are going to be stars, in my opinion. I think Anderson's obviously a slam dunk. CJ, more question marks than answers right now, but I still think it's going to work out. Anthony Richardson going to the Colts, though, with Shane Steichen, the Eagles offensive coordinator, who played a huge role in Jalen Hurts taking that next step this year. Now he gets to help mold and work with Anthony Richardson a little bit. I think that's interesting too.
Definitely hard to not make that connection from watching Jalen Hurts, who made so much progress mechanically and being able to develop, and knowing the Colts have I would say they have a solid foundation around him. You know, they don't have any outside of Jonathan Taylor. I'd say they don't have any players that have like superstar potential. I like Michael Pittman a lot, but they've got a set of gigantic tight ends that can control the seams a little bit. You're going to get predominantly the nice thing for someone like Steichen as well is that knowing that when you have a Jalen Hurts or you have an Anthony Richardson, you're predominantly going to end up getting a lot of zone, a lot of press zone. You're going to get a lot of heavy boxes, and being able to navigate through that is it's eliminating possibilities pre-snap for you as a coordinator, for your young quarterback too. So I think that's what's super fun about it. Great points in that sense. That connection's super fun. But man, trades galore. Last year was so stock. There were no trades last year at all. Now we're in mayhem. This is amazing.
I was going to say Richardson's ability too with Jonathan Taylor, like just both of them and the run threat that you got to cover. That's a nightmare for defenses. So that'll be definitely fun to watch. I totally forgot that Jalen Carter is still on the board. The Eagles, with him still sitting there right now, if they think he's going to fall and like Atlanta's not going to grab him, or if they're going to try and trade up and grab him, because everything that I read is that he's number one on their list, and if he's there, that's who they're taking. So he's slipping a little bit. But the thing is, to me, and you guys have read it too, Jalen Carter, it's plays off the film. You know, he goes hard for 2 plays and he's off for 2 more. Like we already have that with Jordan Davis. That's just the way that Jordan Davis is. Being that big, when he's on, but when he's off,
those tackles don't generally play more than 60% of snaps. Vita Vea is like a freak. He'll play more than that. Like nose tackles aren't. You're not expecting someone who's well over 300 pounds to be sprinting upfield. 5th consecutive snap.
Jordan Davis needs to get more than 11 snaps. I'll tell you that though. He's got to find a happy medium. You're exactly right though. I mean, they're not playing 60-70% of the snaps, but Davis was big disappointment last year in terms of conditioning and the fact that he could not be on the field for more than like 10-11 snaps a game, which is insane.
And real quick, we'll let you get out of here with this. Ravens pick. Well, they're scheduled to pick. Who knows what they'll do? Where do you think they go? What position group you think they attack? You got anyone in mind?
I have a feeling it's going to be corner, but with that being said, I'll leave you guys with this. If you want to talk about it, you can. Last year, before the season started in Philadelphia, fans were half and half on Jalen Hurts. Tua in Miami, fans half and half on him, booing him out of the city. We want somebody else. Miami goes out and gets Tyreek Hill. Tua and the Dolphins were balling out at one point, playing as good as any team in the NFL. Jalen Hurts couldn't make any throws 2 seasons ago. They go out and get A.J. Brown. He works on his mechanics. Obviously, Steichen's there, helps the development. He turns into an MVP caliber quarterback who takes his team to the Super Bowl. The key with that is that both of those teams surrounded their quarterbacks with the most talent possible. If I'm the Ravens, if you can fit it in the cap, I'm making a move for DeAndre Hopkins. Or if Addison or Jackson Smith are sitting there at that pick, I'm taking them too. Because you're an injury away from this offense being exactly where it was last year. They've always lacked depth. To have Odell out there, Bateman, Aguilar slides into like the 3-4 spot, which is he most comfortable with. I mean, just go all in on that offensive side of the ball. I think they're going to go corner, but if it was me, I would take wide receiver.
You heard it. You heard it. There we go. Well, thank you, Rick.
Guys,
we appreciate it.
Thank you for having me on. I appreciate it, man.
When are you on?
So much, Rick.
When are you on tonight? Couple minutes or what?
So we'll be on, 11 p.m. Turn us on, WJZ.
I'm sure everyone will still be up. There you go. Thank you,
I know
sir.
you will. You sleep like 2 hours a night, man.
Yep. Yeah, you get it. You get it. We'll talk soon, and again, we'll have to link up. We'll get you on the pod soon.
Definitely appreciate you guys. Keep doing great work. All right.
Thanks, Rick.
Thank you, boss.
Thanks, Rick.
Cool. Well, that was one guest, and we can, I guess, parlay that right into our next one. I don't know how much time he got. He has. I do know that he is only on the IR. I believe he has a little bit of an ankle situation going on. It's Pete Gilbert. How's it going, pal?
What's up, boys? Thanks for having me on. It's nice to actually do something. I've had foot surgery a couple weeks ago, so I've just been sitting around the house. And this is as exciting a day as I really wish I was working. So at least I get to do this. Thanks.
So if you weren't on the IR, you would be in the studio. You'd be doing some Ravens.
I'd be at the castle, I'm sure.
Yeah.
And eating all the good food there. But I wouldn't be sipping this. So cheers.
What do we got?
Little Elijah Craig this evening.
Ooh, yeah, that's good stuff.
I mean, let's cheers to the giant anchor that has been shed from all of our lives. The contract, it's gone. Oh my God!
Cheers, Pete.
Oh,
Drink to that.
I mean, I didn't think it was going to end for like another year and a half. I was like you, Jake. I was like, I was so pessimistic about how this was going to possibly end well. So when I'm sitting out on the deck reading my book today, listening to little Zach Brown, he's on the deck, and then my phone just starts dinging with texts. I'm like, oh, hello there. We have ourselves a day.
So this wasn't like an insider situation where you were kind of in the loop with everyone. You just kind of found out like we did.
Yeah, absolutely. Just hanging out and wallowing in my misery of boredom, and so yeah, that was pretty dope. By the way, Joey Ortiz 2 RBIs tonight, and the Orioles have taken the lead, so that's dope.
I'm going to say it again for the 50th time. The top of the lineup competes late in tough games, baby.
It's so sick. It's so new too. God, it was so, even when they were good, that didn't. This very exciting times. I mean, what both birds are doing right now in this city. Whew,
we've in our lives. I mean, in our lives, we've never had it like this. Really, we haven't at all. We've never had the giddy feeling right across the parking lot from each other in this sense.
I mean, 2012 was pretty awesome. Well, the Orioles, being good for the first time in 15 years. When the Ravens had it, I don't know if it's a Monday or Sunday night game, and they had Buck and they had Adam Jones and JJ Hardy there, and they had, put them on the Jumbotron. Place went insane. But it's certainly rare. It's not that you having that real sense of like, oh, these are both title contending level team. I don't think Orioles are quite there this year, but
I feel long-term security though on both sides. That's what I'm kind of hinting at. Like the fact that the Orioles are loaded to the gills and have prospects blocked at like 6 positions, and the Ravens feel like they had a dark cloud. It felt like it was going to shift right on over across the parking lot, and they just hacked right through it. It is like a euphoric feeling across the board as the Orioles are battling right now. Like this is amazing.
Yeah, it's fun. And as someone who I grew up in Damascus, Maryland, and Dad's from Baltimore, we had season tickets to the Baltimore Colts, and went to a bunch of Orioles games. 79, 83 World Series was there, and so my daughter was in here earlier, and I was explaining her, I'm like, oh, you see, that's Jim Irsay. Her dad is an asshole, and explaining how broke my heart as a kid, taking the team away, and just the kind of just what the sports have meant to this town and what they do mean, and to feel you're feeling such trending so well in both teams, and the Baltimore Blast in the MASL championship again. Let's not forget.
Can't forget that.
Of course. But no, I mean, it's really cool and it's exciting. And now it's like at 22, I'm like, all right, give me a corner, give me a wide receiver. Okay, cool. Let's run. Let's see what can happen.
How are you feeling about where they're at right now? What they're going to do?
I mean, I feel like corner is always every year the most needy position because they just never, no matter how stacked they are, they don't seem to stay healthy with it. So give me Deonte Banks. That would be amazing. If Joey Porter is there to see his dad in a Ravens jersey, it would be hilarious. And he's pretty good too. So, I would be excited about a corner at that point. And, someone that can be, again, as versatile and multiple, because as we've seen more and more, Mike McDonough wants these guys to be as, flexible as possible. as well, and that's just the way you have to be right now. And so they give me that's why Banks, is so exciting because he's such a physical specimen. He's just such an amazing athlete, and loving having a kid from Edgewood High. That could be playing M&T Bank Stadium. That'd be pretty sweet.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, the
And how do
story
you
is so
feel-
good there. He from Maryland had to play on an island a lot in games like the Ohio State game where they were just not going to be able to stop Ohio State if they didn't stack people in the box. And he played well against their really elite wide receivers
Yeah.
on an island. It'd be very fun to watch.
And Jacorian Bennett too. Bennett made a couple plays for me, or I think even 2 years ago, watching him like, wait, who read he read a play so well, left his man and went and made a pick in the end zone just on
West Virginia won the West Virginia game at the end of the game. Yep.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, it was just like, oh, that was sick. That's next level. And so to hear him being talked about as certainly a guy who's going to be drafted, I don't know how high, but the Maryland's had dudes back there, and certainly Deontay is one of them. I talked with Darnell Savage for a little while after he was picked by the Packers. He came back for the Terps spring game, Loxley's first year back, and he said what. The idea with the University of Maryland, he's like, we always have some dudes. He's like, I've been a dude, just every year there's one or two. He's like, I feel like we're on the precipice of having a lot of dudes. And it does feel like right now they got them. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, no doubt. Pete, do you think they've got
By the
another
way,
move
Tony
in them
Tater.
from like, oh, RAT, go ahead.
Sorry, I was just gonna say Tony Tater's 2-run home run. So we're back. The
What a
dong
team.
ball's
It's
out.
7-4.
You dong it, we
7-4 now.
bong it, baby. We got to cheers to that.
Yeah.
Let's go.
You
Let's
dong
go.
it, we bong it. Yep, you rip it, we sip. So just had to get that in there.
That boy Tony.
Pete, do you think they've got another move in them in terms of a trade for a receiver or another veteran player? We were talking about that earlier on the little Lamar-based live stream, that they kind of structure some stuff in that sense. Would you think that Eric DeCosta makes another move?
Yeah, I mean, certainly now they have the flexibility that if I got to assume if it's the right thing. I mean, if you add Nuke, it's a little like, oh my God, you've got? All right, you got OBJ, you got Bateman, Nuke, Andrews, likely. That's almost. Oh, but you still want to be a running team identity? I don't know. This would be almost. That's almost like too much. I don't know if I'm being stupid of me to even say that. To go from not having any real weapons, it feels like in the past game to no, that's too many guys. I don't know what to do with them all.
It would be an embarrassment of riches.
Certainly compared to what we have seen, in arguably it would be the great. You add him to this. Oh, Bijan gone. There you go. Okay.
Yeah, to Atlanta.
Yeah, that makes he's a
There you go.
stud.
We're back.
But, I mean-
the running backs matter, baby. We're
Pete,
back.
what do you
Fun
make of-
offense there.
You spent more time around Bateman than any of us. I mean, Spencer and I have interviewed him once, but like, what do you make of like the idea that he would be maybe miffed by having two guys in there to maybe take target share from him? I don't think he would be like that at all. I think he would embrace that. What do you think?
Especially Odell.
Right, I think it's the right guy. Look, I mean, when you have guys coming in with pedigrees and resumes like that, what are you going to do? You're going to go and fight with them in practice and try, and prove your worth and be there with them. Now, if he feels he's better than them and he's not getting the touches, then yeah, I mean, he's a competitor. When I sat down with Rashad last year, we had a nice 20 minutes back in the preseason, and I was kind of struck. I mean, obviously everyone liked him, really good team, but he was also kind of his own guy a little bit. His big thing is doing. He was like, I want to have a fashion line. I want to be a totally different kind of. He's not your just typical jock.
Kind of like that introverted extrovert thing I keep hearing about.
That's well said. He's not. He doesn't mind sitting down and doing an on-camera interview, but it's certainly not something he's clamoring for. I just think more than anything, he wants to prove that. Look, all right, he had lost the first 5 games of his rookie year. Thanks to the hernia surgery. And then has the foot problem that I think that he felt was not maybe handled as best it could have been last year. So I think more than anything,
tend to fully agree with him. It was like this wishy-washy.
Yeah.
Let the guy either get out or I don't know. The Tampa, the way they treated that short week in Tampa,
Yeah.
definitely
was dumb. God's hindsight says that was just ridiculous,
Especially
right? I mean,
where they were at that point in the season. They were fine. They were in the driver's seat.
Thursday night
and
game, like
Mark Andrews was also dinged up. Both of them
Yeah.
go out, and then they end up winning the game. It was nuts.
But it's funny. Has a team ever come out of the bye? By the way, looking like they're just ready to just dump, go on a freaking run, and then just no, not really. The injuries that came up, you couldn't believe that they didn't go the way that one planned. That should have been a 14-win season, the way they were coming out of the bye with that team and that roster and that schedule. Of course, the way it played out. But I mean, is Bateman going to look? Any receiver is going to be upset if he feels he's not getting the ball and he's good enough to get the ball. So if you were to add all those guys, and it's going to be hard to spread it around, particularly if John Harbaugh is going to insist that we're still have to establish our identity of a physical smash mouth. We are going to run the ball, and you have J.K. Dobbins and Gus Edwards maybe really healthy like themselves again. There's going to be some legitimacy to that argument. So I don't know. It's going to be fascinating to see what Todd Monken how he's able to corral all of this. And I'm also saying I'm excited for Ronnie Stanley having had the year now come back and have a real off season coming off of what he did. Where are we going to see the guy, pre-Pittsburgh just a week after signing that contract that earned that $100 million deal, and what he then can bring to this whole, puzzle as well. And it's going to be, I feel a little bit like 2019 again, where like we don't know what it's going to be and how exciting that can be, because you do get the sense like you might see something you haven't seen before now, assuming Lamar stays healthy. And that's unfortunately a caveat we're going to have to throw into it every year going forward.
What's your read on Monken? Have you spent any time around him or been in one of his
Have not had a chance to I was off when he was introduced, and I said hello to him at OBJ's presser briefly, but that was it. And so don't know, but everyone likes him. Like there's no one is bitching about this guy, from any of the past places. And the first thing Odell said, right, was how excited he was for him. So I'm like, okay. If he's going to get along and be flexible and be multiple and interesting, sign me up.
Love it.
We're chugging along here. We've got Bijan coming off the board. We've got the Eagles trading up. Howie Roseman just doing his classic scumbag thing.
It would have been nice we should have timed it up better to have Rick be on the air for the Eagles pick.
Howie Roseman trades up, snatches Jalen Carter. We're just in Howie's world. We're just in his world. And
are the Eagles? God, they're going to take Jalen Carter. That defense, holy
Davis.
That's sick.
And
that would be.
I love Rick's point. He was like, "Well, you can't have your interior defensive lineman, taking 2 snaps coming off the field. It's like when you got 5 stars that are the best player in their classes, back to back first round picks." And I also find it funny. So we see Bijan come off the board, then we see Jalen Carter, we see Howie Roseman. Daniel Jeremiah went on the record and was like, "I worked for the Eagles. They will not take non-premium positions in back-to-back years, and they definitely won't take Bijan top 10. Like they might have if they stuck in puck, but they end up taking back-to-back interior defensive linemen high in the first round. Football is back, baby. That is my football is back. We're playing the gladiator sport again. That's my takeaway there. So unbelievable. I tweeted out, I said, Nakobe Dean, everybody said, Nakobe Dean, he's too small. He won't have what he had at Georgia. And then they literally get his nose tackle and 3-tech and put them in front of him, which is hysterical. So Howie just leaping up to grab Georgia defensive linemen in back-to-back years.
What is it that Howie Roseman has been able to do that almost so few other GMs have been able to constantly move and make the moves that seemingly not only he wanted, that his fan base wants every year, right? I mean, at some point, don't you have to pay for this? Apparently not. It's astounding what he's been able to do.
Definitely
on his toes. I think they're just such a harsh, demanding fan base, and he's just kind of there's some kind of power dynamic where they force him into it.
I can't remember if they were on
Hard Knocks.
dudes
left and right.
I can't remember if they were on Hard Knocks or what it was, but I remember a video, some sort of draft video, some of the sort. Howie in his gigantic black on black, heavy tinted Tahoe. And they're like, the producer was asking with a camera on him in the car on his way to the office. And he was like, why'd you get such a heavy tint? Like, what is this, a 5% tint that you have? And he was like, well, when I first got to Philly, I used to, sometimes roll the windows down. And then I realized that they would recognize you pretty quickly and let you know how they felt about you. And couldn't let it get to me. And then, like you said, Pete, it's like someone playing it's like a mass poll of Twitter users playing Madden or making the picks and making the trades, and it's just working for him.
He could drive around in a Pope mobile now and just life would be good. Buck Showalter used to say that, right? He would say, after the win, he's like, I would drive slow, drive down Pratt Street and say hi, and then, windows down and all that. And then other days, zipping out of town, hopping right on the highway, getting away from it.
Tears from Jalen Carter is what I got on the screen right now.
Lot of tears tonight. A lot of tears. Good. I like to see that.
I mean, it's a guy, right? Who, I mean, by a lot of, and Spanny, I always defer to you, and I appreciate all the pre-work draft work that you do, so that when the Ravens, whoever they take, I go back and steal what you did, so I know what they're going to be like. I appreciate that. Jalen, so many people had Jalen as, really maybe the best talent overall in this draft, and here he is going not just number 9 slides there, but he's going to the team that was the NFC champion. I mean, that works out so well.
Especially
guy,
again, right? Up the spine of the running back through the quarterback, through the center and the guards, through the nose tackle and the 3-tech, through the middle linebacker, through the safeties. And Howie recognizing again, that is where the sport is headed right now. So going and getting him, Jalen Carter to me is I love it's not really a player comparison, but I love the impact comparison of Quinnen Williams, a true junior that was a dominant force on. I mean, let's call that Alabama team what this Georgia team was. Absolute wagon. He was the pinnacle of it. And the trickle of what's already happened in college football, them trying to spread the game out, teams responding in that same way, leaking up to the NFL, and watching what Quinnen Williams has been able to go and do in Rutherford, and then watching Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis now, it's just so evident that the impact he made, while he doesn't have huge sack numbers and things like that, like he is drawing so many double teams. The ability to have him and Jordan Davis matched again is a masterclass by Howie, in my opinion. I haven't seen what they traded. I will go ahead and guarantee it is negligible in comparison with being able to have the gravitational pull of double teams to Davis next to Carter and open things up for the rest of your defense to go play fast. So masterclass by Howie Roseman. They're confident. They're confident. I hate to see it on the ESPN right now. Of course, they're going to show up all the stuff. It would be kind of, remiss not to mention the trouble he went through off the field this year. But, Quinnen Williams had a arguably just as negligible decision in an airport in New York right after he was drafted. So, they're kids. You hope you can mentor them and get them in the right spot. And you want to pick the most talented player and hope that you can mentor them as effectively as possible with the tools at hand.
And he's going to a franchise that, again, has the stability, has leaders, has veteran guys that, if he's going to succeed, it's going to be at a place like that, right? And that's pretty key. By the way, I've noticed a lot of gold lapel initials. I feel like we could do that. Maybe I get this some for Ravens wrap up. That'd be get a little KM for Keith Mills on his, and
I feel like
PJG on the side here. That would be dope.
Yeah, that's I think you're onto something there, Pete.
Right?
We got our next guest in the green room here, so we got to get you rolling. We thank you for joining us.
Well, I think
I'm
our
so
next
much
guest
better.
wants to jump into Pete.
Yeah, I cannot believe I had to
Did
wait.
we all just leave Glenn
this-
and Pete in here for a while?
This jackass to keep talking. This guy, this no talent haircut that you've got in here. Look at
That's just a haircut. I have not had a haircut now in 7 weeks. It's been great being home. I got a little dead caterpillar on my lip. It's
hey,
fun not
Pete.
working.
I didn't know you
Hi,
could
Glenn.
hear me. What's going on, pal? How are you?
Great to see you. Looking fine.
Yeah,
As
something
always.
like
This is what I wanted.
something like that. Oh
Asshole.
man.
Wait till Pete sees the tweet. Wait till he sees the tweet. That
I
was
haven't
directed
tweeted
at
the
him.
wrong guy. I tweeted some random Pete Gilbert somewhere.
Oh no!
Apparently, there's
What's
a
going on?
painter, famous painter, Pete Gilbert. That's good.
I'm sure. Well, he's more talented than you are. I know that much. The hell,
probably
I can't believe it is amazing. Some people tell me you get a job at Hearst and you'll have it for the rest of your life, and Pete really proves that because I swear to God, I mean,
It's Teflon.
I don't
This is
even-
almost 20 years, Glenn. Thank you. There we go. Great
I
to
had
see you. I missed your warm and fuzzies.
I have nothing. I actually like Pete so much it drives me crazy. Like I hate how much I like Pete.
It's the worst.
I wish I had
because I don't
something
like Glenn, and so it's odd to hear him say that. I don't.
Right.
See you, boys. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for coming on.
Thanks,
What do
Pete.
the Rams do at 22?
Love you, Pete.
What do they do with the first round pick? Okay. Guess we're not getting
They trade it. That means trade back. That means trade back.
Yeah,
That means
trade back. He's they're trading out. They're trading out.
Glenn, what's up?
What's going on, guys? Are you really doing this all night? Really?
Yeah, we don't have lives. What of it?
You know how many times I've been asked that in my life?
I don't have stamina for more than 5 minutes at this point. So. There's just no way. Just no way. Eric, you're too old to be doing this type of thing, man. You're with me now. You're living my life.
Yeah.
You're
older than me.
I know. I'm way older than you. I'm not as old as Pete, though. I think he's 80.
In another life, you two are going to be Statler and Waldorf on a balcony somewhere.
I can see that.
I really do like Pete. I never know what to do. Every time I see him, I want to pretend like there's some sort of. I really love like old radio rivalries. I've talked to you about this, Jake. Like I used to get off on that type of stuff, like faking. And then one day I was going at Jeremy all morning on the radio, and then I bumped into him, and I had nothing. I just had nothing left. I'm like, hey, buddy, what's going on?
No, I mean that's.
We used to have to go cover those Ravens stadium practices, like something was happening that mattered. And one day I was so bored and hungover that I just decided I was going to fight with Coleman the entire time. And then I didn't even realize that the guy that I was fighting with on Twitter was his intern. And so I go up to Coleman like, what's up, asshole? And he's like, what? What is the problem? He had no idea. He had some intern running his Twitter account at that time. So I felt really stupid for that. That was dumb.
That's part.
You didn't find to get mad at you about.
Glenjamin, the Lamar meter.
It's sad, man. It's good news. Don't get me wrong. It's good news.
You know what you have to do? You have to burn it. You have to do like a ceremonial burn.
So we talked about that. They really want me to try to hold out to see if we can get Lamar to sign it and then auction it off for charity.
I was going to say, if you can get it signed and framed or something like that.
Right.
That would be cool. If not, I think you have to do a Viking funeral.
I'm not opposed to it. I think we could just make another one and
Parker.
fake it too. Like we could just have. I think it took us all about $3 worth of material in order to make the Lamar meter. It wasn't exactly much. I am bummed though because it guaranteed me at least 5 minutes worth of content every day, and so that goes away. And now that there's no Lamar to talk about, thankfully the Orioles are good. God, could you imagine if the Orioles weren't good? Holy F!
Eric, can you imagine?
Yeah, that's never happened before. I have no idea what that's like.
Never. What are you talking about? Never.
Yeah, it was 2 years ago. 2 years ago. I'm pretty pissed about Kyle Gibson giving up 4 runs tonight because I bet the under like an asshole.
I'm pissed about him not getting fucking over 4.5 Ks. What are we doing? That's a layup.
What is that?
He's the ace.
Between that and Ohtani only getting 8 today, I had over 8.5.
It's a rough day.
Some
That's
say
a
Uri is
rough.
not the best gambler.
Glenn, I know you're a huge jersey guy. So when next time you're wearing your Lamar Jackson jersey, you're not going to get asked about it?
You know me. I'm always wearing my Lamar Jackson jersey.
Eric loves to say that he doesn't like to wear other men's jerseys. That's his whole thing. So
okay, I'm not going to lie.
Literally never said that in my life. I get shit all the time for it.
The first time I heard somebody say that to me, I was like, does it make you feel cool to say that? Like, do you feel trust me, I've got when they did those Fort McHenry Maryland football jerseys. Taylor, what year was that? They did the Fort McHenry jerseys.
2013, I believe.
2013. I swear to God, I called somebody I knew at Under Armour because I wanted one so badly because they were so effing amazing. They were absolutely incredible. Mike, don't give away the bit, please. I would really appreciate if you don't give away what I'm going to announce on my show on Monday.
He's got the content.
I would really appreciate it if you wouldn't make that public because we need 3 days to put together a $3 version of the new meter. So we need a little bit of time. Yeah, I raced out to get one of those things. They were so damn clean, man. I needed one of those bad. Taylor, don't tell anybody. I don't like. I'm opposed to the script Terps helmet. I don't like it.
I think I saw a little bit of that from you on Twitter, and you were that stuck out because it was very Maryland fans notoriously don't universally approve of anything. So that was the most universal approval we may have gotten. But you stuck out as someone that were out on it. So what's the take there? Give us the take.
My issue isn't that they're bad. Like I don't mind them. It's just that. We are obsessed with the flag in this state. Like it's the only thing.
We're over it. We're over it. We're over the flag.
Mm-hmm.
How are you over the flag? It still looks
because it's
great.
everywhere.
I don't care. It still looks amazing. I don't care if it's everywhere. Like imagine that.
We're just trying to get back to center a little bit. We just went a little overboard with it. And we're just
stop. This is dumb. Mila Kunis was everywhere for a minute. I never got sick of her. I never looked and said, I'm going to stop looking at Mila Kunis on the internet because she's everywhere.
Are you telling me you go from 6 to midnight when you see that little little yellow, red, and white and black?
It's a beautiful combination. Spencer,
I think
it is.
You're getting a little torqued up there, Glenjamin.
I think the thing I think the thing that now, and this is me saying this.
Siri started talking to me, and I can't hear you guys. How do I get rid of Siri? I'm too old. How do I get rid of her?
What's going on?
I swear to
Siri
God,
popped up.
Siri started talking to me, and I don't know how to get rid of her because I'm old as Pete. I'm 1,000 years old. I don't know how to do it.
You're famous. He's right,
dude. I just like the flag helmets so much. Like I like them so much that I don't want to go away from them. And I think they're unique, and I think they're a little bit different than anybody else can do. And so I like that. Whereas other people can put their name and script on the side of their helmets if they want. No one can do that. So that's the part that bothers me. But I said it very quiet.
You know who's going to do the Maryland flag now is the great Salisbury University. We're going to take that over. So people,
you sons of bitches.
It's going to have to be
sons of bitches.
Well, who was it? Taylor, was it Western Kentucky who did like the script on their helmet?
Western Kentucky did a very similar script font,
but the thing is, toppers, right?
Yeah, it was like a very similar. But other teams do script. I think that there is now going to be a way for them to eventually come back around and do like in the way that script came back as like the throwback is to do like a nice flag like alternate at some point, which I think like bring back white ops, like something interesting like that, where they kind of had it. I think people got so sick of these spray painted helmets. We got comments about it all the time. But yeah,
I get it.
It also harkens back to more successful days. That's
there's that.
Just tied to a lot of successful nostalgia in the 80s and the Phrygian era. So
Taylor, you understand though that I'm obligated to say that doesn't take much. Like it's not hard.
That is true. No, there's no doubt. I think Banks is right though. I think there was maybe like an overstretch of the flag, and I love the flag, and we get a ton of run out of the flag here. Obviously, like the flag drop, everything about the flag plays, but I think we can like pull it back and figure out another thing. But I'm excited about the script. I mean, people are through. I think the merch.
Oh, I know they're losing their mind. It's nuts. They're losing their mind. And that's the thing. I don't hate it. I want it for the record. I don't hate it.
You just love Glenn hates the flag.
Or Glenn hates the script.
Can I jump in with something that kind of pivots off of this?
No, you're not allowed.
I'm gonna overrule that. I'm a little bit over the cartoon bird for the Orioles.
Ooh,
it's a great logo, but I think it's been
you've given me this
I do like the Elaine Bennis one, the classic look. I think that needs to come back in a more official capacity.
And I think it's just a cyclical thing. Like in 20 years, we're gonna want the cartoon bird back after we leave it. It's just kind of like it just goes in cycles.
I very rarely am hit with something that I'm forced to like look inside my own soul about.
Yeah.
But you actually might be right about this, Banks. Like you might be onto something here. Where I know I love it, but I am also kind of over it.
Oh my God.
When they came back with it, I think I was the biggest advocate out there. I mean, I love the cartoon bird. I still do. It's just sometimes you just got to change it up. Sometimes it's about eras too. Like I think something the Capitals did really well is when the Ovi era kind of kicked into high gear, they shifted back to that 80s the hockey stick logo and all that, and it was like a modernized look at it, and it just signaled a new era for it. And now they're kind of shifting back at the back end of his career, kind of to the Screaming Eagle look and all those types of things. And I think maybe they missed the boat on it, but they could have really done something new with these new Oriole birds to kind of like show that it's a new era and get people fired up and just kind of associate this logo with this young crop of birds.
Banks, I'm not trying to shut you down, but like I'm reacting to Spencer, who's clearly I've got the Orioles game on, so I literally have no idea what's happening in the draft.
The running back got taken by Detroit. That's what he's freaking.
Oh crap! Oh wow!
I'm up so much money right now. I'm unbelievable at betting on fucking the NFL draft. They need to stop taking wagers on the NFL draft.
Are you going to bankrupt Todd McShay?
Todd. Stop paying me, Todd.
Where was Todd tonight? He's not on the. He's not on the.
Todd hasn't been well since COVID, so we give Todd a break.
Yeah. He's had some bumps in the road, I think. Right.
Yeah.
So how much
does my take this week?
How much does Levis suck? By the way, like, is he just that bad?
Don't say that around Spenny.
I think he's bad.
What do you mean? Don't say that around Spenny. I understand. Like, someone's going to take Levis probably in the next 10 picks. But Levis had great tape in 2021 in a functional offense. He went to a dog shit situation. He is a cocky douche and probably turned a lot of teams off. He's literally just Baker Mayfield if Baker played for Kentucky instead and was a little bit bigger and a little bit stronger and a little bit more of an idiot because he's a little bigger and stronger. Like,
can
we get a comp
with a dinosaur?
I feel like I wouldn't put that on my business card, by the way. I feel like I would probably limit like how much of that I would.
And Levis is going to New England.
Damn.
I think is what's going on here.
He thinks that's not official.
Okay.
I think is what's going on here. So we'll see. I mean, Christian Gonzalez, I don't know what's going on. Maybe it could be a medical situation. I was told Gonzalez is the Ravens' princess of the ball. Like,
we've got Jeff Z tweeting about how much farther is he going to have to fall for the Ravens to jump up and take it.
What I was told, according to Thorthuth, is that they do genuinely, truly love Christian Gonzalez very much. So that's not really breaking news. He is a sexy prototype, over 6 foot, 200 pounds, smooth corner that can play in the run game. That's not like a take.
Right.
But Gibbs, I've been so
sounds
high
terrible.
on.
Who would want that?
I alted Gibbs to.
I'm gonna have my opinion formed.
I was able to alt on MGM, alt Gibbs down to the 19.5 pick mark plus 370, and I put $100 on it, and I fucking smashed it. I'm fucking ecstatic. And Gibbs is electric. I think he is a certified stud. We're now seeing running backs go 8 and 12. Watch the Lions war room freak out about it. The NFL is back. We are back. We are fucking back to normalcy.
This pop off by the Lions draft room is absolutely incredible.
God, I was
to take Jahmyr.
Does anybody know? Is there a good edit that exists somewhere of War Room celebrating the absolute most dog shit picks?
Jerry Jones, when they took Jerry Jones, so this was a good pick, but Jerry Jones, when they took Zach Martin, was almost a little subdued because they missed out on Johnny Manziel. And it's like, I like,
okay,
well, the Micah Parsons for the Cowboys, because they got fucking pissed and everyone left the war room because JC Horn and Patrick Surtain both got taken.
Right,
and the war room, they cut to the war room for the Micah Parsons pick, and it was empty.
And there's just nothing.
It was just completely empty.
I want the video of looking back and like everybody losing their minds about Sam Darnold in the Jets war room. Like, I want to see that compilation of all of those guys popping champagne bottles for the most terrible draft picks that have ever been made. And I've never seen that compilation out there, probably because the NFL would shut it down because, they're the NFL. But you get it? Like, I would really like to watch that at some point because I'm perverted that way.
You're perverted in a lot of other ways, but that's just the one we'll
true.
talk about.
Yeah, but you and I kind of agreed we would never discuss what happened when we went to Tampa that one time. So
not unless it was under court. It was in the court of law. But yeah,
are you guys good fellas? Why don't you have a good time?
So I don't understand what's happening in the draft because I really am. I'm just watching the Orioles game.
It was just Gibbs went. Gibbs went. Packers are on the clock now. I think they just made their pick.
We have back-to-back tackles. We still have Levis on the board. We still have every single cornerback other than Witherspoon on the board. Jackson Smith and Jigba. We'll see what happens with Green Bay.
Why wouldn't they?
Taking a wide receiver
for the Packers.
Every team in the draft has got to be ecstatic that Jahmyr Gibbs just went 12. I mean,
oh yeah.
I think there's 4 more teams in the first round that would have taken Gibbs at this point.
This comment right here. Where is it? Either Swift is gone or the Lions are running a wishbone.
Swift is made out of freaking wishbones because you wish he freaking stays healthy and he doesn't.
Yeah, he's good for like the first 6 weeks of the season.
It's true. Jamal Williams really was their guy last year, wasn't he?
Where did Williams go? He went to
New Orleans.
Yeah, that's right.
He's awesome.
He was good.
The interesting part is that they also have David Montgomery. So they now have Swift, Montgomery, and Gibbs. That makes me think that Swift is not operating within their organization the way that they view success. So I would assume Swift is on the outs and outs. So it's now David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs. I'm in fantasy football, I'm fading the absolute piss out of Swift unless there's a move made somewhere. I like him as a player. He's a talented back. It was cool to watch him in Hard Knocks and the way they talked about him, all of that stuff. But Jahmyr Gibbs, to me, is a much more complete back than given credit for, and the way he accelerates combined with where he sees gaps occurring is rare. It's like I'm going to make stupid, high, lofty comparisons, but it's easy to look at like a lot of Jamal Charles comparisons because he sees the hole and hits it so far in advance, presses through second and third gear, the ability out of the backfield as a receiver, dynamic. I mean, Bama had nothing skill position wise this year, and really beyond, it was him and Bryce Young, and you knew Gibbs was getting the ball. You knew the situations where he was getting the ball and was still able to manufacture so much success. So, I mean,
you think there's a chance the Ravens would have taken him?
Yeah, I do.
God, the city would have burned. It would have been such good news for me. Oh, that would have been wonderful news.
The Dobbins meter would great content.
Yeah, the Dobbins meter. Oh man, it's such a dumb bit, and it got me so much traction. I'm so grateful for that.
Yeah,
so now the Lions have the 18th pick still, I think. So that's what the take is why didn't they wait until 18? Because he wasn't going to be there. Like this is the year that the running backs and the tight ends and the linemen take shit back. Like
most Green Bay pick of all time.
And so now is this the year that the Ravens try to go like 5 wide receivers?
Yes, exactly.
Right, because they've
already established that foundation, though. They already have their system in place for the big boy ball. Lucas Van Ness,
most Green Bay pick of all time. Literally, like could have called that.
He's got Cole Kmet's sister on his arm. Yeah.
Damn. Are
I
all
love
the
the
receivers?
hugs. Look at this. What a scene.
Okay, so who's taking a receiver now?
New England.
On yet. That's kind of wild to me.
The
I know
Jets.
it's not a highly. But you always think that there's going to be a run on them. Like people are just
right.
Value
Jake, it's your time. This is your year.
This is my time. The bubble burst, and now we're bringing it back. The Ravens are going to bring the bubble back.
Bubble back. Bubble back.
Bubble back. I'm going to be like the Jeremy Strong character in The Big Short, just sitting there like leaning back, like, dude, what the fuck's going on?
So, I mean, the Patriots could very well take a receiver.
Yeah, they should.
After that, it's kind of a shit show for receivers.
Unless they take Levis.
I would think that the Chargers take a receiver. They could take a tackle, but I think receiver.
And that's pretty hot, dude. I'm going to say
we're going to see. So before the Ravens pick, we're getting up to the. He is a big sexy. He's got like an 8-pack too. He's actually never started a game in his career at Iowa and went 13.
Right. Yeah.
So we've got 7 picks from this point forward. There's going to be 2 corners. I wouldn't be surprised to see, of course, a quarterback. Brian Branch come off the board wouldn't be shocking. Nolan Smith is still on the board. I didn't think Nolan Smith would be here.
Well, hold on.
It moves the needle for me.
There's Todd. Todd.
The idea, I get a little hot and bothered about Nolan Smith. I do. I get a little. I
they brought McShay. They brought McShay.
So the Patriots just traded to the Steelers.
Steelers traded up.
Imagine it's Will Levis and there's like Pickett versus Levis off. Not going to happen. Not what it is, but that'd be hilarious. Christian Gonzalez.
It's Gonzalez, right?
This has got to be a corner. Gonzalez. Yeah.
Does that mean that Washington takes Porter then?
Possibly.
We're also rolling into Deontay Banks range here as well.
We are.
So
Yeah, but
Spencer,
it's also
tell me what-
mountain time right now. So Felix Bautista's in.
That's true. That's true.
That is accurate.
Who's the man of the match?
We've got tweets like Adam Levitan of Establish the Run. He has 180,000 followers. One day we'll find out exactly why the Lions hate DeAndre Swift so much. I look forward to that day. There is a human element to professionalism, to this fucking sport, to every job, to every person that makes money. I'm not saying I don't know anything about DeAndre Swift's work ethic, but like, if it's not working for you, it's not working for you. And I would assume that's the reason why. I don't think it's that ridiculous.
I'm not going to pretend like I know anything about DeAndre Swift, so I'm not
exactly. I don't know. I don't know. But it's like, well, one day we'll find something out. Like we'll simply just play him, and it'll be the best.
Well, and then, look, I felt a little bit about that way when everybody would get mad about Bijan Robinson and talking about it with the Ravens. I'd be like, look, man, I like J.K. Dobbins as much as anybody else does, right? Like, I like him. I think he's a nice player. But you tell me what you've seen that has said to you that he is a game-changing running back this season, that he is the most talented player on the field when he steps on the field. I like J.K. Dobbins. I think he's a good football player. But, you know, if you can do better, man. Like, I don't get that.
Oh my God. I just accidentally leaked the Steelers pick. Okay. Christian Gonzalez is not the pick. Holy shit.
What?
It's it's not a pick that you're going to be like, oh wow, that it has no ramifications to the Ravens. It's the best. I mean, could be a good player for the Steelers, whatever, but
tight end?
No.
Levis?
No.
Kalijah Cansey?
It'd be like an offensive lineman.
It is. They took Broderick Jones.
Okay. All right.
I accidentally leaked. I was trying to dig into something.
I've seen that name before.
On Christian Gonzalez. Broderick Jones, there's a ton of really athletic tackles. Broderick Jones, super athletic, needs a little bit of refinement. Steelers have really struggled on their offensive line. That's why everybody gets pissed and thinks that running backs don't matter because Najee Harris has been running behind a bunch of freaking bozos. But they leapt up ahead of the Jets to go get a tackle and the Commanders. I think it was mainly the Jets. So
the Patriots also, that's a good move because they're probably going to get whatever receiver or whatever collection of receivers they want are still going to be there at 17.
Yeah, I feel, I don't know why I like Quentin Johnston to the Patriots, but I do. Nolan Smith's still on the board, man, and I don't.
Okay, so didn't everybody think the Jets were going tackle? So if they don't, if that's not where they're going, do they just?
They're not going corner. They were rumored to want OBJ. They did. It wasn't rumored. They wanted OBJ. They just didn't want.
Okay.
Like Rodgers wanted him. So I don't know if receiver makes that in play, but I feel like that's not a 1-to-1 equation of a veteran Super Bowl winning receiver versus a rookie. I feel like Elijah Moore. I am really high on Elijah Moore still today. I think him and Jigba are, in the grand scheme of things, similar possible contributors. And Jigba will end up going for 1,700 yards, and Moore will never do anything, and I'll look like an idiot. But
all right, Glenn, we got our next guest in the green room, so we're going to get you out of here. What is your prediction?
Please tell me it's somebody better than Please tell me
it's actually Pete Gilbert.
Well, here we will hold on. We will let you judge.
You're
better or worse.
I like this guy, then.
Am I acceptable, Glenn?
Yeah, that's all
hopefully
right.
I'm acceptable.
That's all right. That it's Cordell. Thanks, boys. Appreciate you.
No. Get your prediction.
What?
Prediction.
Draft.
Prediction? They'd somehow come away with Christian Gonzalez because it would just be the most Ravens thing at this point for this all to work out, and they'd just be sitting there like, okay, if you guys insist, we'll go ahead and take Christian Gonzalez then. That's fine. I'm going to make that prediction now that it all works out. It ties up. Or they trade out of the pick because that was always what I thought they were going to do.
Of course.
Yep.
All right, Glenn, you the man. Thanks again.
Right.
Everyone
Love you
tune
guys.
to Glenn Clark Radio and check out his show on 105.7 The Fan. Joining us now from 105.7 The Fan, it's Cordell Woodland. Cordell, are you in the castle right now?
I am.
What's that like on draft night? How's the energy?
It's cool, especially on a day like today where they get the big news, getting the Lamar extension done right now for a group with the Ravens that has been reluctant to talk as of late. I'm pretty sure tonight at the end of the first round they'll have a lot to say. They'll be begging for some Lamar questions tonight, I'm sure.
Now, I think we asked Pete this question, but like, how did you find out? Was there any leads? Was it did Jamison Hensley tweet that everyone else saw, and then stuff kind of unfolded from there?
To be honest, and this is probably going to sound so boring, but I was taking a nap. I had a lot. I was trying to prepare for tonight, and a lot of people know I have a 4-month-old, so my sleep isn't that great these days. So I had an opportunity where it's just me in the house. So I took a nap, and I guess God woke me up at the right time, because literally I woke up, I grabbed my phone, and literally 2 minutes later, everything starts coming in. And with the way Twitter is set up now, and some people still keeping their check marks and some people not. I mean, I really had to go through the back channels to make sure that what I'm reading is correct. But it really turned out to be true, obviously, and it makes it so that today could be one for the books for the Ravens, considering they still have their first round pick right now. But depending on what they do, they're usually really good when it comes to this time of year. The draft is what they wait for every year. You combine their draft success with them getting the Lamar deal done today. I mean, they really can do no wrong right now.
I was gonna say, I feel like they're draft winners no matter what, just because like they have Lamar.
They dropped that news right before the draft. I mean, it pretty much dominated the NFL airwaves. They really couldn't promote the draft the way they normally do, because the Lamar news just literally took everybody by storm.
It was massive, man. And Cordell, what's up, man? Glad you got that nap in. That nap sounded euphoric.
Man, it was necessary. And I'm not a nap guy, but
that means that when you get that one that you're not suspecting, and it hits you after like 2-3 months of not getting one, it is just complete euphoria, especially on a day like today. So
right.
The Lamar situation, man. I mean, I'm pumped that you've come to this area. You know I love you. I'm so excited to have you on. The Lamar situation, did you ever feel like this was coming to a head in the next month or so over this entire course of as long as you've been covering this city, these teams, like you've been involved in it? What was your thought on the possibility that by even training camp this would come to a head and resolve in this way?
I'd be lying if I said that I thought that was the odds-on favorite. I fully expected Lamar to go into this season on the tag. I know a lot of people were speculating whether or not he'd show up and play on the tag. I figured he would. It's just not in. And I know a lot of people have questioned his 1-2 and his desire to go out there and play for his team, but I just don't know Lamar to be a quitter. I don't know him to be a guy that's available and not play. And granted, $32 million or whatever it was, it's less than what he should be making this year, but I don't think he would have left all that on the table to sit at home. He can't make money by sitting at home. He's not going to get the contract he's looking for by doing that. Now, in the process, maybe he'll make the Ravens look a certain way, because obviously their offense is going to nosedive, taking the jump from Lamar down to Tyler Huntley running that offense. But I'm definitely surprised that it's happened this fast. But over the last couple of days, we did start to hear that they were picking up steam, that the momentum was building. And with the D-Hop news, starting to really spread a little bit, is making it more like, okay, maybe this thing is actually kind of coming together right now. And Jalen Hurts getting his deal didn't hurt the situation for sure, no pun intended. But yeah, I mean, I thought that this would be something that potentially would spill into next offseason. And as a guy that's had to cover it the last couple of years, I'm glad that it's not spilling into the next offseason. And I think the Ravens and Lamar are as well.
Cordell, the commies are about to pick here.
See, y'all chose the perfect time to have me on. I don't know if it's coincidence or what, but whoever's behind it is genius for that. I got to give you props. But I don't know what they're going to do here, man. Gonzalez,
They're not going to take bigger Baker Mayfield for the second straight
hope
year.
not.
I think we're safe. Sam Howell looks identical to Baker Mayfield.
Yeah.
I've already given Levis the bigger Baker Mayfield comp, so it's not possible. You're basically just having two Baker Mayfield wannabes in the room, if you want to call them wannabes. I feel like that's not a possibility. Gonzalez?
I'm for Gonzalez. Right now. They have a huge need at corner. Gonzalez is the best available right now. And look, I'm a little surprised that the run on cornerbacks hasn't already started a little bit. This draft has already had its bizarre moments, but that's to be expected. But yeah, I mean, look, they barely know what they have in Sam Howell right now. They're giving it a shot. They benched him all year just to play him one game. And I guess what they saw in that one game was enough to hand him the keys. So we'll see what happens. But Will Levis falling isn't a surprise to me. Me personally, and it could be fair or not, I'm not drafting a quarterback from a basketball school. I'm just not. I'm not.
Jackson?
Well, that's a little different. That's a little different. You got to be, if you're going to be that
If
good,
you're a Heisman winning certified bad man.
right. Will Levis the jury is still out. I'm okay. I'd rather take my chances with Sam Howell and Jacoby Brissett right now. But Gonzalez, he's the best available corner. It's a huge need for them. I think it gives them the opportunity to get a need while also maybe getting the best player available, at least on their board.
Jets pick is in.
The most shocking pick possible.
Most shocking pick possible.
I won't say most shocking pick possible, but very surprising pick just happened.
You're saying the Jets had.
Oh, the Jets did.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Let's wait for Raj to come across here.
I just got it across the TV screen. I won't spoil, but
I made a commitment to myself this year that I would not let Twitter spoil the draft for me the way that they have the last couple of years.
It's not fun that way. The entertainment value is in the big gigantic table of ESPN or NFL Network and them having the collaboration and then getting the pick and then you see the highlights. That is reliving my childhood the best I can.
Exactly.
How are you guys? Do you guys have like a TV there or what's
I'm using Xfinity Stream, if that means anything. I feel like I was behind you guys earlier.
No, I'm wondering, Cordell, what do you guys have going? Do you guys have like a TV setup?
Yeah, they have the TV in the media room. And I think some people are actually watching it on the jumbo screen in the auditorium as well. So yeah, we've got it in a couple locations, and most of the media is I'm in kind of this little side room, as you can see. But most of them are sitting outside looking at it on the TV, but a couple people are in the auditorium. It's a nice setup. Cool food.
I was going to say, it sounds like a great setup.
Yeah, I hear the food absolutely smacks there.
Yeah, what are we eating?
So I actually got here late. I had to do the pre-draft show, so I didn't get to leave the station until 8:15. So most of the food was put up, but I'll give them credit. I had to step away before I joined you guys because the food people here were kind enough to give the PR some food set that they had set aside for me. So I do want to shout them out for looking out for your boy. But it looks like I got some quesadillas right here. That is a huge step up from what I had before. And I got some they got some king size bags of Skittles and stuff, some cookies, a couple of sweets out there. So it's definitely a step up from the sliders that I was.
I don't want to put myself on blast, but I'm only a few miles away from you right now. I might have to stop up. See if
I'll see if I can set something aside for you.
Yeah.
Orioles win, huge dub. Joey
back
gets it done. Bautista absolutely making it a worrisome one, but hey.
Never a doubt. Joey
Never
Ortiz,
a doubt.
3 RBIs. Huge win. We're back, baby. Biggest news in Baltimore today.
Heck of a debut for one Joey Ortiz. I'll say
Small
that.
poppy, Joey Ortiz, small poppy.
Small poppy.
They were sleeping. They were sleeping earlier. This game was over early. They looked like they were sleepwalking then. They woke up. So
We've got an interesting comment here. Tony Rhodes, who thinks the Texans triple dip to get JSN? I just love a new regime coming in and getting their guys. Will it happen? I'm going to say 1% chance the Texans trade back in.
Mechie is back practicing. He's cancer free. So that was
he is. I will say I hope the best for him, but man, leukemia can really be a really tough, recurring situation. I hope the best for him. I hope they caught it as early as possible. It sounds like they did. But man, him to play through after leukemia, it just goes to show what a real professional athlete's capable of, and what I'm not capable of. Like unbelievable.
Most of us aren't capable of, honestly.
Exactly. Will McDonald, 24 years old, getting picked 15th overall. Carl Lawson, Jermaine Johnson, John Franklin Myers. I don't dislike Will McDonald. I find that to be a wild pick, though. Regardless, I blows my mind a little bit. Can bend the edge, absolutely. John Franklin Myers, you can kick inside more. Maybe they're displeased. I mean, Jermaine Johnson fell for a reason. It sounds like it was more of a professional kind of fall than it was a talent or athletic kind of fall. But man, Will McDonald beating out Nolan Smith here at the 15th overall pick is definitely the bingo cards are starting to get a little wacky here. I feel like right around now
with his game. It's the Shaq. You know, I wasn't familiar with your game, Will McDonald.
Will McDonald can kick in, like he was kicking inside at Iowa State. He was doing a lot of interesting things and definitely was a major factor on a depleted defense for quite some time. So super curious to see how that plays out. Saleh, I think he knows what the hell he's doing defensively. Pick is in for the Washington Commanders.
Oh God.
I won't spoil. We'll get your live reaction, Cordell.
Yeah, I'm honestly terrified about what's about to happen here. I don't trust Rivera and company right now. I think that they're on their last leg. So really this pick, they probably won't even stick around to be able to watch them develop once new ownership comes in and takes over, because I think Rivera and them are gone. Other than Bieniemy, I think Bieniemy is the head coach of the Commanders next year, if I'm betting.
And especially because usually when there's these kind of contingencies, a sale in place, usually it's the new regime is approving of those kinds of moves. You usually try to freeze as much as you can, but Bieniemy, they definitely felt like was too hot to pass up. So I that makes absolute sense and would be an adult in the room coming from a successful organization to start things over. So that would be beautiful. But
no question.
Here we go, man. I mean, they
certainly have their pick of the corners here, so they can kind of do whatever they want if that's the position.
They're set at wide receiver. I don't expect a wide receiver here. Offensive line is a sneaky need for them as well. Not really a sneaky need. It is a need for them. With all the uncertainty around Chase Young right now, I don't know. Nothing they do ever surprises me, but just kind of thinking outside the box, that may be a sneaky look for them with Nolan Smith sitting right there. But I think corner has to be the pick right here, and it has to be Gonzalez.
I've got it walking on stage right now.
Yes, I see it. I'm not gonna say anything, but I see it.
Is this Taylor's window we got going here?
It was just past mine. It was I just muted myself a minute ago. We got the classic 10:04 p.m. siren coming down for you.
If you have one, Banks and Taylor has one too, right?
Yeah, I had one. That was me coming through. That
I'm not as close to that action, but yeah.
Now everybody knows where all three of us live right there.
I was about to say y'all are neighbors. It sounds like that's cool.
On the post-game podcast, Banks will be walking by Taylor's house as we're recording, and Banks is recording on his phone. It's a fun little it's a fun thing that we do.
He's like, "Oh, Taylor, just walk past your stoop. You're so far ahead of us, Spenny."
Yeah, because I'm at commercial.
It's a doozy. It's a doozy what just happened.
I'm in commercial too. Come on, NFL Network. Get
Cordell, I'm gonna give you the solace of it's not Will Levis.
Okay.
I'll at least give you that.
Yeah.
So I feel like that puts you in a peaceful place.
It does put me at ease. It's less likely that I'm going to hate this pick now with it not Will Levis.
Here we
that's
go.
good. I wanted no parts of Will Levis at all.
Fun tweet here. The Jets had a chance to take a stud receiver, Jackson, and chose to take a defensive lineman instead. It's almost like Aaron Rodgers has never left Green Bay. That was good.
That's a good one.
That was good.
That's a good
like
one.
In fairness, the Jets have picked up every available veteran free agent this offseason besides Odell Beckham pretty much and Nelson Aguilar. Like it's tough to argue with if you're Aaron Rodgers because they've got more receivers than they can use.
Oh, I forgot about Aguilar.
We've had a very weird post top 10.
Okay,
he
so
sees it.
I just got the pick. I don't hate it.
Emmanuel Forbes.
I like it. I like it.
I like Emmanuel Forbes a lot. I actually, in Rivera's defense, I like that a lot. The vision, the ability to display ball skills and go work and break on the football. I mean, that's why we've seen guys like Benjamin St. Juice, former converted receiver, be able to go be successful.
Yep.
Not someone you're asking to go, trade blows at the line of scrimmage a ton. You can play off, work through.
Mm-hmm. And then
crazy that Christian Gonzalez. This is the I guess this is the media fuck up, so to speak.
Yeah.
Is Gonzalez,
because he was supposed to be at worst the second best. I'm
gonna guess that if I was listening in the next 5 picks, we would hear that Christian Gonzalez has a medical red flag. Has to be it.
Yeah,
We've had a very weird post. So the top 10. So let's say we got through Tyree Wilson, Bijan Robinson, Jalen Carter. Wright goes 10. I'm very high on Wright. I don't think a lot of people had that. After that, we got Skoronski, Gibbs, Van Ness, Broderick Jones, Will McDonald, and Emmanuel Forbes leading up to the Patriots. That is
a lot of shock value in those picks.
100%.
I do like Jahmyr Gibbs to Detroit. I think he fits their offense. I do. I like him. I think that they like DeAndre Swift, but he can't stay on the field. And when he is on the field, they're reluctant to use him. I just think that they don't trust him right now. And Gibbs at least gives them the opportunity to have a back.
Well, they also could have brought in David Montgomery too.
Yeah, they added Montgomery, and he's going to fill the spot of what's his name that just left.
That goal line, short yardage, power back, pro back. I feel like the injury factor, and again, I said this earlier, but I'm not trying to speak ill on DeAndre Swift. I don't know the guy in any way, shape, or form, but has to maybe just not be a match in what their goals are aligned in and what the vision for success is, I would assume. I mean, very talented football player. When he's on the field, he's great. And maybe it could be as subtle as injuries, but taking a back there. And the other interesting thing is that they're about to pick again. And we've seen a lot of tweets come out. Why are you picking Gibbs at 12? They had to be pretty confident he's going before 18 then. So, I mean, in this weird post top 10 sphere, it's been, who knows, man? Who knows? Patriots were connected to several backs throughout the process too.
When it gets to this time of year, man, you with your team, you just got to go get your guy. It's things are unorthodox a lot of times it's unorthodox, but everybody's not going to understand your methods. If you believe in a guy, I am one of those people that's like, man, go get him, and you got to live with the results at that point. But for them, they felt like Gibbs was a guy that they felt like they had to get at 12. I think he definitely gives them home run ability in an offense that looks like they want more guys that can give them splash plays. That really was something they relied on a lot this year. And I think that they were frustrated that they couldn't rely on one of their big play running backs as consistently as they hoped. Now, Gibbs isn't the biggest guy, so there's no certainty that
he's not a tiny guy either. Though.
No, he's not. He's not.
Gonzalez goes to New England.
It's just running backs. Nothing's ever a guarantee health wise with running back. So I mean, you just kind of got to take it as it comes.
And the Patriots, I mean, the Patriots cornerback room over the last few years. If you want to give Bill B credit for something without Tom Brady, it is what he's able to do with his DBs, man. I mean, they do not care. They'll have JC Jack. I mean, the amount of guys they've let go in the last 3 years and been able to consistently turn out Pro Bowl, all pro caliber players, unreal. So there you go. Have a day, Bill Belichick. Now the Lions able to add on to Gibbs. This must be the knee biting draft. I mean, who's the biggest, baddest boy available? Nolan Smith? Not the biggest, baddest, but he hits, man. He's a hitter. He's an explosive player. You can line him up. Aiden Hutchinson can probably play your strong side. You can have him go play your weak side, be able to be your backside defender that can go chase zone concepts down from behind. He is explosive. He's ready, and man, that would be a pick as well. Corner, they need desperately. Now that we've had Emmanuel Forbes and Gonzalez go, I think teams might start to say, okay, Banks, okay, Porter, okay, Whoever else. Maybe we see a surprise Cam Smith up in here as well into the first round. Man, we're getting into the good stuff. We're getting into the good stuff here.
I mean, the Ravens aren't, but what, 5 picks away now? It's only, 2 more first round, at least what we thought coming into the draft, first round caliber cornerbacks probably left on the board right now.
The Bucs can't take Will Levis.
Cordell, you got we know you got a busy night in front of you here. We got some stuff we're gonna have to do as well as far as analyzing this pick. So how about we get a prediction from you, then we'll get you out of here.
Yeah, man. As of right now, the way that the board is falling, I think that option A is to trade. I think option A is probably going to be to trade back, and get back into the second round. But if they stay there, and the way that the board looks right now, I think if Deonte Banks is there, I think that they go Banks. I'm hearing that they're not as high on Joey Porter as a lot of people believe that they were initially. So if Banks is there, I think they go Banks. But it really still would not shock me if one of those receivers end up going to Baltimore and they're just like they're stuck on trying to get as many offensive weapons as they can in this offense. And to be honest with you, I wouldn't have an issue with it at all.
Awesome. Well, we know you got like I said, you got a busy night in front of you. What's going on? You hopping on the air tonight, or what are your duties?
Yeah, I'm doing a couple of hits every hour on the air. Vinny and Tim Barbalace, they're holding it down over at the station tonight for the entirety of the draft, or at least up until the Ravens pick. So with the Ravens coming up here soon, there's no telling the next time you'll hear me on the station. But I'll be on the station all weekend because I'll be here at the Castle for the remainder of the draft as well.
Awesome. Well, enjoy those quesadillas and whatever else you got going on there, and have a good rest of your night, buddy.
Yes, sir, man. Appreciate y'all having me. Good luck tonight, guys.
We love you, Cordell.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks,
Appreciate you.
Thanks, guys.
All right. And we're just going to
Oh, my God. There he is. He is. We're rolling through guests here. My God.
Thank you for fitting me into your busy schedule. What's going on, boys?
Little behind the scenes. How the sausage is made. We've had to bump Cole around like 4 times at this point. So.
I've been in the backstage, out of the backstage. It's all good though.
We've just so many bigger names than you that we've had to get on here. You know how it goes. So.
Yeah, exactly. Benny, how much did you celebrate at pick number 12, 13?
Oh my God! I made money, baby. I made money.
There you go.
I had Gibbs under 19 and a half as his alt selection from MGM plus 350.
There you go.
Ready, baby.
Crazy.
We got Matt Miz, my boy here. Where's Stavi? We need to get Stavi. We got Colon now.
I DM'd Stavi and I told him, I said, hey, we got a link. It's open. Whenever you want to pop in, go for it.
You guys can kick me for Stavi. I'll understand.
So what the fuck is going on in this 10 to 20 range, Cole? What the hell is going on here?
What's going on?
I mean, I think what you're really seeing is GMs agreeing with kind of what we talked about the other night. Just it's a weak class, and so they're going with guys that they think they can get immediate production out of. And I really think that's the answer to the running back situation. Like, I think even like if you look at the wide receiver class, like I like some of the guys, I definitely do, but they all have their own really unique limitation. You look at QJ, can't catch very well. You look at JSN, is he only in the slot? You look at Zay, he's like my height. You look at Jordan Addison, very thin. Like it's shocking to me. But I also think you're seeing, I think people were waiting on corner with the depth of the class. I'm a little shocked that Christian Gonzalez dropped. But yeah, no, I think what you're really seeing is just, I think people want immediate production and they just think it's a weak class. So they're trying to figure out, O-line, running backs, those are guys that are going to produce in year one.
Have you guys gotten the pick yet?
No.
Oh,
Lions?
My God.
Did they just move up?
I just saw it.
Oh my God.
Can you guys just tell me? Or put it in the chat?
Should I just say it?
Yeah, just say it.
It's fucking Jack Campbell.
The linebacker?
I like that camp. I actually have a bad. You're not supposed to do this. This is the last thing you're ever supposed to do. I have a seared image of oh my god, I can't think of the running back's name right now. Corum, Blake Corum on Michigan, 1-on-1 in the hole, dead even, almost like an Oklahoma drill, destroying Jack Campbell, and I can't get it out of my brain. I think he's a good player, but holy shit, the Lions just took Jahmyr Gibbs and Jack Campbell with their 2 first-round picks.
They don't care.
I
about
love
the
Gibbs.
position.
I can get in the sphere of things now. That better be Luke Kuechly. Like that better be Patrick Willis. That better be a stud. You're crazy. You're crazy. Their cornerbacks are. They just traded Okuda. My God.
Where's Levis fallen to? ESPN 1.8% chance that he would be available at pick 18.
Tampa Bay.
If he goes to the
like
Bucs,
Tampa.
Yeah, Seattle at 20.
Yeah.
I feel like no way Seattle. I feel like
No.
Seattle.
Because what did they
Seattle,
sign?
if they don't-
What did Gino was it a 4-year deal? It's
I
like
think
3 years.
JSN is going to Seattle. JSN to Seattle would be amazing, especially with Lockett getting a little older.
Lockett comparisons, that would be. Yeah.
And DK.
That would be
that's
pearls.
one.
Nolan Smith would fit in Seattle very well. I would say those are the two picks. I feel like those are strong possibilities.
That feels like a Seattle pick.
JPJ, I think we might have even said this the other night, Cole. JPJ fits Pete Carroll to a T.
Yep.
This is a big question right here.
We talked specifically about Nolan Smith and how that just screams Seattle Seahawk. I don't know what it is. It's weird.
This is nuts. And then at this point, I mean, then it's the Chargers. Chargers kind of have their pick of the litter of receivers. They literally have their pick of the litter of receivers.
If you're the Chargers, you got to be dumb not to take Jackson if he's there. I mean, if you add him to that offense,
I could see it being someone other than him because I feel like Keenan Allen is a very similar player to Njigba.
Yeah. I mean, he's up there. He's always hurt too. I love Keenan Allen. Keenan Allen is like a top 5 favorite player of all time for me. I love that.
I actually could see the Chargers loving QJ. I thought that was a sneaky little connection just with the attention that would be taken
Something
away.
weird's about to happen. Something real weird's about to happen. I'm ready to go. Mike Luke with arguably the greatest point made tonight. Mike, you need to get your own. We need to get Mike his own podcast.
If he can, I'm going to text him right now. I'm going to see if he can join.
Yeah, have Mike on.
He makes a phenomenal point
every time.
Brian, do we want to get Jimbo a link? Get his thoughts?
You think he's got some capability of getting on here? If I send him a link,
I figured
He's streamed a few before, hasn't he? On the OCC balcony.
Cole, have we hit 10K?
No, I'm like
everyone on this live stream. Go follow Cole. I'm
82 away,
just shy of
from
10K, and he
driving me
has to
crazy.
chug. He has to chug a full mug out of his favorite beer Steichen as soon as he hits 10K. If you're listening, go follow Cole Jackson FB on Twitter.
we
Just
should have
short of
gotten Jimbo on for the Colts pick.
Yeah,
He had some
he would have had
choice
some
words.
takes there. Him and Andre Luke would have had some good takes together.
Tampa's picks in.
I'm gonna send him the StreamYard link to his over text, and he's gonna be so confused.
I texted Mike. I'll see what he says. If he's listening.
I mean, he could have been asleep for an hour at this
Hate
point,
to see
too.
RG3 tweeting. The Patriots got themselves a ball magnet in Emmanuel Forbes.
Yeah, Derrick Henry's an Eagle.
It's true. Derrick Henry famously was traded to the Eagles this week.
Shout out to
Bucks pick is in.
Yeah,
Bucks
for
can't
tuning
possibly
into
be
the live
taking
stream.
JSN. A corner to the Bucks would make a $10 billion trillion of sense.
Trying to find
Cole, we had Darnell Wright come off before Skoronski.
A 10 too. Crazy. Good
10,
fit for
11.
Chicago though. Really good fit.
I mean, this is
Agreed.
dedication right here.
I'll start another again. Follow Cole again.
There we go. We got Cohen, we got Rhodes, everybody. Go follow everybody in here as well. Go follow all the boys. Get them numbies up.
The Will Levis fall just continues.
It's kind of sad. Kind of sad.
Again,
That's what you get for not being able to beat out a 35-year-old quarterback. Just saying. I'm just saying.
LOL, I'm in bed already is the text I get back.
from Mike.
Yeah.
Oh, you can stream from bed. Come on.
Yeah, that's what you do, Eric.
Pretty much.
I can't believe it's Jahmyr Gibbs and Jack Campbell. They're really. I mean, is that Dan Campbell's son? Like, what the? fuck?
Ian Rappaport tweeted no relation to Dan Campbell. So he wanted to get that on the record. He did clarify that.
Am I crazy? Is that not just a terrible pick though? Like that's got to be the worst pick so far. I don't get. It doesn't make a lick of sense.
And you know me, I'll get hornier for an inside linebacker quicker than anyone.
Yeah.
World, but
we're not field position pasta.
I don't understand. I just don't. I don't understand in the prism of having the choice of Banks, Porter, Branch on the Lions defense. My God, Gibbs and Branch. Walk out of there with that. The Bucs take Cansey.
Oh, Cansey.
Gerald McCoy Part 2.
Yeah, defensive tackle from Pitt. I wonder who that comp is.
It's Justin Madubuike. Why?
Oh, NFL comparison. Oh, yeah, it is Madubuike, yes.
Wow, is that what they had?
It was Aaron Donald. I don't know if you want to introduce him.
No way. That's so crazy. They compared him to.
Oh, he's got the read
Aaron
receipts. So
he's in here. He's in here. I see him.
Figure out the camera. I mean, he's literally in here.
I don't know if I hear him either.
Oh, the Knights just scored 1-0.
Also, I don't know if you guys have Cole. Have you guys formally met? Banks, Taylor, Eric. Have you guys ever formally met?
Not formally.
Not like formally, but
there's been some run-ins.
The boys coming together on draft night on Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
Cole, we haven't even gotten a Lamar Jackson take out of you either.
Man, so funny. So when I got the first text that I sent you guys, I was picking Scarlett up from school, and I'm like wearing my Ravens gear, and I've gotten to know one of the other dads, and he's like everybody up here is a fucking Patriots fan. So I'm talking to him, and I was like, "Want to see something funny?" So I lean over and I go, "Look, Lamar's gonna sign an extension. Will be announced in like half an hour." He's like, "How the fuck do you know that? Like, who's texting you?" And then so I have his number because like I know him from typical PTA bullshit, and he texts me and he goes, "How the fuck did you get that text?" It's like people up here just to be involved in the NFL, like it's so foreign to them because everybody up here is hockey people. But yeah, no, it's crazy. Like it's I really didn't think it was coming. I genuinely thought if there was going to be a bombshell, it was going to be a trade, and they got it done. Like it's extension season and not in the American tax context.
There was some talks of some offers that had rolled in there, recently. So.
Yeah, I mean, we were. I mean, on the Dan Patrick show, just 2 days ago. Apparently, one of the listeners said it was that they explained it further. That it was like John Lynch explained that they had explored it, but I don't know. The graphic I saw was the 49ers made a legit offer for Lamar Jackson or something of the sort. So I would assume that would have been low of 2 firsts, but
yeah, I think if you actually listen to the clip. What he was saying is, how everyone gets upset that the Ravens are always close on everybody, and that's because EDC seems to call on a lot of available guys, and so it gets reported that they were in on them, but it's like he's just checking in, and that's what it sounded like John Lynch was doing. Like
checks the price.
His quote was basically like, "You'd be stupid not to see what they're looking for," but it wasn't. I don't know if there was a formal offer made.
Fran's dad is a big 65 Impala guy. He used to have one, and he over the last 5 years has mentioned calling on, not kidding, dozens of 65 Impalas. And he went ahead and got himself one like 5 months ago. Got himself another one. Just makes the call. There's no harm in calling. No harm in calling, checking the price.
Speaking of which, there's no harm in trying out Black-Eyed Susan Spices. I did want to work in a little bit of something for our guys here. We've got a couple of sponsors that we have to shout out, obviously presented by Jimmy Seafood, which you can see at the bottom there, but Black-Eyed Spices. We've got, my memory was jogged here. I knew we were going to get you guys in, but Sebastian is in the comments right now, our boy that has been working with us on it. So here's a little Scotchberry Cove. There's a lot of different things. I got to break into this stuff. This is, I think, one of the 2 that I haven't tried. Pretty darn good. Try their small
Let's do a
batch.
taste test right now. Live taste test.
Dude, just give us a shot. Give us like a mini sip.
Give us a dab. Give us a dab.
We'll do the
Banks, you give us a dab, and then Jake give us an actual dab. I want a Brian dab. No, nothing. No dab?
Oh. Wow, that's hot.
That's an amazing takeaway from a spicy sauce.
No, that's a Trinidad time bomb. It is my favorite by far. But
that's their next
batch, ultra unique, many time award winning hot sauces and dry rubs today. A company that is from Maryland. They proudly wave that state flag. They had the Exit 52 flag in colors actually out at a festival last weekend, I believe it was. So they support all the state's teams. They're a good supporter of us. Go to blackeyedspices.com and use the code EXIT52 at checkout to receive 10% off. That is blackeyedspices.com. Discount code EXIT52, 10% off at checkout. Good dudes, support them. They support us. We love it. That is kind of killing me right now. That is so hot, but it's so good. So yeah, that's Black Eyed Spices. Check them out.
Beautiful. Ravens have a beautiful board in front of them. Banks, Porter, Jackson Smith, and Jake, all receivers, and Nolan Smith. Couldn't have played out better. I'm gonna make a dark horse prediction late. Like, I want Jackson Smith and Jigba. That would be my pick as quickly as possible. Nolan Smith here, I think, will be on the board. Is my best guess.
He's dark horse for me, like big time.
Gotta be honest, I hated Nolan Smith. Did not like him at all.
Why? Go ahead.
Barely played.
Speak your truth.
He never used his hands. Like, I don't understand the argument given the type of player he is and what they put on tape. Like, I had Will McDonald ahead of him. I had BJ Ujulari ahead of him. Similar guys. They're just better football players. Nolan Smith's a good athlete, but so many of those, he's just trying to bend your edge. He didn't use his hands. Like athletic, souped up guy, but I don't know. It feels like
hand usage, not black belt certified. I will definitely agree in that department. I think a lot of that was trying to come off and force a step up, be a force player. I think a lot of it was trying to utilize his athleticism in that degree. So probably someone that, to your point, will not be advanced in an NFL situation in terms of rushing a passer straight up off the jump. A lot of it was Georgia. He was like a fun rook that Georgia had to be able to go do things and not need him to refine his game. So I definitely see those points 100%.
Can I call for an official embargo on reading the comments in Twitter?
Yes, Twitter closed. Twitter is closed. I'm closing the comments on the sidebar as well.
Twitter off, yeah. And listen, I know people are ahead of people, so let's wait until everyone has their reaction. Ravens 2 picks away here with the Chargers up on the clock before them. So continue your thought there. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
Yeah. No, I'm curious what you thought. We haven't really talked about Smith.
Just I thought that very much so. That could kind of be the same role with the Ravens, where you have Bowser, you have Ajabo, you have OA, and can kind of do that same thing at first. But to your point, NFL ready, hand usage, every down player. Not quite there yet.
To Ojabo, right? Like, it's kind of like Ojabo's maybe a little bit more advanced, and that he was.
Bowser has to be a workhorse. I think Bowser really has to be a workhorse for you this year now. I think another. I mean, hey, do you want to know who's a really shot in the dark here too? It would be Keon White.
Yeah.
Huge, disruptive, fits that role. That's someone that we didn't talk about.
No, at all. I've
got the pick. I've got the Seattle pick.
I got it too.
I saw it too.
Fuck.
Is it
official comment? Official comment?
I think that's the official comment.
Yeah.
Jackson.
Taylor,
the best. Real quick, this is the best, and Brian, you will appreciate this. Tweet Big Cat, Jackson Smith and Jigba got shut out against Michigan this year. Had to show up in your games. Bust. All capitals. Bust.
Say that again. I missed it.
Big Cat doing his typical anyone that the Bears
Oh,
didn't
the
pick as a
busting?
bust. He said Jackson Smith-Njigba got shut out against Michigan this year. How show up again in your biggest games? All caps, bust.
Good luck succeeding in the NFL with a pussy name like Aaron. Bust.
It's like clockwork. It's great.
He did away with that shtick for a bit. And he brought it back. I think it's good
Oh, it's
timing.
back. Yeah, it's back though. It's back again. He doesn't drive stuff into the ground. He gets it.
No, definitely not.
Fucking Seahawks.
Who's their running back? Because they got rid of Penny. He was always hurt.
Walker.
Yeah, Ken.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Big
Kenneth
time
Walker.
Kenneth
Yeah, hey, that's a fun offense. Again,
Their offensive
I don't know
line,
if
they drafted both tackles last year, and both of them like
Really good rookie years. Yeah.
Unbelievable
For a duo too, like a rookie duo.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
It's still going to be a good board. It's funny how we've basically just scuttled the idea of DeAndre Hopkins.
Well, their GM or whatever came out and said we're not trading him, didn't he?
Oh, did he?
Which, like, I mean, Lamar Jackson requested a trade, so I mean, who cares?
Right, you
But-
take that with a grain of salt.
I
But
feel like we would have seen more at this point.
no, I think you're right. But I think Hollywood happened like a pick or two before, right?
It
Yeah,
happened right after Kyle Hamilton's.
it could
Yeah.
be. I mean, it
was
could
like-
be the fact that the Ravens are waiting to see a certain individual come off the board. In my fairy tale dreamland, it was let's see if Jackson Smith-Njigba comes off the board, then we'll
Do you
press
guys
send
think
on the
that
trade.
the Eagles and the Cardinals, like there was some kind of like impropriety with like how Jonathan Gannon got hired?
Yes, there was. It was
They,
tampering.
they settled it and then
prior-
made the trade today.
Yeah.
They settled it.
Oh,
Ryan, you want to make an introduction here?
it's Jimbo Slice. He's needs no introduction.
Okay.
What are we drinking out of?
You have a souvenir cup?
What are we wearing tonight? What's going on here? Where are we going?
I don't know if he can hear you.
He's going out to the deck, I think.
Is he in OC or is he here?
He's an OC. He's going to the liquor cabinet, I think.
Oh boy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the LaxCon shirt.
The LaxCon.
What's happening? Cat got your tongue? I mean, what's going on here?
It's free is what it is.
It's what? Oh, it's free. The shirt?
Free t-shirt.
Let's turn the volume up.
Yeah, I hear all the clicking. You hear us now?
Yeah, I only do free shirts.
Love that.
What's your take on the draft so far? Are you tuned in?
No, I don't tune into the draft. It's one of the most boring events in sports history.
Oh, you're talking to all the wrong guys here for this.
I know that. That's why I don't bother with this. I can look it up tomorrow morning and see what happened. And then there's not a game for 6 months. Who gives a crap? Who gives a crap?
What do you think about the Orioles tonight?
7-Eleven and
No, the Orioles are exciting. There's actual sports activity going on.
You're talking Eric's
Yeah,
language.
Eric knows.
That's why he's my guy. That's why he's my guy.
Yeah,
See?
I don't give a crap about the draft. I don't care about contract stuff. Let's play ball.
he's about that action,
That's a
boss.
Spencer thing too.
You got to be about that action.
So where were you
And
when you heard
of
about
course,
Lamar
down here, I
today?
don't get the games on TV. I got to follow on MLB.
Yeah, how were you made aware of the Lamar Jackson contract extension today?
I'm trying to figure that out. I think I got.
Oh,
a
is this
tweet
news
from-
to you now?
Probably a tweet from the Sun. I think it was
Did
a
you
tweet
look
from
it up
Baltimore
on
Sun.
Twitter? Like, did you look at your timeline and
I
discover
looked
this,
at
or was it?
Twitter and then, oh, okay. I guess we got something here. What time is that? 4:30, 5 o'clock,
Something like that.
something like that.
Or like-
4:15ish, 4:30.
Yeah.
4:30.
I know our group chat was buzzing at what, like 2? Taylor
Yeah,
said we
I
may
was,
have to
I
go
was
live
in a
soon.
meeting.
I was
I
in
had
the office for a couple hours.
3 to 4:45 meeting today.
Brilliant. That's brilliant planning there.
Yeah,
I
Did
know.
they have pizza too?
No, they did not.
Mm.
I think I was able to negotiate for some future lunch and learns. So there's that. I got that going for me.
Wow. Are they going to bring Schlotsky sandwiches?
No, it's probably pizza sauce on York Road.
Oh wow, that's a classic.
Yeah, they order there way too much.
That's a Mike
Where's
Lukey.
the pizza sauce? Where's that?
It's in the shopping center where the cheeseburger used to be, I think.
R.I.P.
Oh, down by the bowling
Yeah.
alley.
Rip. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
They order the
Is there
spaghetti
still-
pizza.
There's not a movie theater there anymore, is there?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Ravens are on the clock.
All right, yeah, we'll let Jimbo get on with his night. He's not big into the draft, but it was good to.
Just absolutely destroys the draft before. That's exactly what we needed from Jimbo.
Cheeseburger
the
shout out as
draft
elite.
live stream to say the draft
Cheeseburger
is
is elite. I'm now behind. I have the Chargers pick. Not.
I got it off Twitter. I'm in full trying to get as much time as I can possible.
Yeah, he's on Deontay Wilder.
Don't spoil anything because you have
I won't.
professional.
Oh, I won't say. I will have a stoned face.
How high are you getting for that stone face? I don't know who they're going to take. It has to be a receiver, right?
Chargers or Ravens?
Chargers.
Probably, yeah.
Has to be a receiver.
All right, what's the final Ravens prediction?
Jordan
Levis.
Fuck you.
Wait,
I think
he's
they trade
He's
Lamar.
standing and smiling right now on my screen. He's standing, smiling, looks ecstatic. Viking.
Yeah,
He's a
that's-
fucking Viking. Oh my god, it's Kirk Cousins' like younger, stronger cousin that drinks more milk. Has to be. Vikings are like, don't worry.
Who
We're
is
coming,
there on the board right now that somebody behind us could be desperate to go get?
Flowers?
Let's play that game for a sec.
That's like who's going to trade up, I guess is the question.
Ahead of the Ravens?
No, with
Well,
the Ravens. If the Ravens
Yeah,
want
I
to
think the
trade
Ravens
back.
are making a pick here. I think the Ravens.
I think they're going to pick.
I think they'll
I'm
pick.
gonna go with Nolan Smith. I'm gonna go with Nolan Smith.
I'll
best
be
player on the board.
I'll be pissed if it's Nolan Smith. Livid.
I think
I'm gonna go with
Klatt.
my heart. I think they're taking Deontay. Come on, Ravens. Do it for the content.
Do it for you specifically, Taylor.
Yeah, this is all for me. It's all about me.
Do it specifically
All
for
right,
you. To
I
roll
don't
this
want any of you looking at Twitter. If anyone is going to see, I'll see it. I'm not going to say anything.
Hands are up.
Yeah, Taylor.
All right.
Taylor can because he's got Deontay.
Oh yeah,
back.
yeah. It's quite literally.
I'm looking. I will
Is
react
anyone
to it.
watching live?
Quentin
'Cause
Johnston?
I'm streaming. Told you.
To the
Quentin
Chargers. yeah.
Johnston. Okay.
That makes a lot of sense.
He's
It makes
such
a lot of sense.
Look at him.
It does, especially the yak ability there with being an outside body, having Keenan Allen makes sense. Mike Williams is not that guy in that sense.
Yep.
Mike Williams is your outside the hashes executioner. Keenan Allen's working between the numbers. And then now you've got someone that can do a little bit of both. Plus the pressure is going to be off. Man, I didn't think I would get this horny when I saw like the Ravens insignia come up on the screen.
One thing I want to ask quick: Joey Porter versus Deontay Banks. Where do you guys stand?
To me, I Banks, I feel like is a great fit in Wink's defense and for what Harbaugh typically likes. Porter might make a little more sense with the ability to vision. He presses. So Forbes can press. Forbes can play the run. Porter, to me, presses with a bigger body, presses a little more confidently, has a vision to the ball. I don't know. Banks, I think, is just going to be a better man press coverage corner. I think Porter has more potential ball production. Very similarly graded players for me, but I do like Banks's profile a lot.
As an FYI, I've got the audition session pulled up. We'll record our reaction. I'll post that as a podcast while we have all this going on. But just want to let you guys know the drill here.
Love it.
Sweet.
I'm reloading here right now. Let's.
Mm.
I need to turn the comments off over here too.
Spenny knows the scouting game way better than me, but in watching a lot of Deontay Banks at Maryland, they put him on an island a ton to try to stack the box to deal with the fact that they just didn't have the horses up front, and so he's dealt with that. He dealt with that a ton in his career,
and won't have to.
And he's a freak, and he won't have to deal with that as much as a pro. Like
at
He's
all,
athletic as
especially
hell.
at first at all.
Yeah,
If
he's
I
so
can get
he's
him
so
and
athletic.
Jacorian, I love Jacorian.
Jacorian is extremely fast.
Real
obviously-
quick,
that obviously like plays in the combine, but like when you watch him, you're like, oh, like as a special teams gunner, he's gonna be a problem when he plays on
It's funny
special
you said
teams.
that because
he's
I
gonna be
found
gross.
Banks didn't run quite a 4-3, but Bennett when he ran a 4-3, I was like, yeah, he runs a 4-3. So I
Yeah.
completely get what you're saying.
Yeah, I love it. He's also a great kid. Jacorian Bennett is a great kid.
My
How
final
big is
pick was
TJ?
Addison.
Was it?
My
Yeah,
final
mine's-
pick was Addison.
I said that.
stuck on that one firmly.
Mine too.
If it's Porter Jr., Banks, Addison, Flowers, I'm happy. If it's anyone
Nolan
else,
Smith
it
Russell,
would be a little
I mean,
upset.
let's talk about the possibility of Osiris right now.
I hate
Yeah,
it. I
it was
hate him.
wrong,
He
right?
makes me angry. He's not good. It's sickening.
He's able to operate in his little phone booth and pass protection, but he just isn't like a plus, especially at this point in the
No.
draft. He's not a plus value
I'm
plus.
sick of big guys that don't play big. Like
Yes.
he's never been in Cleveland.
He's not a plus run defender, or excuse me, he's not a plus single blocker
No.
in the sense that he's making a difference at the point of impact as a 4-year starter. Sure, he can be like to me, he's like a 77 overall in year 3 in Madden. Like he's like he's a fine.
Yeah, he'll start. He'll start.
Yeah,
For
exactly.
sure.
He's fine, and you're like, okay, Osiris Torrance, he's fine. Like, I don't know. He just is like the only other player I can think of that the Ravens have drafted like that is Ben Grubbs, and it is a guard. It is somewhat similar, but it just doesn't have the mobility in space. Doesn't have that I'm gonna go get it factor coming off of combo blocks. I think he's a fine processor. I think he does his job, but Jesus Christ, please don't fucking pick him right now.
I'll be livid. I'll be livid with that.
I almost just went on Twitter.
Yeah, let's stay off of that.
Nipples
my
are hard.
They're
Thought we might be
probably
dealing with
trying to trade
Hopkins
back.
by now.
Yeah.
I was
Do you
wondering
think
if
that DaCosta is on the phone, physically has a phone in his hand? Yes or no? Right this second.
We're taking a while. The pick is not in. Like the clock is still ticking.
I bet
gonna say he has
Jacksonville's
a phone
trading
in
up
his
for
hand.
Hopkins right now.
He either has a phone
I'm
in
on
the hand for
commercial
who he
right now.
drafted, or has a phone in the hand for another GM. There's a phone in DaCosta.
But the pick wasn't in before the ticker went away. It got down into like the 3-minute territory.
I'm freaking out.
Do not
That
touch.
was such a weird. The 10 through 20 picks were unbelievably unpredictable.
Yeah, that was wild.
Last year was the most stock draft I can recall as well.
Good question for Cole here. Is
Picks-
Nolan the same energy as Linderbaum last year?
No, because Linderbaum was my argument against Linderbaum was just
Clock's
that
running
he-
down.
He didn't fit their profile for a center, but Linderbaum was a sick player. I was never down on him as a player. It
He
was
made
more
no
as his
sense
fit.
to us in the prism of Roman.
Thank you. But as a player, I didn't have really anything negative to say about him.
We didn't know. Yes, we did. We had negative things to say about Linderbaum, you liar. We didn't like him.
All of it in the context of playing in a gap scheme.
Yeah.
In the run.
But we didn't like the idea of him with a zero tech
Yeah.
coming off the ball in year 1. We didn't like the idea
Which is
of him
all
having-
he struggled with as a rookie, really.
Yes.
So-
We were spot on.
We're seeing handshake and dab-ups
Pick is in.
Pick is in.
the room.
Okay. So
Not
they're
by
picking.
EDC though. EDC was
So
sitting
now
down.
I'm
he
saying
was
that Kyler
started.
Murray has more guaranteed money. Fucking get that graphic out of my face. That is such a bullshit thing. All right, so they made a pick. Taylor, is this Banks?
I'm not
No, he'd
reacting.
be typing.
Yeah.
Taylor, is this Banks?
He would be hard at work if it was.
That's true.
I was gonna say I was probably gonna give away if it was Banks regardless. So that was
Yeah.
probably
Not Banks.
one for me to
He
navigate.
would do
We
his
were gonna
like.
watch-
Not,
I was trying to
not
head-
answer.
I was
Down,
trying to head
like-
fake it a little bit, like looking at my computer and stuff, but
All right. Well, I see it.
I have seen it as well.
I haven't seen
Okay,
it.
I
haven't
just
seen it.
saw it.
I haven't
Taylor,
seen
do you
it.
like it? Cole, do you like it? Jimbo, do you like it?
I'll let everybody. I'll let everybody react. and then
I'm as
we'll
happy
get
as
it.
Jimbo.
He's in the lobby. I feel bad. He's in the
Well,
lobby.
now I think I know who it is.
You ready, Jimbo?
I have nothing yet. I don't know who it is.
It was Zay Flowers? Okay.
Let's fucking go.
Okay.
Who the F is that guy? But who knows?
We'll see him in 6 months.
Unbelievable.
Zay
So the
Flowers.
Ravens had a firecracker. Ravens had somebody who's going to be able to play over the middle of the field.
Stop.
Right.
3, 2, 1. All right, we are back on the Exit 52 podcast. I was hoping to wait and watch this play out in real time with Roger Goodell. Actually, let me just turn this up right now. Baltimore Ravens select wide receiver Zay Flowers out of Boston College in the first round of the 2023 NFL Draft. We are live on our little happy hour live stream that we got going on here. My name is Jake Luke. I'm joined by Spencer Schultz, by Eric Arditi, by Taylor Smythe, by Brian Black, by Cole Jackson, by Jim Black. I mean, it's just a party here. Spencer, you were...
Don't care, little B.
Thanks, Jimmy. Spencer, you were getting a little natural light sip in there. What are your thoughts on the pick?
So I thought that Zay Flowers, I thought I was like super cool and trendy and like in the niche in like January, being like, oh, this guy could be a first round guy. Yeah, he's been super productive, Boston College. He, to me, I guess the most flashy statement I can say is what you hope Hollywood Brown would have been after the catch, and being he's like if Hollywood Brown was a dog instead of dog adjacent house cat for what we've talked about for so long. The deep tracking is there. He squares up after the catch. Him after the catch is that he wants to get even. He wants to get his shoulders parallel with you and then try and embarrass you. Someone that you look at now, the Ravens obviously have Lamar Jackson locked up for the long term, that you hope provides a constant piece of energy, a constant piece of shit. We're having a tough game. We're having a tough day, playing a good defense, and he is going to rip through a tackle, get a tough first down. He's going to be able to go track a deep ball and go fight somebody that he shouldn't for it. He plays bigger than his size. He is, to me, like it's like a fuck Hollywood Brown pick. It's like we don't care that we drafted a smaller guy that played like a house cat a little bit and we traded him. We're going to go get him again, and he's going to fight way harder. On the screen right now is a Tyreek Hill comparison. Obviously, no one has the speed of Tyreek Hill in a functional situation. But the thing that stood out to me and Cole, I think we talked about this, was he has gears. I think Zay Flowers doesn't have a fifth gear like a Tyreek Hill, maybe even not a Hollywood Brown. He is fast as hell, but he's able to pace himself through zones and then accelerate at the perfect moment as a DB maybe is opening their hips or maybe is starting to try to vision the quarterback. I think he has high IQ against zone. When you have Lamar Jackson now locked down for 5 years, makes a ton of sense. They pick him over Addison. They pick him over a Downs. They pick him over a Jalen Hyatt. You know, Johnson comes off the board, Jackson Smith and Jigba. We end up seeing a run on receivers. And to me, Eric DeCosta doesn't care. He doesn't care about the Ravens way. He doesn't care about, best player available. It's like, all right, hey, we went and got Odell Beckham. We have Rashad Bateman. We've got Mark Andrews. We signed Nelson Aguilar. We're going to take another one. We're going to guarantee that the quarterback we just paid, has enough weapons. So Zay Flowers, explosive firecracker type. They're fired up. I tweeted out Steve Smith Jr. Sr. He was Steve Smith's number one. He kind of plays like that. If he can play like that all the way, I mean, Devin Duvernay now is your 5. Devin Duvernay, Zay Flowers can return. Devin Duvernay could very well be gone. Zay Flowers is a firecracker that will light it up after the catch. The worst case scenario to me is that you're looking at maybe like a Mecole Hardman type player that is a little more physical. That is like the worst case scenario, maybe a Rondale Moore type player. So fired up. He's got icy sunglasses on. His suit looks like he's out of the Batman movie or something. I don't know what the hell to say, but man, receiver again, third receiver Eric DeCosta's drafted in 5 years in the first round. It's ridiculous.
Just keep taking swings at the axe. But this year he actually signed a legitimate free agent, and I love the Steve Smith comparison. I saw Charles Davis making that here on the NFL Network feed, so that's really good to see. And if Steve Smith gives you the stamp of approval, I think the only one that I really remember, the big one, was Cooper Kupp. that worked out okay. And the Ravens obviously missed out on him in a big way back in 2017. So to see that happen is big. Fellas, the podcast boys will defer to you at some point, but Cole, you're the guy that's breaking down tape more than any of us. What are your thoughts on Zay Flowers here?
Really good breakdown from I watched him right after Jordan Addison, and I think they're kind of a fun comparison. Jordan Addison's more smooth sailing. Zay Flowers is your jitterbug explosion. I don't like the Tyreek Hill comparison. I don't think he has quite that deep gear. But I actually I compared him to an early career T.Y. Hilton, which I think is really what he can do. I think he can play outside. I think he's got that ability. I don't think he's just a slot. Todd Monken loves to play 12 personnel. I think you'll see OBJ and Zay in that 12 personnel group rotating quite a bit. It just gives you so much speed, and it gives you what Todd Monken is talking about, nothing more than getting guys open in space. Duvernay is that kind of guy that if you can build up speed to get him in space, which is what you're doing on a kick return, you're literally running into your blocks from 10, 15 yards behind, then it's fine. But he doesn't have the movement skills that a guy like Zay Flowers can. It's a huge upgrade. It pushes Aguilar back to wide receiver 4, Duvernay into wide receiver 5. You get Tylen and Prochet fighting for the special teams role. It just makes your wide receiver core a true strength now. But Zay has everything you could want. If you're going to draft a little dude, it better be a little dude that can fight. And that's Zay Flowers.
Thanks. What are your thoughts on this? As the next preeminent Ravens guy, I'm sure you've been breaking down all the tape on Zay Flowers. So
I spent all my time overseas looking at Zay Flowers tape for sure. The Lamar Jackson with more cryptic tweets after the cryptic thing happens. Very strong grasp on Twitter by our quarterback. It's such a shift in mentality by DaCosta in terms of, I guess it's 3 and 5 years, but for them to just keep going back to the well and then doing so much that they had this offseason, it's kind of shocking. And I don't know where a guy like Duvernay fits in anymore. You'd kind of mentioned that, Spen, and even behind that, like we signed Nelson Aguilar. I don't know how much, run that he's even going to get, and I'm fine with it. I think everybody's fine with it. It's a complete not overload, but just a complete what's the word I'm looking for? An overhaul of the offense. It seems like with the quarterback just kind of staying in place. It's Monken's going to come in and use these weapons, and I think we're going to see something completely different than what we're used to. And I think we've got an embarrassment of riches in the middle of the field now here with the tight ends and J.K. Dobbins coming on strong late last year when he was getting healthy again, and he's going to have that top speed back a little bit. And I'd be afraid to see this team on the offensive side of the ball. And we all know that the defense can hold their own, more than hold their own. So this is a banner day for the Ravens. It's hard to think otherwise.
Taylor, I know you're monitoring a couple situations right now. You've got a prospect that you are tracking that you might need to run and perform some duties for. But as of right now, Zay Flowers, Baltimore Ravens. What do you think?
Yeah, no, I think the Vikings are going receiver too. I think that sort of to what Banks said. I mean, a couple of years ago we talked about so much at how the Ravens were trying to win the game, without the big time receiver, right? Really like focusing on offensive line, the variety of running backs, winning in the middle of the field with tight ends, and all those different things. And now they have, with the firm investment into Lamar Jackson, and the I love that Spenny always goes the $250 million deal. I love it. They'll refer to that way because it gives you the magnitude of the contract. They are going all in on a position that they, have addressed in the first round, but now have combined, hoping that the rookie wide receiver pops with the addition of veteran guys around him, around them. That kind of gives you a more full room, like Cole said, where you kind of bump everybody back and you're like, wow, that's a room with a lot of depth. I'm still very interested to see how they address corner. I think corner is still a pretty big need. And my heart obviously wanted them to take Deonte Banks. But I don't think you can go wrong with Flowers here in the dynamic ability he brings on the field is going to be very interesting. I mean, if you're Lamar Jackson, the Ravens have kind of done everything he wanted them to do. They've gone and gotten 2 more weapons. They've given him all the guaranteed money. He now has to go out and get it done. And I have no doubt that he'll be able to do that. But the excuses in terms of the weaponry around him is kind of over with the guys I think they have on the field. And we talk about all the wide receivers. Mark Andrews is still on the team. So there's so many guys to distribute the football to at this point. He's got to go get it done in this offense. And now the Ravens, like I said, have to kind of go figure out corner unless now the move that Eric DeCosta has in the bag is to go find a corner somewhere like we thought they were going to go with receiver with DeAndre Hopkins. Maybe that's the move he now goes and makes to address that spot. That was the other kind of clear need that they were mocked with a lot. I like the pick. I can't say I watched a lot of BC football this year. To me, I honestly kind of love it. Zay Flowers is to me, like when DJ Moore probably got picked for a lot of people a couple of years ago. They were like, no one watched DJ Moore play for Maryland. It's like, here's a first round pick. I'm sure that's Zay Flowers for a lot of people this year. If he's as good as DJ Moore, not that DJ Moore is, a all pro, but I would take DJ Moore. Not that they're the same player at all, but I would take the similar level of production from Zay Flowers. So I like it. I mean, good for Eric DeCosta. Go all in. And we talked about it on the Lamar live stream. It's like, go make the moves now, and they've brought another receiver in. So I'm excited to watch the guy play. I think the way he plays, he should be a fan favorite. I think the Duvernay piece is interesting if Zay Flowers can return, because they seem to be kind of redundant to a certain extent. And I think Tylan Wallace and James Prochet are on borrowed time at this point.
Yeah, figure it out. Bring this passing game into the 2020s. It's been more than enough time. It was just an absolute disaster, with the position last season. At times it was embarrassing to watch. It was probably embarrassing for them. I think they're tired of it. I think I've said that Eric DeCosta, he's not perfect, but when he senses there's an issue, he goes out and he will, I don't know if I'd say over.
They added 3 receivers. They added a first round pick, a superstar, and like a former first round pick veteran that has played competent football in the latter half of his career.
I just wanted to be known. I flew 2 hours from upstate New York to Baltimore on a very, very questionable plane to watch James Prochet throw a bomb to Tylan Wallace or whoever.
They won 10-9, Cole.
So,
they won.
Listen, they did win. Listen, this is like we're going from James Prochet throwing the deep ball to now I got Zay Flowers out there.
Did we just see 4 receivers go in a row?
Addison just went, so I think you might be right.
So we went Njigba, Johnston, Flowers, Addison.
So the run on receivers starts. The Ravens get their guy. Eric, I know you're one of the bigger Ravens guys on this podcast right now. You're famous for it. The fact that your Ravens analysis is just so airtight. What do you got on this pick?
Yeah, I mean, people are asking me if I'm concerned about Bautista tonight, and I'm not really. I think they got to win, and I'm happy with that. And I think we'll keep on trucking on, and Adley will pick it up, and Santander hit a big home run tonight. So that's about all I got.
So earlier I sent Jake and Cole. I sent you guys that board that was leaked. Apparently, do you know who the first 2 receivers on there were and who had a target on them? Was and Zay Flowers. They did pick Zay Flowers over Addison.
Yeah.
And they had Zay Flowers over, in that same logic, anyone other than Brian Branch that was available. The only player that they had, and I think that actually might have just been because Brian Branch was the top-rated safety on their board. We might have the Ravens board, lady and germs. We might have the Ravens board.
Who's the cornerbacks? Do you remember?
The corners went Gonzalez,
Witherspoon,
and it seems like they thought he would be gone. Then Witherspoon, then Joey Porter, that they had a good starter. So Banks was a tier below Njigba, Flowers, and Addison. Banks was also below Gonzalez, Witherspoon, and Porter. The only other players that were available were Drew Sanders, Nolan Smith, Dalton Kincaid, and Michael Meyer that were in the
See ya.
Thanks.
The only ones that were available in the same tier.
Giants. Yeah, I wonder who's going now. Yeah, there it is.
Deontay Banks going to the Giants. So Taylor.
And that's crazy because, Cole, what have I been saying? Who is the best corner for a Wink Martindale system?
Who'd they take? Was it Porter?
Deontay Banks.
Did they take Banks?
And here, you want to hear this?
Oh,
what's that guy's
Banks would be
name?
better than
Ari Mirov or whatever.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
my
yeah.
sports update.
Giants are selecting Maryland cornerback Deonte Banks at 24. He has drawn comparisons to current Ravens Pro Bowler Marlon Humphrey. Yeah, so that checks out. There we go.
Huh.
I do.
Are we
we
about
need
to
a
be-
clip. Jake, can you clip Taylor Sia?
Yeah,
Can
actually,
we
I'll
put
do
that at the end of every episode?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Are we about to become a team that throws the football 45, 50 times a game?
No.
I had this
Like,
discussion a lot yesterday because I kept going back to the 2019 Browns. They threw 540 times that year, so that works out to, because I was trying to get an idea of like how they spread that around a Monken offense. That worked out. That was a 16-game season. That's 34 attempts a game. I think 35 is probably going to be your average. So, I mean, there's a fair question. I think the big thing is I am perfectly happy with Monken, who loves to use 12 personnel. The Ravens have 3 tight ends that I have no issue with them being on the field, with 2 of them being on the field. If you can manage OBJ's snaps, like that's a good situation. And rookies can take some time to kind of, there's a rookie wide receiver gap typically. Maybe not so much lately. We've seen rookies kind of break out quicker than they used to. But like if you're playing Bateman a ton, and then you kind of have OBJ, he's coming off a year where he didn't even play football. If he's working in slowly, you got Zay who's still learning the NFL lifestyle a little bit. If those two are like, I think you're fine. Like I really do. Maybe not so much with Hopkins, because I do think Hopkins is going to be like, I need 10 targets a game. But, with the way they have it set up, I think they're in a really good position to kind of run the offense the way they want. They can go 12, run it at 12, pass it at 12. They can get 3 wide receivers out there, go 11. I think they're in a really good position.
The nice thing here, too, is that you're finding, hopefully, somewhat of a long-term plan at receiver as well, in addition to Beckham, in lieu of Hopkins. Having a little bit of that immediate impact after the catch or with the ball in his hands in Flowers, and then hopefully down the road, 2, 3, 4 years in for Zay Flowers, that he can go make an impact. So super excited in that capacity. I was also dead wrong. I think Mike Renner was like, so if you have your pick of JSN, Addison, Johnston, and Flowers who you're taking, I thought someone else would creep in there between one of them, but they went in a row consecutively right in my face. Right in my face.
I hate that for you.
Hate it. But also at the same time, hey, what did we say? Deonte Banks fits a Wink scheme to a T. That is a press man corner that Wink Martindale gets. Cole is dying again.
Yeah, it's
hitting him hard. So, man, the Ravens offense, I think, and I'll give you what I missed, what I got, and what I got again was that it felt like, hey, why take a corner when you can maybe sign a Rocky Sin and you can probably go draft a press man corner that will have a huge impact potentially in year one, like a Corey Trice, a Darius Rush. I mean, there's 15 6-foot-tall press man corners that played at Power 5 schools in this class.
I said this, so when they asked me, they're like, when I was on with Bobby and Sarah, they said, if you had to go quarterback or wide receiver, which would you pick? And I said wide receiver, because I'd rather be picking a 3rd-round corner than a 3rd-round wide receiver in this class. And I would put $100 down that they will be signing Rock Ya-Sin in the next 7 days. Probably by Wednesday, he will be a Raven. I'm about 95% sure they have an agreement in place with him already. They're just waiting.
It'll be like May 1st or 2nd.
Yeah, it's as soon as the comp pick window's over, they're signing Rock Ya-Sin. Doesn't sound like there was interest with Marcus Peters. So there's your starting.
The Jags traded back twice so they had the 24th pick, traded back to the 25th pick, and then traded back again to the Bills to, I think, the 27th pick. So there we go. But the Ravens added to the offensive side of the football, all in on the offensive side of the football. Defensively, this year, this offseason, everything, in hindsight, obviously the 1st-round pick is going to be the standout one, especially if you don't have a second. But, man, really going all in on the offensive side of the football. Lamar Jackson signed, Zay Flowers added, Odell Beckham, Rashad Bateman, Mark Andrews, Isaiah Likely, J.K. Dobbins, playmakers all around. Go get a veteran offensive lineman and that probably has some versatility to them. And
Oh, Bills just traded up.
suddenly you're cooking with gas.
Their fans looked pissed at that run on wide receivers.
All right.
Now they traded up, which is interesting. Brian Branch.
I'm going to close out the pod here. Thanks everyone for listening. As we kind of figured this thing out on the fly with the live stream. I think we got some good analysis in there. Ravens taking Zay Flowers at 22nd overall. Your stick and pick. They fixed that wide receiver position once and for all. As the Smythe man said, the excuses have run out, and Eric DaCosta has done what he had to do. This was a great day. We didn't really do a ton of Lamar Jackson analysis on this podcast, really on this live stream. We did them on a live stream prior to this one, which lives on our YouTube channel if you want to go and check that out to get some of our takes on all of that. But thank you guys for listening. Be sure to stay tuned. We're going to have another live stream cranking tonight, Friday night, as you're listening to this for day 2. It's going to be relaxed. It's going to be loose. It's going to be fun. We're going to be cycling people in and out like the live stream that you listened to last night. So in the meantime, we appreciate you all. Follow us on Twitter at Exit52 Podcast. I am at Jake Luke. Spencer is at Ravens4 Dummies. That's the number 4. Taylor is at Taylor Smythe 10. Banks is Barstool Banks. Eric is EDI TTI 22. Cole, why don't we just plug you while you're here? Cole Jackson FB, and Jimbo is just probably not on Twitter, so that's fine too.
No, he is. He is. Plug him.
Oh yeah, you are. He is on Twitter, right?
I am. I don't even know what my handle is. Or whatever it is. It's out there somewhere.
Yeah. Okay. You can find Jimbo somewhere. We'll figure that out.
Eric will steer you there.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you guys for listening, and that is that. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
See ya.
Peace. All right. Nice, clean 20 minutes there.
Beautiful. So the Ravens out on D Hop. I'm going through the comments here. Yes, the Ravens are out on D Hop. That would be truly an unprecedented move in the history of football.
That might be overkill.
Kincaid went to the Bills. They traded up for Kincaid. Is the move big slot? People are mocking that, but makes a little bit of sense. What else we got here? I mean, Zay Flowers is from Miami, if I'm not mistaken, as well. So there you go. He's Hollywood plus like 9 pounds of muscle and a bad attitude in a good way. He's from Fort Lauderdale, so he's right around that same area.
Ryan's a big Fort Lauderdale guy.
Is this the part where I get to talk about the airport?
Yeah, we did. We promised you we would let you do that. So
yeah, I got to hear about the port.
I don't really know where to start with this airport, but it's by far the worst major airport I've ever been in. It looks like a bus station from the 80s. It's brutal. I went to on the way back, we had the G terminal. I look to my left as we're going through security, and I see a Chili's 2 to my left. It's on the outside of security. So once you go past security, you cannot go to the Chili's. So I go in, and the map that I looked at on my phone said there's a Pizza Hut and a Budweiser brew house. And then we have about an hour to kill and need something to eat. So we're like, okay, let's go to the brew house. We got time to sit down. Might as well do that. I go in. It's the weirdest bar I've ever been to. The Budweiser sign's fallen apart. There are Bible verses on 2 of the televisions, and the third television has the Braves Marlins game on. Naturally, of course, I watched Tanner Scott give up 2 home runs and 4 pitches for the Marlins. I asked for a pepperoni pizza and a 5-piece wing. And the guy clarified the flavor of wing, and then he disappeared behind a door and came right out with said items in 15 seconds. Turns out it is no longer Pizza Hut next door, but it's some off-brand nonsense, and it just operates under the same restaurant. This is the only eating option in this terminal, and they're and by the way, they're LK H2O easy whatever, whatever spend you've got. This is your shtick, but it spat out warm water. I mean, I've never even seen that out of one of those machines. It seems
I hate hearing that. That's tough.
It is tough. The security line situation was an absolute muck. Just a mess from A to Z. I couldn't believe it. It's one of those places where you think it's like glitz and glamour and a place with a lot of money, and Miami is expensive, one of the more expensive places to go vacation at, and their airport is dog shit. It was unbelievable. And I didn't like it's. You hear people complain about airports, or that's a whole thing in itself. I've never heard anybody say anything one way or another about the Miami airport.
I think
I was stunned.
I think I've been there, and I remember not loving it, but I was also a little young at the time. I don't know if I had full like.
Are we talking about the Fort Lauderdale airport?
Yeah.
So
you don't like the Chipotle there? What the fuck?
No, it's two
I'm not talking about the Fort Lauderdale airport.
Miami, right?
Yeah, Fort
Miami.
Lauderdale has Chipotle.
I've been to
I had
Fort
a
Lauderdale.
layover there. I had a layover there, but it was like 40 minutes, so like I didn't get to experience it as much.
Fort Lauderdale's fine. I've been there.
Sorry to hear
Never been
about
to
your experience.
I'm not
You
terribly
know,
like mad
sounds
about
like
it.
you had a
I'm just
real
like,
tough
other than the warm water, it was just surprising to me. I was taken aback by this airport.
Daiquiri there or no?
At the airport?
Yeah.
No, I didn't even mention that they asked me if I wanted something to drink. I'd had plenty to drink the past few days. I just wanted a Coca-Cola. I said, we don't have Coke, we have Pepsi. And he gestures to his right. I'm thinking he's going to give me a Pepsi out of one of those soda guns.
Pepsi,
He gestures to his right, and it's one of those kiosk refrigerators, and it's bottles of Pepsi. A couple minutes later, I see somebody ask for a whiskey Coke. I see him pull one of those Pepsis out. He makes the whiskey Coke or Whipsy Pepsi with the bottled Pepsi. It was unbelievable.
This Coke's got freestyle machines. Has Pepsi got the freestyle machines?
Are you talking about the ones that mix the different flavorings and stuff? I don't know where you got onto that, but
I don't know. I'm just thinking. I mean, you see the Coke freestyle machines. We've seen them for 10 years. Has Pepsi jumped into that? Why isn't Pepsi jumping into that?
I'm talking. He literally just had a cooler of bottled sodas.
I know what
he
you're
was
saying,
mixing
but who the
drinks.
hell wants a Pepsi and Jack? Nobody drinks that.
Nobody wants a Pepsi and
Yeah,
anything.
nobody drinks that. That's a weird look for that airport. That's tough.
It's a weird look for Budweiser to continue to have their name on that place.
The whole Coke Pepsi thing's weird. I mean, why do I went to Camden Yards yesterday, and all they have is Pepsi. They got 27 kinds of beer, but one kind of soda. What's up with that?
That was a big thing this offseason.
Did you get a new souvenir cup? No.
I got more cups.
I love it. I love that.
All right,
Ryan, anything else burning on?
anything else I'm burning on? Not really.
Joey Ortiz was a member of the New Mexico State baseball team.
Did you see
With
the
Kyle-
picture
with Kyle
of
Bradish.
him and Bradish? Yeah, someone tweeted me that.
There you go. I mean, man, weird draft here as well. Since the 10th pick, it's been nuts.
I can't believe
I think it's kind of flying. Like it's not like I know it's 11-15, but this thing's
How
almost
can you
done.
tell?
It did feel quick this year.
2023 is the year where shit gets condensed.
Yes, very
Baseball,
true.
NFL draft, college football also significantly getting dialed back from having those
Pitch
4.5-hour games.
Who made Mike McCarthy get in a suit for this?
Jerry Jones.
Yeah, who do you think?
Gerald Jones. I'm ordering myself
Why?
more food. I think my
Why
phone
is my
might be dead.
question, I guess.
Oh my god, I'm in for a rough Friday. I think I've had like 13 freaking natty lights here. We're
Well,
in
you've
bad
been
shape.
drinking since 3:30.
I played 18 today as well.
Oh,
know.
baby.
You're still alive.
Okay.
You would be dead.
What'd you shoot today? How close were you
105.
to the magic number? Here we go.
That's fine.
I blew up on 13 and 14, 12 and 13. Topped the ball 5 times in 2 holes. Ruined me breaking 100 for the first time. Ruined it. Topped the ball so many times in a row. Horrible.
You were at the turn and you were tracking a little bit.
We didn't even have a turn. We played at Clifton. There wasn't a turn. Like We just went straight through.
Is it
Conditions.
breaking 100 if it's just the same 9 twice?
That's kind of true.
That's how it works. That does count technically.
That's kind of how it is. That's not the. It's not the same 9. It's not the. You don't play 9 twice. But conditions there were unbelievably better than expected. Greens and fairways were in pristine condition relative to what it was last time I played there. Shockingly much better. But blew up on 12 and 13 or 13 and 14, one of the two. And
they haven't invited me out there yet. Haven't had the opportunity, the blessing to play Clifton Park.
You're post tax season now, baby. Let's go.
Sure. Clifton Park.
Let's go, baby. Payton. Cows just took a linebacker, I'm guessing.
Jarrah. There's a lot of Twitter refreshing going on by somebody right now.
It's
me.
Sure. Oh,
it's a great sound.
It is a good sound.
It's like a nice little bubble sound.
All right. Podcast is posted. The Hayes in the barn.
We got Bitter here saying he loves Zach Harrison. That'd be a sick round 3 pick, definitely.
We're gonna trade back into the first round here and take Will Levis at the end of the night. So we better not shut down this stream.
Wouldn't that be something?
I'm telling you, trade Lamar, you get Will, and then you just go from there. The old bait and switch.
Yeah, my friend who's a dipshit, the big Lamar hater, was talking about doing something just like that, actually.
Couldn't be me. Could not be me.
No, sure couldn't.
So you get a real pocket passer like Tannehill.
Yeah, there's just something I trusted more about Tannehill.
That was an all-time Stavi video tonight. That was really
My favorite part of like after Zay Flowers gets picked is 17 Baltimore beat writers saying Zay Flowers, quote, "That was probably my best visit, Baltimore. Probably my best visit." just the imperative information we need. There we go.
They were glued to his hip.
They were glued to his hip. That is true. And he went to the Shrine Bowl, not the Senior Bowl, which was a dramatic move.
Did you guys see Marlon's tweet?
Yeah, he caught it.
He goes, no, his tweet after the pick. He goes, practice about to be active. I love that.
It's the great thing our might have
I said, look, it was unfair what you were doing to people down the stretch, dude. I don't know what you're doing as far as your training regimen. Give it to me.
Yeah, but it looks like he's his Deontay Banks duties. I don't know if they've already wrapped up, but there he is. He's also doesn't hear me clearly.
Taylor's a big in the zone guy. It happens.
Good for him.
It happens. He's working.
Oh
He's on
my
the
god,
clock.
he's such a zone guy.
He's a big on. Yeah, Banks and I.
He's also a big does zone guy. It's honestly amazing.
Guy.
You sit there at a bar with him, and you could be talking straight to his face, and he's just unfazed.
Here we go. Good one. How? Let me see. For real, how TF is Nolan Smith still out? I always said once he couldn't see the screen coming from Dave Neal, I'm not taking. It's just me though.
True. Big deal setting those picks, high roll. You better be able to roll with the punches.
I hated Dave Neal so much. He's maybe my top 5 least favorite Terp of all time.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, I did not like him.
That was a pound for pound, like dude who got everything out of his little talent. That is such a
pound for pound. He was like fucking 260.
So
yeah, he wasn't for me.
I don't know about pound for pound.
He's just a Gary guy. I mean, what are we?
He did not do it for me,
man. Sometimes
it's not. Sometimes it's all the time. It's all the time. I had my friend's sister lived on his. I know it was either him or Will Bowers. They're the same person.
I was gonna say you have to be getting it mixed up with Will Bowers right now.
No. I did not like Dave Neal. He was O'Connell, I think, right? O'Connell High School.
The like 5 threes that Dave Neal hit in his career were electric, but the fucking like 20 misses were not.
That's
He was,
fine.
yeah, he was not it.
He was there to lay down the law, take a couple fouls, give a couple fouls, jack up some threes, and probably like help out with the spread after the game.
Well,
Can I give
we'll
out a
have
free
to do-
ad here for a sec?
Go for it.
Target's taco dip is absolutely elite. Maybe
They're-
we can
they're
procure a
ultra.
taco, or not taco, a Target sponsorship.
Well, get on that. You're the one talking to all the big brands around here. What's the deal happen?
I've been.
I've never been to a Target.
Wait.
They don't have Target in Canada.
But
Where do you
it's
shop for like anything?
It's
Like
Minnesota
we have Walmart.
based. How have they not crossed over?
They came up for a year and every store closed.
That
No kidding.
Running things up there, huh?
Yeah. Our economy is not good.
He's like
Every Canadian city just looks like Fargo, North Dakota.
Great movie.
Yeah, no, it's funny because every time we go to the States, we're like, well, we have to go to Target. It's like that's what you do when you go to the US.
Did you do that when you came here?
I didn't. I had to get there's this is embarrassing, but there was this huge children's Tylenol shortage in Canada, so I did go to Walmart by the airport and get some children's Tylenol to bring home.
When I come and visit you, I'm going to do the Chris Berman.
Smug on this
Gonna
setup.
I know you have to be careful too because they'll take away the big bottles. So I had like
When I-
6 little bottles.
I'm going to come up
in
with
case, in case my daughters get a fever.
I'm going to do the Chris Berman. I'm going to get the do's when I go up to Canada. A little bit of codeine, just enough to give you that pop, you know? Do's.
Like we just got what was the restaurant we just got up here? Chipotle. Like that wasn't. It was only in Toronto for like maybe the last 5 years, and now it's actually an.
We're over it, man. We're done with Chipotle.
That's not true, Brian. That's not true. You're just
No,
salty.
I got it tonight for dinner. I got it
am
tonight for
salty.
dinner.
I actually had it for lunch today. It was delightful.
Everybody on the pod had ate it at some point today.
I had
Literally,
about
I'm gonna eat it in like 15
2:30.
minutes.
Yeah,
That's hilarious.
Come here,
it just
Bubba.
wasn't that Chipotle.
Oh, I meant to ask you guys. Do you guys have beaver tail in the States? It's like a dessert chain. It's like it's called like the brand is called
anything
Beaver
that's
Tail.
an animal of the north, probably not.
Yeah, maybe
Really?
not.
Okay, so it is a Canadian thing. I was
What
curious.
do they have? Mud pies there in Saskatoon, Saskatoon salties.
They have the Saskatchewan skipper. That's it.
Anchovies and chocolate.
It's delicious. It's like a deep fried pastry thing with like cinnamon sugar on top. Like it's delicious, but it's definitely
It's called a
Canadian
funnel
thing.
cake.
Yeah.
Yes, that was
Yeah,
a funnel.
yeah, it sounds like a funnel cake. Yeah,
Let me look at it.
powdered sugar.
It definitely looks
It's
somewhat
delicious.
Delicious.
Crystallized
it looks
cocaine.
No beaver tails down here. We have beavers in Maryland, but no.
Can I put pictures in the chat?
Beaver
No, I
tails.
can't.
You should have got to pay extra
Yeah,
for
you
that
can.
action.
Yeah, and that, yeah. You can find those downtown in Baltimore, but you gotta.
How much is it? If you
We
gotta
have
ask,
hip hop.
you
We have
can't
hip hop
afford
fish and
it.
chicken. We got lake trout.
Have you had hip hop
Lake
fish and
trout?
chicken?
Yeah, I went to Towson, brother. There's one right there.
Yeah, the one right there.
35
It's-
times.
Mac and cheese bites are awesome.
Unbelievably good. Lake trout is delectable at the old hip hop fish and chicken. It's a good thing my phone's dead, or otherwise I would have ordered another $100 of Jersey Mike's.
$100 of Jersey Mike's. What do you order?
Realistically, I think it was like $70. I got 2 giants. I got a giant club sub and a giant Philly cheesesteak. And Fran and I have
Like
just been.
4 feet long.
Yeah, Fran and I have already finished both.
I swear you're
By the
like,
way, Will,
you're still like 19 years old in some ways, and I admire it.
In some ways, brother. In many ways.
I should probably
Jags
write
are up
something
right
about
now.
Safe Flowers, huh?
Say flowers, man. Will Levis is just with his little hottie, just trying to get picked.
Do you want to see
Texans
who the
Saints right now? What about the Saints? What about Derek Carr?
You know,
who
that
the
would
Jags picked? You want to see who the Jags picked?
Anton Harrison.
I don't know.
Oh.
Cam Robinson just got suspended.
Yeah, that's true. Oklahoma just rolls out offensive line. Not that it's like shocking that big guys.
Receivers, quarterbacks, and offensive linemen.
Yeah.
Running backs, basically just offensive players and
Yeah, anyone from offense. And Gerald McCoy and that's it.
Once that Lincoln Riley recruiting starts to wear off, that might change.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well,
I give it
they'll
2
be able to
years.
go back on the defensive side of the ball in Texas.
Venables is a big name, but it'll go the other way.
Oh, the Bengals. Bengals have their first pick. They got 5
Michael
minutes
Mayer, Joey Porter Jr.
Didn't he go?
Bengals should take a corner. Bengals should just take a corner. They should not take a tight end here. There are capable tight ends later in this draft class, and they're gonna take Michael Mayer.
They might as well.
They need to get Joe Burrow like a bro.
Yeah,
hang out with.
that's a Rust Belt pick. Like it just makes sense.
He went to Notre Dame.
Yeah.
It's crazy how
What do
like
we got here? I mean,
today-
Chiefs. I've just been enthralled with what the Chiefs are gonna do.
do you not think New Orleans could go Levis?
Yeah,
talking about-
yeah, I just said that.
Yeah. Okay. I wasn't paying attention. I was refreshing.
Yeah, how about you pay attention?
I was listening to.
Wake up, Cole. Wake
the
up.
soothing sound.
Adam Schefter wearing the world's largest. What is that called? Knit. What is the right term for it?
You know what it is? It's the Brian. You'll recognize this. It's the Dallas Braden knot. He used to wear that at ESPN all the time.
What are those type of ties called? I can't recall.
Bolo ties?
No.
Not a bolo.
Windsor.
I missed the first half.
It's like a
of this.
knit tie.
Windsor.
No, that's the
Oh,
knot.
are we back to Schefter's tie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry,
What
I
is
was
the
focused on
material,
blog.
not the type of knot? He's wearing a Windsor on a. Those are supposed to be skinny boys. He's wearing a fat Windsor on a knit tie. Very peculiar. He also got abused by Ian Rappaport earlier today on the Lamar Jackson deal, so just not a great day for Adam Schefter.
I'm telling you,
He kind of looks a little bit. I think he's a little tired or sick or something too.
Rap is coming up. He's next up. All right, Ben, who are they taking? This pick is in. So what sucks about me having it on mute? I haven't heard that once all night.
I hate that.
Bengals take Miles Murphy.
I hated
Sounds
Miles Murphy,
very-
so I like that.
Very
Miles
Ohio
Murphy
guy.
goes ahead of Nolan Smith in the late 20s. Murphy can be a good run. Murphy can be an explosive blow up run defender, weak side run defender.
He's a good fit opposite Hendrickson.
Hendrickson.
He's got a really explosive first step. He gets upfield really quick. He just again was another guy that didn't really have a plan.
Length. He has the prototype body. He's 21. We'll see.
Was it
go.
a guy that ran Mahomes off the field?
Are the Eagles about to get fucking Chris Vasseur tweeted out? Are the Eagles about to get Nolan Smith too? Yes, probably.
Nolan Smith's not that good. I don't get the obsession with him.
But it would just be fun. No.
That's
for
a good
Philly-
value. Yes.
For
Fair.
Philly, it would be hysterical.
Yeah. That would
But-
be really good value.
I mean, come on. At 30. This is where Owe went. Like,
Which makes sense. Which makes
that's
sense.
similar. That's similar.
That's a fair point.
I think those are
Fair point.
similar type of players.
Yes, and that's my issue with Owe has been that he has all the athleticism and hasn't been able to put it together. And I just don't want another project pass rusher. That was my big thing.
Well, you're not going to get him here, so chill the fuck out.
I will take Robert Beal later. I'll take Robert Beal later. I'd love to.
Do we think
figure that out.
does Levis fall out of the first round? You got Saints. Who is it? Philly, Kansas City.
If someone might as well trade up and get that 5th-year option.
Yeah,
the 5th-year option ain't what it used to be.
That's true, but it's just more control. Like
the Saints would make sense, but I feel like they just don't give a fuck.
How long is
Mickey Loomis is just like, I don't care about my life.
No, it's
well, you do have Sean Payton gone now, and he had the great national debt quote. Hey, just look at the country's national debt. Just
are we
that?
Are we gonna talk about the Payton video, or is that not a thing?
Oh my god, I forgot. I completely forgot. Sean Payton just ripping a fucking bong.
Spencer sent that into our group chat on Twitter, like just completely random, like halfway through the stream.
I look down at my phone, and I'm like, oh, there's Sean Payton hitting a bong with like in a room with like a bunch of like
he milked that sucker too. And the fact of it is like the movie with freaking whatever oh my god, I can't think of his name right now. Kevin James, who I've seen do stand-up comedy. That's what that movie could have been, but instead it was
right. Why didn't they take that route?
Why didn't they take the Sean Payton on Bourbon Street route? Instead, they took the Sean Payton definitely wasn't, grabbing all kinds of weird hookers on Bourbon Street in his year off of football that he took that one time. He was actually just completely hanging out with a bunch of 13-year-olds, giving them life advice and being a really great guy. That's how that works.
You watched that?
Yeah, I watched it. Do you think there's ever been a Taylor Lautner movie I haven't watched or TV show?
He was in that?
Yeah, he was. He was the defensive coordinator.
That's good. I know he had some depression issues there. I hope he came out the other side of that.
Yeah, I'm sure Kevin James solved all of his depression issues.
Good. I listen. I don't know. I'm just saying.
He actually he was in a really funny show called Cuckoo for a while.
And you that?
Huh?
Didn't we used to call you that?
No, that was actually Cuckoo, not Cuckoo.
Right.
Cuckoo is what I meant to say. But I would highly recommend. Good funny show. He has a good role in that.
Okay.
Check that in.
Also, jury duty, hilarious.
Have you guys watched Beef yet? I want to watch Beef.
Beef is very good. People say they don't like it because it makes them feel anxious, but I think that just means you're kind of a sissy pants.
I like the Safdie movies, so I'm into that kind of thing.
Are we talking Kevin James or no?
Yeah, let's talk Kevin James.
I thought, the best Kevin James movie is Chuck and Larry. By far.
Of course. There's nothing he's ever done in his life,
not even
including King of Queens, that comes close to that.
Not even close to Chuck and Larry. I've never laughed as hard as a movie at Chuck and Larry.
It's all-time ability to take a nap is like TBS, King of Queens, or Everybody Loves Raymond when it used to come on at 3 o'clock.
Yeah, no, 4.
Come home from school or have a tough day and you just lay down on the Shea Lounge and watch King of Queens.
Algebra 1 really kicked your ass. You just got to lay down.
Just get to watch Jerry Stiller steal shit or be addicted to Flonase in King of Queens.
Yeah.
Rest in peace.
Get the yeah. What's Ray's dad's name in
Peter Boyle.
Raymond.
Ray. Yeah.
Wait. Jimbo had it. What is it?
It's Peter Boyle.
Peter Boyle. Yeah, he's
the actor's name.
Frankenstein, wasn't he? Wasn't he?
He was Frank. Yeah.
He was.
Yeah. He's such a Frank.
Yeah, for sure.
Frank
Barone. Yeah, the Barone family. Yeah, that was always a good watch.
You're telling me Deborah's not a lesbian?
Brad Garrett is so goddamn funny. His brother.
Brad Garrett is so good.
He's 6'8". Just a great actor.
I love that Mike's just been in bed listening to us for hours.
Yes. Yeah, I asked him, come on. He's like, oh, I'm in bed. He definitely took a 3-chi or an early bird or something, and he can't function, but he's listening to
I've been taking ashwagandha, and boy, really chills you out.
Yeah.
Peter freaking Boyle. Jimbo, what a reference. Frank
Peter's right in my alley. I mean, poor guy's been dead for 10 years. He was big back in the 60s and 70s. So I'm a guy for that.
Yeah, he has been dead.
He was bald from the time he was 12 years old to today.
Yeah. Okay.
By the way, we do.
Other than what's his face's act. What the hell is that comedian? Never mind.
Oh, Jeff Dunham.
Yep.
Yeah.
Love Jeff Dunham.
Shocker. My brother's a big Jeff Dunham guy.
Love Jeff Dunham.
The least shocking thing of all time.
He's Jeff Dunham. Great.
Tough day for him with Jerry Springer today. Jerry Springer, legend.
Yeah,
Legend.
it's tough to see.
I told you, my dad's college, his law school roommate was Jerry's lawyer all throughout his whole career. Like the shit that we used to get sent to my house for Alex's birthday it was unreal.
Ryan Breesy, spin. Oh, he's gone.
Yep. There he goes. Wait, so that's the dude. This is the guy. Yeah. He's from here, and his sister died, right?
Yeah.
His sister had
just
cancer.
passed away. He had a really bad injury.
Yeah.
He had the tape of where he was just.
Oh, that's that same dude. He was
dominating
just
the Paint Branch kid.
Yeah, I didn't know that was him.
He set a Montgomery County record for offensive holdings in a season when they were like, "Please play tackle," and he would just grab the jersey and throw.
Yeah, I mean that video is it's a legendary video. That's up there with the Darnell Dockett video.
Darnell Dockett.
He's in Frederick.
That's the legend.
Yeah, that's the one.
So he originally went to Urbana, and then he moved or transferred to Damascus.
That's the same high school. Like, come on.
Urbana didn't win 5 Maryland
Those who know, they know.
Urbana did not win 5 Maryland State championships.
One's just a newer high school.
Yeah, my guy, the Sizzler, who we played at Timbers with, he went to Urbana. He would say the same thing.
Yeah.
Mike says, "This is my ASMR."
Yeah. He loves me. I'm a great little brother. What can I say?
You are a great little brother. Oh, yeah, Brian Brzee. I think he changed the way his last name's pronounced when he went to Clemson too. It was flatly Breezy. It was flatly Breezy. Now it's Brzee.
Yeah, his other sister led the NEC in scoring 2 years. She went to the Mount.
Jimbo with the NEC factoids.
Useless NEC knowledge.
Banner year.
I also can't tell if Taylor is
Yeah, he's working
frozen.
hard or hardly working.
Yeah, what's going on over there?
I don't know if no, he's not frozen there yet.
There he
I think
is.
typically he's just like grinding.
He's smiling.
through,
You can
like,
hear it.
Probably got
tutorials.
more
Here's
insightful
it, yeah.
draft, coverage.
He's just absolutely in the lab right now.
He's trying to incorporate the name Banks into funny catchphrases right now.
It's probably true.
Yeah, he's not working that hard.
I think he's got 3 fans on too. I briefly unmuted him, and it sounded like he's really got some fans going.
Yeah, there's something going
He's
on. We got him all
he's just
flustered now
geeking
too.
out.
He's smiling and he's like trying to.
He's blushing.
My ceiling fan is on. My ceiling fan is on, but that's been on the whole time. So, no, this is fun. I have been. I'm looking at my phone. I'm going from my phone into my computer a lot here.
I got your reaction already on
group
Twitter.
chat saying?
What'd you say?
What is the Terps group chat saying? Are they pumped about the pick?
I mean, I will say, I think we have. Brian can speak this because he went to Maryland. There's a lot of crossover in you have a lot of New York, New Jersey people that come to Maryland. So I'm sure there are a lot of giant Terp fans crossover. So it's kind of a good, if you're going to have a Maryland guy go and it's not the Commanders or the Ravens, the Giants and the Jets are kind of your next best, or the Eagles are your next best bet because you have all
Strong
those
Island, baby.
Yeah, it's all Strong Island. Yeah.
So it's cool. I mean, I think there was a Freudian slip when we were talking about him match with the Ravens because Spenny said he's a good match for Wink's defense. I mean, there you go. I mean, he kind of makes a lot of sense for them. So
yeah,
I'm excited, and he's not in the AFC, so it makes it a little bit.
I got your reaction clipped. It's already up on Twitter.
I saw that. I did see that.
It's already been sent to our other group chat. It's in there. It's good. It's good. It's a great. I said that's how we need to end the podcast. Just the see ya, and we'll just end it with that. Dude, number one, Will Levis is just switching girls like it's no issue at all.
People are saying that. I have not gotten the.
I literally, when I noticed it and I didn't say anything, and then Spenny said, "Oh, there's a girl next to him." It's like that's a different girl than that was there.
Oh, you're not a first round pick. Oh.
He doesn't have the
mayo
Russell
in your
Wilson
coffee thing
Velociraptor
isn't
girlfriend.
that ironic or funny anymore.
He's like the Russell Wilson's girlfriend. Just
the Velociraptor
Russell Wilson's
girl.
girlfriend that looked like she could have eaten 3 apples whole at the moment he was drafted.
Yeah.
She's literally a raptor.
Unhinged her jaw.
Yeah.
Eagles
I
select
do
Nolan
still- even-
Smith.
Even though it's 11:40, I think this draft is like flown by the first round.
It feels like
gone
it has.
very quick.
Right.
The
It really
pace, the
does.
pace is much quicker.
Mhm.
Cole, you're muted.
Even with the commercials and like the trades and all that shit.
I think once Lamar was signed, it was like, I'm good. Like tonight's just smooth sailing.
They could have
That
picked.
removed so much fucking anxiety from how this night could have gone.
They
Like,
definitely
it's-
could have picked Mike Hawk and been completely
Yeah,
fine.
like they could have picked Tony Hawk, like, and I probably would have been like, whatever, like we'll figure it out. I'm
Yes,
sure he's
yeah.
got great intangibles.
Yeah.
I wouldn't hate Tony
but
Hawk.
I seriously think like this could have gone down one road where Lamar's getting traded, and they're kind of in this weird spot with an OBJ 1 year, or they're fucking sign him, and it's just fuck. Does it ever change?
Kenny, you were big on Mike Hunt for 22 there, weren't you?
Yeah, Kareem's brother Mike. He
Yeah.
just really, he's a little hairy, but he could really get after it.
Right. Yeah. Almost said something there, but I didn't.
Say something, coward. You coward. You won't say something in hour 3, minute 36. You're a fucking coward.
Benny's eyes are
Sitting on the
slowly
casting couch over there with your arm around it. You won't
Go
say
to
that.
sleep, Spenny. Go to sleep, Spenny.
You just
Look at his little eyes right now.
I don't even have eyes. There's little vision slits.
Yeah. I think the eyes are receding.
So Nolan Smith, Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis, Nakobe Dean, Philadelphia
That's
Eagles. They're losing
absolutely
15
notable.
games this year.
Yeah. Solid job there by our man Howie.
AJ Brown knee, Devontae Smith 4-week ankle injury, 15 game losers. Fuck you, Howie Roseman. I still hate you. I don't care what I said earlier.
Howie likes vanilla and chocolate.
Howie likes vanilla and chocolate.
What kind of flavor do you prefer? I like vanilla and chocolate.
Look how tight the freaking pants are on oh my god, I can't think of his fucking name. Nick Sirianni. These things are
Trying
glued
to
to him.
smuggle grapes out of the country is what you're saying?
Who's the hoss in the middle of the room? I'm just completely entranced by this guy.
I'm past it now.
ESPN.
Imagine going to a draft live show and wearing fucking shoulder pads. Like that guy must be so sweaty.
I actually was at an Orioles game and saw people that were just like decked out and complete. It might have been with Eric. And I was just like, I fucking wish that I retire at like 43 years old and just go to Orioles games wearing like full like bird apparel. Like
You want to be
I'm,
the
like,
fired up.
dressed as a
You are the fired up guy 15 years in the past right now.
No. Way worse than that. I want like feathers. I want like a beak. Like I want a hat that has lights in it that I have to like change the battery on every other game.
If I get down there, in August,
No, we did see them. Yeah, we saw them walking down from the bar, the center field bar.
Yes.
By the way, guys, the seats we've got to secure some of those for our outing because they were primo
position seats.
Yeah.
Spenny and I had a good time. Oh, look at Dude Perfect up there with Donna Kelsey. Fuck that. Let's
is
go,
that
baby.
Tanner and Kyle and
It's yeah, like
and
I don't know. They're
Alden.
talking Donna Kelsey right now.
Yeah.
All right, now the draft has jumped like we're done with this. We're done.
Jump the shark. Yeah.
Yeah, this is like a 6th round thing. You don't bring them out in the 1st round. You don't
Donna
bring Dude
Kelsey
Perfect
in the first round is
no
out of control.
That's
The Donna Kelsey thing was like way overplayed.
Well,
It's-
did you?
oh
I don't
my
know if you
God,
know this.
she's a mom. Her
She had
sons are both in the Super Bowl.
She had a son, and both she had 2 sons, and both of them are on. Like one was on the Eagles, one was on the Chiefs. So it was like crazy because they both
Are
played
these
in
two
the Super Bowl
twins in
together.
Dude Perfect? I'm guessing.
They have to be.
I hate their like slight differences in haircut and suit. It's like infuriating me. I don't know what else they would do, but it's still infuriating me. It's too minute. I don't know what they're doing with this
calling it a
corn
night
here.
early.
They're not wearing socks. I'm done. I'm done here. I'm done.
Is
here.
Coley Mick doing a podcast with Steve Smith Sr.?
Yeah,
Yeah, they've been doing that for a bit.
I didn't know that. That's
It's
weird.
pretty wild.
Because there's like a
pretty
clip.
legit.
There's a clip about Steve talking about Zay Flowers, and he's like talking about him. And then Coley like pops onto the screen. He's like, "Yeah, he's got some really good body control." I'm like, "What?" Like,
yeah, he does the. I don't know
How
what
he's
it's
made
called.
3 consecutive first-round picks that are we'll say defensive linemen.
it just
And
makes
I think that makes like 4 of his last 8 picks, Georgia defensive linemen.
Nolan Smith glasses are great. Cole, I'm sorry, but he looks like he's gonna be.
Yeah,
good.
you're fucked, Cole. He looks great. He plays great. You're fucked.
He's so fast.
Very wavering.
All right, I'm going to bed. My daughter's gonna wake me up in 3 hours. So
Okay.
peace, boys. Thanks for having me on.
Thanks
Love
for
all
being
y'all. Peace, boys.
Thank you, sir.
I mean, at this point, we just got to wait it out to the end.
One pick. One pick to go.
Someone
That's
said
one pick. That's one pick, kid. That's one hit. That's one hit, kid.
Cody and Corey. If gun to my head, if I had to guess what 2 dude perfect twins names were, it's Cody and Corey.
Is that the real names?
I would have thrown Tanner out there. Tanner is my number 1 overall pick for that.
Well, again, those are the names like they can play in the Orioles right now. Like Spenny, we talked about it. Like
The college hunks, Tanner and Cody,
they're-
Kyle. Yeah, it's
they're dong bonging with Adeline, Ryan, and Taryn, and
It's Ad
Joey
and Chad and Brad and Ryan and
Heston
fucking
and
Taryn and fucking Joey and fucking
I think they should ask.
James.
They should ask opposing teams if who do they know here when they try to enter the ballpark.
It's like the ultimate response to like, oh yeah, you want to come through our place later? Oh yeah, who's gonna be there? Oh, Ad, Chad, Brad, Ryan, Joey, Taryn, fucking Nolan, fucking Smith.
Yeah, dude. It's gonna be pretty
James, Jimbo, fucking Banks will be there, fucking Taylor.
Yeah, Banks and Taylor and Eric, man, it's gonna be so sick.
I mean, that's what it
it's
is.
a Gerstel thing.
Yeah, we were definitely like that.
Wow, look at Lamar just like tweeting all happily SpongeBob nonstop. What a fucking
Isn't that amazing? Just like you can just like read his tweets again and not just be angry and anxious. Like
I want you to put the word out there.
like actually like I read his tweet and like I don't have to like care about what
You
he's
don't have to
saying.
read into
like
it.
in any sort of it's just now he's just tweeting. They're just tweets again.
Tom Brady tweeted at him.
Did he?
Tom Brady quote tweeted the NFL said full contract details, 5-year, $260 million deal for Lamar Jackson, highest paid player in the NFL. Tom Brady loves Lamar.
He does.
Loves him.
Because he's like, it's like that's what he says. He's like, imagine if I could have just done that. That's his favorite. That's like his favorite line.
Eric, I think he's saying I should have got that.
You mean you should have got?
I should have got.
Meanwhile, the Knights are absolutely cooking right now.
Give me that. I'm joking. I'm
Oh
joking.
yeah. Give me that.
I'm joking. I'm joking. Okay,
I'm joking. R.I.P. to that guy too.
Yeah. Rest in peace. In peace. New season, couple weeks.
I can't wait.
Hey,
We should do like a live watch along.
We're gonna get some content on that. Don't worry.
All right. Good.
I mean,
I just
nobody wants 1,000 plastic meatballs.
That's the best part. Is the slow motion like him with the machine gun. It's so fucking funny. Stanzo fedoras.
So what's the joke?
Is that the joke?
I had a milder
I'm just
fart
gonna
than I
go
usually
home
do.
and lie down on the couch so my face isn't beat red for my family picture later. That's like that. That skit is
literally make
so
me
goddamn
uncomfortable watching that sometimes.
We have 44 people left, still watching, still here, still here, and we've
How many
Corey
people?
and Kobe Cotton. Hell yeah. That's a name of dude perfect if I've ever.
You know they're all Aggies too, so it's perfect. Literally, it's dude perfect from Texas A&M.
Basically, I mean, yeah, they're a cult.
I love when NFL teams,
A&M, aren't they?
They are.
I love when NFL team social media accounts dunk on like stupid ESPN national like Skip Bayless, please 3 hours ago. Please let Dalton Kincaid fall to my Dallas Cowboys, and then the Bills' actual social media account retweets it with Shannon Sharp.
Taylor, is that something you guys would pull?
Oh, sorry. Say that again.
Taylor, you're not in the clap back game enough. I feel like on the social media.
No, I mean here's the thing. Like it's a little easier.
Maryland's a classy organization.
I mean, we've done some weird stuff, but it's mostly been geared at other teams. This is not. I mean, this is my employer, but I think NFL teams are so in the national talking head conversation. There's just so much more you can clap back at in terms of like Skip Bayless talking about all these teams every day of every week, all 365 days a year. There's just so much more content in that area. Like they aren't going on like College Game Day and Kirk Herbstreit's like, oh, Maryland football, like what a joke. Like it's just not really a topic of conversation. So I would do it though I mean it's very cheap engagement. Like, because everyone just likes to hate on like a Skip or a Stephen A or whatever. But
real quick, so obviously the announcement this week with the Maryland Virginia game. I don't know if Maryland, like obviously the class that's there and like the kids that are there now. I don't know if Virginia is a big deal. Like that obviously hit more with like the older generation, but I don't know if that's going to hit with the younger generation. Like.
Playing UVA?
Yeah. I don't know. Like
younger people might not care, but I do think it will get people in the stands that your people with like I think students will come to that game because it's on a Friday night, and I think the general public will come because it's UVA and it's a rivalry from the ACC, and your disposable income people will be like, okay, that's a name that I know and I'll come to the game. That's what
when I saw the like announcement, and I saw like Rudy and a bunch of the other people hyping it up. I don't know if this is a big deal as like we think. Like again, older people like over the age of 30, 25, like thinking.
Yeah, but then it's like
again,
things like West Virginia happen. Things like West Virginia happen, and everyone figures it out. So that you just have to do some We also will do some education. Like we will show. The record, the all-time record and moments and things like that. So you have to educate your fans too. It's part of it.
Chris Long, like going nuts against them on that one night.
Yeah. All right. The first round is in.
I remember watching that.
We made it.
By the way, tough look for Kentucky Sports Radio tweeting out NFL tonight. Come watch Will Levis become Kentucky's fourth top 5 pick of my lifetime. The responses to that are great.
Oh, so I haven't paid attention. He didn't go, huh?
No, he's still there.
That's unbelievable.
He's sitting there with
Cole just tweeted and said, I guess I'm the only one on Twitter that didn't have Nolan Smith as a first rounder. But Nolan Smith went in the first round. Cole's probably just rubbing his eyes right now.
No, I think he's dunking on himself. Like he's saying
those fucking Canadians. All right, boys, we made it. We did it. 3 hours, 47 minutes, 48 seconds. Lamar Jackson, a Raven for life, tweeting himself with like old man filters. Taylor got in his Deonte Banks work. Whew. Lamar Jackson ready to go. Zay Flowers queued up. DeAndre Hopkins remains a Cardinal. Man, what a day. What a day.
One of the better Baltimore sports days in a long time.
Adley Rushman extension probably by June.
Oh, don't get me torqued right now.
You know what? We got one. Let's not get greedy. We're a small market. We don't deserve these types of things very often.
Probably, I would say by 4th of July, Adley Rushman 7-year deal plus. Probably. Orioles win. Orioles knock one out. Come back again. Maybe I think the most probably come back wins in baseball. Maybe second most.
They were like second or third up until 2 days ago. So
yeah.
Felix. Oh, I'm gonna let you his name. Defensive end for Kansas State.
Anodike Uzoma.
Yeah, there he is. By the way, people loved the Spenny dozen phone a friend.
Kelly Keegs fucking loved it.
She was all about it. She
was like better answer. She tried to tell you wait too. She was like wait, too late now.
That reaction,
Literally,
very jealous.
The second I saw it, I was like, I'm calling Spenny, because I was like, again, I was thinking Missouri. I don't know why, but I don't think that's east of the Mississippi. But like,
those are synonymous schools: Missouri, Cincinnati, the Mississippi part.
They're the same. Like I said, if they would have said Connor Barwin, I was like, oh yeah, I got that one easy. But like, I was like, Isaiah Pete, I don't fucking know. But once I saw it was Derek Wolfe, I was like, all right, I'm calling Spencer. Like, this is an easy one. I thought their question was very, very easy.
I was just happy that I answered so quickly, like that it couldn't possibly have been a Google. It couldn't possibly have been a Google.
Well, I mean, even if it was, I don't care. Like Google.
Of course, a point's a point.
Away.
Fuck you, Kirk Minahan.
Google. What is this? What is this band we have playing right now?
I don't know. This
is Brent
like
Veach and the Beaches.
Is this like a We Didn't Start the Fire?
These people look not enthralled.
No. What is this right now?
It's
no.
That's Pink. That's Pink.
No,
is it?
That's not Pink.
No fuck.
No
way.
way.
That's Pink. Yes, it is. That's
There's
the headline.
no way that's Pink.
On Twitter. It's literally on Twitter.
No way that's Pink.
That's Pink.
They're doing Fight for Your Right to Party?
It's literally
There's
Pink.
no way that's Pink.
It's literally Pink.
I love
performing tonight at the NFL Draft. Google it.
I believe you, but it doesn't look like her.
I'm kidding.
I know that's what I'm saying. It doesn't look her at all.
I'm kidding. I don't know.
Oh, right, so here you go. What are this will I guess not anymore.
Fallout Boy. It says Fallout Boy on the screen.
Pink's not in Fallout Boy.
No shit, Eric.
Here you go. Sorry. So this doesn't really, I guess. That's not Pink. That can't be Pink.
It's Pink plus Fallout Boy.
Teron Davenport, who was an NFL reporter for the Titans, he says day 2 wide receivers to consider: Jalen Hyatt, Josh Downs, Cedric Tillman, Tyler Scott, Tank Dell, Marvin Mims Jr., Jonathan Mingo, A.T. Perry. I was gonna say none of those really, will doesn't matter for the Ravens anymore.
Yeah, no. Ravens are good.
Interesting
The Ravens literally can't draft another receiver. Like they can't draft. I mean, they
can.
Are we shocked that guys like Porter Jr. didn't go in the first round?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay.
Levis, I think, is pretty surprising.
So again, Davenport said top non-wide receiver options available after the first round: Levis, Hendon Hooker, obviously. I mean, he had the injury. Brian Branch, Joey Porter Jr., Keon White, Michael Mayer, Drew Sanders, Darnell Washington.
Michael Mayer does surprise me. I thought he would go in the first.
Is he's the tight end out of
Notre Dame?
Notre Dame.
He's just going to be
a big white tight end out of Notre Dame.
He's going to be a solid pro for 12 years. Like he's going to be a good player.
That's wild. The big white tight end out of Notre Dame.
Yeah, good looking guy.
Brian Branch ready to go. That's queued up for somebody in the first 5 picks tomorrow to be like, oh yeah, we could really solidify our position. Our youths. Oh my God, Felix's family's popping off right now. Is that Taylor? Are you the one firing off on keyboard?
No, it's
no.
Oh, you're really getting after it.
Blog Banks.
Yeah. My keyboard, it's like my work keyboard. The little like thingy on the back on one side is gone, so it's flat on the table as opposed to like tilted. So I'm like very much.
But by the way, Taylor, what was the what was the Talia news that like maybe missed, where they were like, oh, maybe gone, and then no, it's back.
Talia Tagovailoa is a Maryland Terrapin.
Well, yeah, I thought that was the
official statement from the department. No, there was a little rumor floating out there that he was maybe thinking about going back to Bama, and then Bama like immediately after Jeff addressed it announced that they were taking the Notre Dame kid.
They're taking the Maryland. Yeah, they're taking the Notre Dame kid because Tommy Rees coached him at Notre Dame. Yeah.
Tommy Rees.
Yeah. So,
which is honestly the crazy part of that is how Alabama left spring ball without a guy they felt good about. When you consider the talent they bring in every year, that's amazing to me. Like they felt the need. They felt the need to take a quarterback in the transfer portal at this point. Normally, a program like that should not be in that position. But what can you do?
Saban losing his fastball. Some are saying.
It's just amazing. I guess I read an article that was like, well, in the class after Young,
they have like 5 quarterbacks that were a top 15 quarterback in their class, though.
Yeah, they offered like Drake May and Quinn Ewers and one other guy, and those guys like weren't willing to sit behind Young because they thought they could play as freshmen, so they didn't get any of those guys, and so they got guys below that, and then this year they didn't pull any of the top guys. I just think that's amazing to me that they don't have a guy they feel good about. That's
Jalen Milroe is about to light this shit on fire,
but he's probably not going to. I don't think they go get Buckner if they feel like that kid's the starter.
I don't think there's any downside to getting Buckner, though.
I mean, sure, that gives you a steady guy that knows, but like, I don't know if that's if he's your guy. I don't know if you go get a guy that's clearly going to challenge for the job.
But I feel like I don't think those rules apply because they already like went through like a Hurts to a situation. Like they don't care.
That's fair. That's fair. They just bring talent. That's fair.
They're like whoever's going to get the job done, we don't fucking care how you feel.
That's definitely fair.
And that's the abnormality of it. That like there's like 4 schools that have those possibilities. And one of them is Texas probably right now, which is confusing.
By the way, wait, do we know the Steelers pick at 32?
It's technically the 32nd pick.
Yeah.
But the Chiefs ended it because the Dolphins forfeited their pick, so there were only 31 picks tonight. Those scumbag losers idiots.
I was gonna say, is that not Joey Porter Jr.? Like, does that not? I mean,
it has to be, right?
That's the biggest layup I've ever seen in my life.
Even if just for even we don't love him, but like we love the PR out of it. We love the
like we're gonna sell a bunch of jerseys and like we can do something with this.
They also definitely need corners and suck at drafting them.
You mean Artie Burns? Wasn't
big Artie Burns guy? Yeah.
SVP coming up. God, SVP has such a good logo.
Future guest on the X52 podcast.
We're gonna get him. We will get him. I will mark.
I actually do have a connection through his high school graduating classmate is my fraternity brother's mom.
We have one too. Just generally, who's a fan of this program.
I also vacation down there all the time. And
I was gonna say, if you run into him at Starboard or whatever, then you got to make it happen right there. Close the deal.
I'd always say, now that I got the thing with Cal out of the way, SVP is like my next white whale. Like,
well, you didn't get Cal on the podcast, so let's make that happen too.
We're working on.
Oh, Stroud's tears were like. Those were like little boy tears. They were like, I didn't know I was gonna cry, but I'm crying tears. Those were nice.
Yeah.
We love to see it.
We do. I like some man tears. Bubba Watson, things of that nature.
Will Anderson just bodying Roger Goodell. God. I'm a Texans fan.
Okay. Well, it's been nice knowing you. Ravens, finally figured things out, and now you're off the bandwagon. It's great to see.
I want to do the day they sign Lamar. You're like, all right, I'm out.
I want fresh
turmoil.
Do
a little final thoughts here as we head towards the 4-hour mark.
Yeah, I think this is a good time to.
Yeah, we can probably last another 2-3 hours here. Final word. Unbelievable day. The Ravens had another first-round receiver. Zay Flowers comes in. The Ravens add him onto Lamar Jackson. They get their little Broward County connection going on. They get the dog version of Hollywood Brown is the ideal vision there. And man, committed to the offensive side of the football. Like I feel like this was the summation of the bad part of Twitter, the dark cloud part of Twitter of that the Ravens are cheap. They're not willing to pony up.
They don't commit to the wide receiver. They don't commit to the offensive side of the football. All of those things, they put that baby to bed super quickly in one fell swoop here, adding Odell Beckham, all of those things in general. So they're more honest to the fucking fan base than anyone will admit. And they have the liars luncheon and all of the press conferences they lie at. Well, they don't. They straight up don't. Like, there's a couple instances. The one that sticks out in my mind is, and Jake, we got word ahead of time that they basically under a couple days before the trade deadline during the season, they undersold Rashad Bateman's foot injury to try to hide how desperate they were at wide receiver. And that made sense. There was a strategic play in mind. But then last year they go say, hey, the offensive line was a freaking problem at the post-year press conference, end of year press conference. Offensive line was a problem. We have to fix it. They go draft a first-round center. They go pick up a competent right tackle. Then wide receiver is an issue this past year. What do? They tripled down on it. They drafted another one, the third first-round receiver in the last 4 years. This is 4 years, right? Hollywood Brown, 2019 through 2023. That's 4. I'm bad at math. I don't know. So they make the investment again. They go get Odell Beckham. They get you a proven veteran in Nelson Aguilar, being just a proven, competent, average veteran, a superstar. We'll see what he is in Odell Beckham. They draft another one. You've got Rashad Bateman in the wings. You've got Mark Andrews. You've got Isaiah, like all those things. So anybody who just like hates the Ravens but like considers themselves a fan is just like, you should be having a good day, but you're probably having a really bad day. And the Ravens maybe are like victims of Twitter bullying, possibly, but hey, maybe it's for the best. And here we are, man. I mean, shit, they've got options offensively. They have a good, I've watched Mike McDonald's clinics. I freaking paid $70 to watch one. I have it saved and I've watched it a few times, and that man knows fucking defensive football. So they should be buckled up there. Shit, John Harbaugh still rolling against the haters as well. Not to mention. So here we go. Here are the Baltimore Ravens in 2023.
Yeah, a great day. We've got Jonas Schaefer tweeting from the press conference. John Harbaugh with the understatement of the day. Quote, Todd Monken had a pretty good day today. He's pretty happy. You can basically just sub in Jake Luke for that. Jake Luke had a pretty good day, and he is pretty happy. It's been a really difficult 18 months, I guess, for me. It's just been really tough to get super jazzed up about this football team with this contract thing looming over it. It's been tough, and that's over now. Not only is it over, it seems like things are going to be better than they were before, particularly with the wide receiver position. They added Beckham, they added Aguilar, an under-the-radar move, which I think was looking really, really savvy right now. Bateman's going to come back, and I think he's going to be better than ever. And then Zay Flowers, what's not to like with the Steve Smith comparison? So very, very happy, and this day felt like a long time coming, and it feels like a weight has been lifted off my shoulders. So that is my takeaway from today.
Yeah, I've been distracted for the last hour, so I've had some time to get away from the Ravens for a second and kind of refresh his saying. You guys said it. An amazing day for the organization. Zay Flowers is an exciting player, but they locked up the most exciting player earlier in the day, and that's really the storyline. I kind of feel bad for Zay Flowers. Normally, like when you get drafted, you're the biggest moment of a team's day, and he couldn't be less big as Lamar, but I'm excited to watch him play. And excited to see what Eric DeCosta does next. Obviously, you have 2 more days left. The Ravens are never shy to move around in any round. So they could certainly, whether it's using some of these picks to get another player, whether it's accumulating more picks, moving up to get someone at the top of the second round that they really like, maybe we'll see what they do. I like the Zay Flowers pick. I love that they went all in on wide receiver. And I said this earlier, but we've talked about the wide receiver depth. The best tight end, arguably in football, is still on the team. So it's like you then think about the weaponry from that standpoint. And that to me is my biggest takeaway. Lamar Jackson is going to have the ability to stand in the pocket. And unlike the last 2 or 3 years, even in the season where he was the unanimous MVP of the league, there was like, who's he throwing it to? And now there's so
Seth Roberts.
You think about like Willie Snead. You think about like the guys he at the peak of his powers was making into, extremely productive players with this type of, with these type of weapons. I think the sky's the limit if they can, make sure the offensive line is set and ready. They're going to have the ability to do a lot of things offensively. And if the defense is anywhere near competent, they're going to win a lot of football games. I think it's a very exciting time. And this got echoed through all of our guests. It's an exciting time to be a sports fan in the city, with how good the Orioles are, with how good the Ravens look like they now can be. It's been a while since both teams were kind of firing on all cylinders. And it's amazing because we've said in this podcast, both in X52, the previous version, and the new version for 3 months, what the hell is going on in Baltimore? This feels like it's falling apart. Doomsday is upon us. And now, it's amazing how the switch can flip. And I saw
insane when you get guys like Jake Luke, Taylor Smythe, Brian Banks, and freaking Eric Arditi in the same room.
So, yeah.
It's insane what can happen. It's insane how
what can happen.
Can turn.
But my final thought would be Marlon Humphrey tweeted something like, and I know he tweets a lot, but that was like, if you were upset about what was going in Baltimore, blah, blah, blah. It's like, I don't want people to think they didn't have any right to have the angst they had for like 4 months. I understand there will be
angst is the perfect word.
I understand there'll be like a victory lap taken by people in the organization. Like, we always had this under control, blah, 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 blah. That's fine, but I'm glad that everyone got this relief. It was fun to watch you go live spinning, everyone jump on there and kind of have that release before we got on here. Great day. And I'm very excited for the next 2 days of the draft and mini camp and all these different things. Welcome to Baltimore, Zay Flowers.
I'm going to throw it to Eric first, because I don't think we should finish with Eric. So
I was just going to say, obviously.
Well, Eric shouldn't be on the podcast. I still don't understand how you're still on this entire time.
Now we're talking.
I just have the law, and I just keep getting in every time. It's an exciting day for Baltimore. Like, again, from the outside looking in, it's everything that Ravens fans wanted to happen today. It seemed like it. The Bulls get together. Lamar is obviously here for the long term. They got another offensive weapon. They're making moves, and it's got to be exciting for any Ravens fan. Like, I think that's pretty much all you can say. And also the board is still stacked. Like, there's a lot of guys out there who, the Ravens can still move up and get some of these guys, like Joey Porter Jr. or some of these cornerbacks that are still out there. Because I think quarterback is definitely a place in need. But if you're a Ravens fan, I think there's no way you can come away from today being like, or we'll see. We'll have to see in a couple of years. It's like, no, this is, if you're a Ravens fan, the day was the day that you have thought about, dreamed about, wished about, prayed about for years, and it happened. And it's I think Ravens and the fans are in pretty good standing going forward.
I think there's a feeling a lot of years when we go into drafts that we feel good about it and that we're going to win the draft. And in years when we may not feel that way, it happens anyways. I didn't wake up today feeling at all like anything exciting was going to happen. There was a feeling of dread. The Hopkins rumors were kind of exciting, but at the end of the day, it was an ends to a means to try to appease the guy to, kind of close the book on what has been just honestly a draining saga over multiple months, honestly, multiple years, really. I had major angst about the extension, probably going back to June, almost 2 years ago, just when I was starting to hear some stuff. So I'm glad it's over. That's the biggest thing of all. I'm going to sleep so easy tonight. And it almost got to the point where I didn't really know that this day was ever going to happen. And I wrote some things a few months ago that I think got people pretty fired up and may have people may be portraying me in a certain light that maybe is not necessarily how I actually feel about Lamar Jackson as a player and what he means to the city. And I'm so excited to have him for another 5 years, because when he's at his best, there's really not many that can touch what he's capable of doing. And to kind of have that warm, fuzzy comfort again of not being in, quarterback purgatory, because we were in it and not in it at the same time, which is maybe worse. Like at least when we were in, lost in the woods with our Kyle Bowlers and our Chris Redmonds and all those guys, there was at least a path forward in the sense that like, hey, we're trying to find a quarterback. That's our current objective. That's our thing. To be like not even in that mode, but not sure what mode you're in is like even worse. And it's been nauseating. And I think Jake has been super on top of it. Mutual feeling of like, it has just sapped my ability to be energized and excited about this team for so long. And now we're back and I don't know that it's really sunk in yet. And I'm not sure when it fully will, but I'm going to sleep so much easier tonight. And to Taylor's point about the roster, I mean, this is such a like a look at this on paper and how is anybody going to stop us type of situation. You just haven't even mentioned that we have a top 3 left tackle when he's healthy and playing. And the offensive line isn't quite as good as maybe it was a couple of years ago, but they've still got dudes there and dudes who can play and young guys that are going to be here for a while. Certainly a few things to shore up on the defensive side of the ball. And that's why we got picks tomorrow or 1 pick tomorrow and a few more on Saturday. And Spenny and Cole seem pretty adamant about this Rock Ya-Sin thing. And I feel good about that too. We're on our way. So let's go win a fucking Super Bowl. How about it?
Well said. All right. Well over the 4-hour mark there. Gentlemen, great time again. Great happy hour.
Ravens will play in the AFC Championship this year.
That's big.
Bare minimum. That's the minimum. They will play for the conference title.
At least I'll talk about that later. I'm just going to sit here and enjoy this moment right now for the time being. So I like to hear it though. Great happy hour, fellas. I guess is technically our second one. And, I think it was a rousing success. We rotated some really good guests in here. We were just guest after guest after guest there, some big names in the Baltimore area. Shout out to Rick, shout out to Pete, shout out to Glenn, Cordell, Cole. We're doing this thing again tomorrow night too. We're running it back. Probably going to be a little more casual, just kind of, bullshitting around a little bit. And we'll probably rotate some guests in as well. But it was a lot of fun. It's always fun hanging out with you fellas, and it's always fun hanging out with the great listeners as well. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Rousing success of a 2023 NFL Draft Round 1, and just a great fucking day. Just a great day. Amazing day. Couldn't have asked for a better day. If I was any better, I'd be in jail. And, I'm just so happy right now. So thank you all for sharing that with me. Fellas, before you say anything else, I'm going to get us out of here. It's running over 4 hours. Follow us on Twitter at Exit52 Podcast, on YouTube as well, Exit52 Podcast. You can find us there, obviously, if you're watching this. So subscribe, please. Exit52 Podcast on Instagram. I am at Jake Luke on Twitter. That's LOUQE. Spencer is at Ravens 4 Dummies. That is the number 4. Taylor is at Taylor Smythe 10. Eric is at EDITTI 22. Brian is at Barstool Banks. Thanks again, and we'll talk to you guys tomorrow night.
See ya.
Peace.